So, sure. Very good morning, everyone. How are you all? Super. First thing, first question, that whatever we have done in the last class, have you done by your own? Have you completed? Not completed. Means have you done or not done? Means have you started or not? Acha. So how much percent is done? 60% done. 60% done? Or anyone more than 60%? 60%. Less than 60%? So 60% to हुआ ना? You have done 60%? Okay, very good. So chalo, if you start, then something will happen. If you will not start, then nothing will happen. So because I have said you have done that and 60% has been achieved, that is also one achievement. Okay. If I would have not said, you have not tried, and then you would have not done only. Correct? So chalo theek hai, but what I will suggest that try to miss. I don't know how many hours you have studied. So let me ask you that how many hours you have studied last day after reaching home? 5 hours. You have studied 5 hours. Correct? So it means I don't know how you have used the time, but 7:30 I think you have reached. Anyone reached after that? 7, 8 you have reached. Chalo 8. Let us take 8 you have reached. So 8 after taking dinner or whatever you want to take. I think 8:30 you could have started. 8:30 you could have started. So 8:30, 9:30, 10. 2 hours you could have studied. 2 hours. Then if suppose you sleep at 10:30. Let me take 10:30 or 11. If you sleep at 11, so how many hours you sleep? How many hours you are sleeping? 5 hours, so let us say 6 hours you sleep, because on an average you need to sleep 6 hours. So 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It means you need to wake up at what? 5. So how many of you wake up after 5? Dekho, most of you wake up after 5. So it means there you have wasted your time. Then after waking up at 5, I think it will require 45 minutes. Chalo, you will start at 6. 6. So 6 is 7, 8, 9. I think 9:30 you can study. So that is what? 3.5 hours. So 5 hours you have done. You have done 5 hours of your coaching. So 5 hours, if you have, after my classes, 5 hours you have studied. So it means 60% achieved. 60% has been achieved. Okay, sir. So what we'll do that every day now we'll make this only into point that 5 hours you need to study and 60% you need to achieve. If someone has done 60%, means it is your also target to achieve what? 60% efficiency. So that become our normal efficiency. And now if you are not attaining that normal level of efficiency, means there is some abnormal loss. There is some abnormal loss. So if someone can do, so you can also do. Am I right or not? Correct? So next day you make sure that 5 hours, minimum 5 or 5:30, 5 hours, 5.5 hours you need to study and achieve 60% of your whatever I have done. So 60% achieved, then also okay. Then 40% whatever you are not able to achieve, then we'll take 2 or extra 2 days. In that we can do our balance target. Okay. Now coming to today's chapters, so we'll start with IND As 40. Okay, one more question. After my revision, when you have done that 60%, whatever you have done, means what was your confidence level? Whether you are able to do it, whether you are able to understand each and every point? means I think efficiency increases. Efficiency increases, that is only required कि after my classes when you are going to the questions, then you are able to understand. One more point that देखो we are not Paramatma, we are Atma, correct? We are not Paramatma, we are Atma. So every question we can't do by our own at one moment, correct? So there will be some question which we require help of solution. So if you are reading solution and you are able to understand solution, it means you are conceptually strong. So don't feel bad that you are not able to solve it by your own, because we are Atma, not Paramatma. By reading solution, if you are not able to understand, then it means there is either lack of understanding the question or lack of concept. Then you need to give star mark, and that doubt comes, so you need to ask me after all the revision class. If that question is there, so of course that should be pointed out. Understood? So once again I will say, sometimes students think that I am not able to solve it, I am not able to do by our own. So that nothing to panic in that. Out of 10 questions, 2 questions you are able to do by your own, 8 questions you are able to understand with solution, means objective achieved. Correct? Some question if you are not able to understand by solution, give star mark, ask me after class. Okay sir, chalo. So now let us come to IND As 40. Today first chapter will be IND As 40. I think all the live online students also have joined me. Is it audible everyone? Can you respond fast? Yes, everyone start saying good morning also. Chalo. Now investment property, the last class we have done IND As 16. IND As 16 we have done that property which are covered under IND As 40 will not be covered under IND As 16. So now we are discussing about that property which will be covered under IND As 40. Correct? So already we have discussed that property means what? Land, building, part of building, or land and building. So investment property are property. Investment property are property either held by owner, or held by lessee as ROU asset. Now we all know that as per IND As 116, in the books of lessee, ROU asset will be recognized. Correct? So in the books of lessee, if that ROU asset is used for production purpose, then it will be what? Classified as PP. If supply purpose, PP. If supply purpose, PP. If admin purpose, PP. If given rental to other, it will be covered in this chapter. It means any ROU asset which is held by lessee can be what? Can be investment property if it is land or building. If it is land or building. So it can be held by either owner or it can be held by lessee as ROU asset. But what is the ultimate purpose for earning what? Either rental income or capital appreciation or both. Either rental income or capital appreciation or both. Understood this point? Correct? I think if you have understood this definition, so you can identify what is applicable, what is not applicable under IND As 40. Correct? But before that, I have already said that this point, कि any property which are held for sale in what? OCB. OCB means what? Ordinary course of business. Then it will be classified as what? Inventory. And what is applicable? IND As 2 is applicable. Okay. Any property which are held for what? Production of goods, supply of goods, rental to other, and admin purpose. Then it will meet the definition of what? PPE, and it is covered under IND As 16. So any property which are held for earning rental income and for capital appreciation or for both, then it will be classified as investment property. This we have done. Now only one doubt will come, sir, why you have mentioned rental to other? Only one doubt. I have started with property only. Correct? So I am discussing only about property, not plant and equipment. You have understood with that class that if plant and equipment are for rental to other, then IND As 40 is not covered, IND As 16 will be applicable. Now one doubt will come, sir, why you have mentioned rental to other? Just try to understand, there may be some property which are given on to their employee for concessional rent. So given for rent, but not for earning rental income. So there are two words. It is given held for rental, and here the word is what? For earning rental income. So there is quite possibility that there are some property which are given on rent but not for earning rental income. So that property will be classified as what? PP only. That property will be classified as PP. I hope you are understanding. Therefore, this word is also important. So, can you say any property given to employee at concessional rent, not with an intention to earn rental income, will be covered in which chapter? IND As 16. Have you understood this point? Correct. Plant and equipment you have understood. Plant and equipment you have understood. Now, coming to property, we have understood. Now, we are talking about property which are held for earning rental income or held for capital appreciation. Now, you have understood this property can be held by owner or held by lessee. Held by lessee. Now, this owner can give on lease. This owner can give on lease. The lease can be either operating lease or finance lease. So, this owner is a lessee or lesser? This owner is a lesser. Now, if it is given on operating lease, it means it is for earning rental income. So, it will be classified as what? Investment property. So, this property will be classified as investment property. But if it is given on finance lease, then yes, very good. Then it is not an asset only, because it will be de-recognized from the books of lesser. Understood? It means property which is held by owner, which is given on operating lease, IND As 40 will be applicable. Now, property held by lessee. As which asset? ROU asset. Can you see it can be also subleased as an operating lease or finance lease. So, if it is given on operating lease, it will be classified as what? Investment property, and when it is given on finance lease, it will be automatically de-recognized. So, once again, can I say any property which is held by lessee? So, lessee will become now lesser. Lessee will now become lesser. For which lease? Sublease. And if that sublease is an operating lease, then that ROU asset will be classified as investment property. So, can you see ROU asset can be either classified as PP or it can be also classified as investment property. If it is classified as investment property, then it is covered in which chapter? IND As 40 it is covered. Understood this point? Yes, sir. Now, let us understand. But the land held for capital appreciation, which IND As? 40. Land held for sale in ordinary course of business, IND As 2. Land held for currently undetermined future use, means we are holding some land but we don't know for which purpose it will be used. But then it will what? IND As 40, it will be assumed that it is held for capital appreciation. It will be assumed that it is held for capital appreciation. But if the intention is to use in business, then it can be classified as what? PP also. That depends upon intention also. So, if question is silent, always apply what? IND As 40. Then agriculture land, IND As 40. How IND As 40? Agriculture land, whether it is held for earning rental income, whether it is held for capital appreciation. Agriculture land is held for production of agriculture produce. So, this is what? IND As 16. Apply what? Definition. Common sense not right. Apply definition. IND As 16. Now, please, when I am reading, don't refer that column. Okay, chalega. So, building owned and leased out under operating lease. Building owned, owner, leased out under operating lease. Then what? IND As 40. Building owned and leased out under finance lease. De-recognized, not an asset. Property held as a ROU asset and leased out under operating lease. IND As 40. Property held as an ROU asset and leased out under finance lease. Not an asset. Understood? A building that is vacant, and is held to be leased out under one or more operating lease, means in future it will be given on operating lease. Then what? IND As 40. Property which is being constructed, right now it is not yet constructed, under construction will be used as an investment property. Then IND As 40. Building held for sale in ordinary course of business, IND As 2. Owner occupied property. Owner occupied property means property, plant and equipment, property which is used by owner. So, that is IND As 16. IND As 16. Property constructed on behalf of third party. So, that become contractor. Now, in the books of contractor, IND As 115 will be applicable. So, if I am constructing some property on behalf of other, so that is nothing by my revenue, will generate some revenue out of that. Then which IND As is applicable? IND As 115 will be applicable. Property occupied by employee at a concessional rent, IND As 16. Investment property means initially it was investment property, but now classified as held for sale. Last class we have done. IND As 10 we have, अच्छा IND As 105 we have done ना, अच्छा we'll do today, ठीक है ना. IND As 105 will be attracted. Understood? Means can you say any PP which is classified as held for sale? Any PP classified as held for sale? IND As 105. Intangible asset classified as held for sale. Then investment property classified as held for sale. Inventory classified as held for sale. Inventory is held for sale only, so no need to classify. For inventory, though IND As 2 is applicable. Correct? Understood? So whenever I say IP classified as held for sale, what is not added in that? Ordinary course of business. It means IND As 2 is not applicable. Chalega? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Now coming to special case, there are 3 special cases which is important from exam point of view, and now with MCQs, so of course these 3 cases are important. First is dual use property. Means sometime we can use one property for how many purpose? 2 or more than 2 purpose. So what they want to say, let me say, explain with one example. Suppose there is one property, one building having 2 floors, correct now. First floor is given on rent, second floor is used for business purpose, quite possible. Now what IND As 40 says that if it is separable, both the portion are separable, then apply respective IND As. If both are separable, so how will understand they are separable? So what IND As 40 says that if they are capable of being sold separately, or given on finance lease separately, means can I say given on finance lease means sale only? Means can I say if it is separable, so if it can be sold separately or it can be given on finance lease separately, it means portion are separable, and then apply respective IND As. So when I am saying given on rent, but of which lease? Given on rent to which lease? Operating or finance? Operating lease means actually given on which lease? Operating lease. Then only IND As 40 will be applicable now. But it is capable of being separated, means in future it can be sold either separately or by way of what? Finance lease. Then it is separable, means right now we have not given on finance lease. Right now we have given on which lease? Operating lease. But it can be separated by means of giving in which way? Finance lease. Then it is separable, and then apply IND As 40 and IND As 16. Understood? But sometime what happens? Suppose there is only one ground floor and some portion has been given, it is owner occupied property and it is given on rent, and it is not separable, quite possible, means that portion cannot be sold separately, that portion cannot be given on finance lease separately. Then what will do? So what IND As 40 says that if owner occupied portion is insignificant, for the entire property apply what? IND As 40. So can I say if it is 10%, then so it is insignificant only, correct? Now second example, if I will say suppose this become what? 60% and this become 40%. So this is owner occupied portion, this is given on rent. So in this case I say owner occupied portion is not insignificant. Owner occupied portion is not insignificant. Therefore entire asset will be classified as property, plant and equipment, and IND As 16 will be applicable. I hope you have understood. These 2 examples you have understood. But suppose they have given this 40% is what? 40% is owner occupied portion and this is given on rent. Batao, 40% will be insignificant or not insignificant? Means it is not insignificant. Okay, 40% is also not insignificant. 40% the passing marks in exam, that is significant for us. Yes or no? The 40% is also not insignificant. In this also it will be classified as what? It is owner occupied portion is insignificant or not insignificant? Not insignificant. Therefore entire property will be classified as IND As 40 or IND As 16? IND As 16, not 40. Don't think this percentage. See the words. The owner occupied portion is not insignificant. Means can you see it is only given for temporary reason? Suppose COVID-19 came, so normally it was happened that we were not having any business, only small business we are having because our classes got reduced. So we have given most of the portion where? On rent, we have given most of the portion rent, but we were waiting for what? Unlock. Correct ना? Then after that we started, चलो student आएंगे आएंगे आएंगे, नहीं आ रहे थे. Understood ना? But once they started coming, we start. Tenant, you go out, we'll start our own business. This intention was only for temporary purpose. Understood? Correct? But doubt will come in this situation. Doubt will come in this situation. 25%, 75%. Now 25% is insignificant or not insignificant. Doubt will come. Can you see it is a matter of judgment? Ask management. Therefore, this type of question they will not ask in exam. And if suppose they ask this type of question, I will say both. Give both options. Give both options. If this is the case, this is the answer. This is the case, this is the answer. Ask management. Because the question is not clear now. We are not management. We are student. So whenever you have doubt about any answer now, the best thing write both answers. Best thing write both answer. Understood? But in these three don't write both answer. Huh? Correct? In these three don't write both answer because these are 100% clear. Now I hope you have understood. Can we go? So each portion, a part can be sold separately or leased out under finance lease separately. It means they are separable. If yes, two parts are accounted for separately. If no, if the portion held as OP, OP means what? Owner occupied portion is insignificant, account as an investment property. If the portion held as OP is not insignificant, account for as PP. The word is not insignificant. In exam also write down not insignificant. Don't write down significant. Significant and not insignificant have two different meaning. I will say significant, then you think about 90%. Correct now? Not insignificant has different meaning. English has a funny interpretation. Correct now? So don't write significant in exam. Not insignificant is correct from examination point of view and interpretation point of view. Understood this point? Can I go? Correct? Yes, sir. Now, ancillary service. Sometimes whatever property is given with many services. For example, hotel. Can I say when you go to for hotel accommodation, they will not give only the room. They will also provide many ancillary services. Correct now? Or sometimes whatever you go to some lodge, you know, which will give only one room without any significant services. Without any significant services, doubt will come whether hotel will be classified as investment property or property, plant and equipment. So doubt has been cleared by IND As 40. What they are saying, if any property is given on rent with insignificant services, means the services given are insignificant, then it is what? Investment property. But if the services given are not insignificant, then it will be what? Property, plant and equipment. Therefore, hotel accommodation means hotel building will be always classified as what? PP. Hotel building will be always classified as PP. Lodge, if you have taken any lodge without any significant services or services are insignificant, that will be classified as what? Investment property. That will be classified as investment property. Correct? So property held for rent in which ancillary services are provided. Ancillary services are not insignificant. Apply IND As 16. Ancillary services are insignificant. For example, normally we provide maintenance services, security services. These services are insignificant. Normally with every property will provide these two services. These are not significant services. Therefore such property will be classified as what? IND As means investment property and IND As 40 will be applicable. Correct? Property leased out a group entity. Correct? Important from exam point of view. Important from exam point of view. Correct? Now what they say simply for individual financial statement and separate financial statement. When I say individual financial statement, means individual financial statement is a financial statement entity which is not a parent company. Correct? Means which is not preparing consolidated financial statement. Separate financial statement is a financial statement of any entity which is also preparing what? Consolidated financial statement. This you know. So I will use individual as well as what? Separate financial statement. Understood? And when I say consolidated, that is prepared by whom? Parent entity. Understood? So in individual financial statement or separate financial statement, can you say apply IND As 40 if it meet the definition? Apply IND As 40 if it meet the definition. Means in individual and separate there is no doubt you can do it. But in consolidated financial statement, what they want to say, if the property is within group means used within group for business purpose, production purpose, supply purpose, etc., then it will be always classified as what? PP. It will be always classified as PP. For example, parent company, subsidiary company. Parent company owned one investment property. Owned one property. I'm writing property better. Has been given on operating lease to subsidiary. So this become ROU asset for subsidiary. Correct? Understood? Now this ROU asset is used for production. Correct? So can you say in the separate financial statement of parent company, but it will be classified as what? Investment property. In individual financial statement of subsidiary company, it will be classified as property, plant and equipment. So this ROU asset will be classified as property, plant and equipment. But in consolidated financial statement, it will be classified as PP because it is held within group. Same question is given in MCQ by ICAI. Same question has been given in MCQ by ICAI. Now parent, subsidiary. One more question. Correct. One more question. Suppose S1, S2. It is an owned property given on finance lease. So this become ROU asset. Given on operating lease, this become ROU asset. Are you getting what I am saying? Correct. Have you understood this point? Correct now. And this is used for admin purpose. Quite possible. But in the separate financial statement of parent company, what will be there? It is not a property. In the individual financial statement of S1, investment property. In the individual financial statement of S2, property, plant and equipment. In the consolidated financial statement of parent company, property, plant and equipment. I hope you have understood. Suppose I change the question. This is again sublease to X Limited. Some outsider. Quite possible. Again sublease to some outsider, and this is used for their admin purpose. So change, but in separate financial statement, in IFRS, in their IFRS, PP. Understood? Batao. In consolidated financial statement, बोलो investment property. Understood. चलो understood. मजा आ गया. चलो. Means any question you can do ना. It means you don't require question, you require concept. Don't run behind question, run behind concept. I am giving you concept, then any question you can do. Any question you can do. Any doubt? Doubt is what? In CFS, because can you see it is given on operating lease. Ultimate is what? It is given on operating lease to whom? Outsider. So that property will become what? Investment property. For what? Parent company. Parent company is what? For a group entity. So actually that property was the property of group, now given to outsider on operating lease. So for CFS it become what? Investment property. Understood? Yes sir. Chalo, doubt hai? Puch lo. Now coming to these 3 points are important for MCQs as well as practical questions. MCQs as well as practical questions. Now coming to recognition and measurement. Recognition and measurement super easy. Most of the point is as per IND AS 16. But first let me ask you 2 questions, because normally in these 2 questions student do mistake. Even though you have understood, pata nahi exam mein kya hota hai. Correct? Let me ask you that question. For investment property, but the subsequent recognition is done as per which model? Cost model or only cost model? Only cost model. Correct? Now my question to you are investment property, because they are held for capital appreciation, whether you will charge depreciation on that? Yes or no? Yes. Chalo, theek hai. Correct. In these 2 normally student do mistake. I don't know why. But in exam this small mistake happen. Small mistake happen. So investment property only cost model as per IND AS 16. Cost model as per IND AS 16. So cost model as per IND AS 16 means cost less accumulated depreciation, less accumulated impairment loss. Now come to recognition criteria. Same recognition criteria. It is probable that future economic benefit will flow and the cost can be measured reliably. But can you see now there are 2 type of property in this chapter. One is owned property, one is ROU asset. So whatever is for ROU asset, that will be done as per IND AS 116. So measurement, recognition and measurement of ROU asset will be as per IND AS 116. Only the classification we have done as per this chapter. Only the classification we have done as per this chapter. But ROU asset held by lessee, if it is classified as investment property as per this chapter, will be recognized and measured as per which chapter? IND As 116, correct? So whenever ROU asset is coming, classification we are doing as per IND As 16 and as per IND As 40. But their measurement and recognition we are doing as per IND As 116. Understood? So an investment property held by lessee, go to which chapter? IND As 116. Chalega? Have you understood? So be careful. They will say ROU asset held by lessee classified as investment property, recognition will be done as per which chapter? IND As 40 will be the first option, and IND As 116 will be last option. Correct? So be careful. Be careful. Now measurement and initial recognition, simple separate acquisition. It will be measured initially at its cost. Transaction cost will be included in the cost price. Transaction cost means all the directly attributable expenses. So cost included the cost of purchase investment property comprised of its purchase price, any directly attributable expenditure, for example professional fee, property transfer tax, other transaction costs. Can I say it is very simple? Cost excluded, same thing as per IND As 16, startup cost, operating losses, initial operating losses, abnormal amount of losses. Similar point, no changes. Acquired at deferred credit, same point, the cost price will be equal to present value of all future payment. Interest will be difference between what future payment and present value. Interest will be recognized as an expense over the period of credit unless it is covered under IND As 23. Same thing, rectification. Chalega? Okay. Then investment property held by lessee as an ROU asset, go to which IND As? IND As 116. IP acquired through exchange, same point, cost price will be equal to below fair value of asset given up plus minus cash adjustment or fair value of asset received or fair value of or carrying amount of asset given up plus minus cash adjustment. But if the transaction lacks commercial substance, then cost price will be equal to carrying amount of asset given up plus minus cash. Means can I say you can also teach but don't teach. Okay? You can also teach now after becoming C, but don't teach. There are many other subjects. Okay, na? Subsequent recognition only as per kasam khao, only as per cost model, reason you will ask me, I will not give reason because it is not a regular batch. Entity shall adopt as is accounting policy only what? Cost model to is all investment property. Reason is what? As per IS 40 they have given two model, cost model or fair value model. I have already said revaluation model and fair value model are different. Revaluation model means we will also charge what? Subsequent depreciation and subsequent impairment loss. But IS 40 says only fair value model. Fair value model means it will be recognized at fair value at each reporting date. So either cost or fair value model. And IS 40 used to say the gain or loss will be transferred to PL. MCA thought, array, this gain will be transferred to PL. So any chartered accountant can manipulate the account because fair value is a subjective term. So they deleted that option. But that is not correct. Soon there will be some changes. Soon some changes will come. Correct? Soon some changes will come. I don't know when the changes will come. Correct? But right now it is only what? Cost model. Right now it is only what? Cost. So can you see there is one carve out? However, this is not actually a carve out. This is an option deletion. But you can write down as per IS 40. There is cost model or fair value model. Because I don't know whether this type of question will be asked or not asked. This can be asked in exam. Correct? With MCQs. Understood? Means can I say if I am saying subsequent recognition. So there are three types of investment property now. Investment property. One is investment property means which is nothing but ROU asset held by lessee, and investment property which can be classified as what? Held for sale subsequently. So any investment property which is nothing but ROU asset held by lessee, subsequent recognition will be done as per what? IND As 116. Investment property which is subsequently classified as held for sale will be measured as per IND As 105. So any other investment property, it will be subsequently measured as per cost model given under IND As 16. So IND As 40 says apply cost model as per which IND As? So don't say as per IND As 16 cost model is applicable. As per IND As 40 cost model is applicable, which is as per what? IND As 16 chalega. And cost model means what? Cost less what? Accumulated depreciation less what? Accumulated impairment loss chalega. Yes sir, this much you have understood. So that is only given, you can read. Okay. Now they said the IND As 40 provided fair value model, you have understood, but they have given one point that fair value of each property require separate disclosure in the notes to account. Means can you see, need to measure fair value as per the requirement of IND As 113. Wherever I am saying fair value is measured as per which IND As? IND As 113. So we need to measure as per the requirement of IND As 113 and require a disclosure in what? Notes to account. If you are measuring, why that option was deleted? Why that option was deleted? Correct. Now soon it is going to come, but now as per IND As 40 only recognition as per cost model, disclosure need to be given as per fair value. Correct. So entities are required to measure the fair value of investment property for the purpose of disclosure, even though they are not required to, even though they are required to follow only what? Cost model. Now I don't know whether this point is important or not important, but with the MCQs we always think every point is important. Now there are two situations when investment property is under construction. When investment property is under construction, can I say any investment property is under construction, fair value cannot be measured reliably in that case because it is under construction. How can we measure? So they have given some relaxation. If you are not able to determine fair value, disclose the fact. Disclose the fact. So entity determine the fair value is not reliably measurable for investment property under construction. Correct now? Correct. Then the entity shall measure the fair value of such investment property either when it become reliably measurable or construction is completed, whichever is earlier. So there is no need to measure it if you think that it cannot be measured reliably. But if the investment property is other than the investment property under construction, entity determine that fair value is not measured reliably on a continuous basis, then following disclosures are required. If you are not able to measure fair value reliably for any property which is already constructed, then you should need to give this following disclosure: a description of investment property, explanation why fair value cannot be measured reliably, if possible the range of estimate within which the fair value is likely to fall. Understood? These disclosures are required. I don't know whether it is important or not important. Can be important. This transfer is important. Transfer means what? Reclassification. Can I say, initially the purpose was to held for earning rental income or for capital appreciation. If the purpose changed subsequently, so reclassification required. It is quite possible right now I am holding some building which is given on operating lease. After some year we started some business and we started using for our own business. So it requires reclassification or not? So if purpose change, reclassification required from investment property to PP, or from PP to investment property, or from investment property to inventory, or from inventory to investment property. All reclassification will be done at carrying amount. Simple word. Means reclassification in any chapter will be done at carrying amount. Not every chapter, some chapter it is done at fair value also. But for investment property, PP and intangible asset, whenever we do reclassification is done at what? Carrying amount. Reclassification is done at carrying amount. Can I say when you are doing reclassification at carrying amount, there will be no gain or loss on reclassification? There will be no gain or loss on reclassification. Correct? So simple entry will what? PP account debit to investment property or vice versa. Correct. But can I say once it become inventory, then subsequent depreciation will not be charged? Means initially we are charging depreciation when it was investment property, but once it become inventory, will not charge any subsequent depreciation. Understood this point? Very simple. That is only given. The transfer from one category to another category will be recognized at carrying amount of the asset transferred. Chalega? Yes sir. Now derecognition, very simple. Investment property derecognized on disposal or when no future economic benefit is expected from it. Correct? Any gain or loss on disposal will be transferred to PL. Any gain or loss on disposal will be transferred to PL. Disclosure you can read. You can read by your own. Disclosure I am not reading. Disclosure you can read. However, there is one question given in ICAI study material where they ask you first calculation and then disclosure. Correct now. Can you say, just try to understand. I will just read some disclosure and then I will ask you what is the smart work in exam. Suppose you forget the disclosure. Because kitna yaad rakhenge? Yeah, Atma Paramatma. Atma. But let us read. Accounting policy for measurement of IP. Okay, sir. Accounting policy in every IND As it will come. Correct now. Then criteria to distinguish IP from OP and from property held as inventory. Okay, sir. The extent to which fair value of investment property is based on the valuation by independent valuer who hold professional qualification. Means if you have measured fair value, the fair value should be measured by some experienced independent valuer. If there is no such valuation done, then fact need to be disclosed. The amount recognized in PL for rental income from investment property and direct operating expenses arising from IP. This will be disclosed in SOPL. Correct. The existence and the amount of restriction on the realizability of IP. Contractual obligation to purchase or construct or develop IP. What do you mean by contractual obligation to purchase? It means there is some executory contract and you have done some commitment to purchase some investment property or construct some investment property in future. It will not be recognized in our books of account, but a disclosure required for such commitments. An entity is required to disclose, that is depreciation method used, the useful life or depreciation rate used, the gross book value and accumulated depreciation at the beginning and at the end of the period. This is so in every asset disclosure it is required. A reconciliation of carrying amount of investment property at the beginning and at the end of the period. Fair value of investment property. Now just try to this point, this point, this point, this point, this point. Okay, this point you can disclose only when it is informed in the question. Can you inform without any information in the question? Means if they ask any disclosure point, so they will inform you now whether it is realizable or not, whether there is some contract or commitment or not. It means write down the question in solution for this disclosure. Smart work is what? Just read it. If you forget, so that information will be given where? In the question. And if the question has not given information, can you write down that disclosure for any entity? You can't write. And they will not ask direct question in exam. They will ask only case study based question. They will not ask direct question. You write disclosure about what IND As 40. If they start asking that question, means it become what theory paper na. So they will not never ask direct question. They will give one case study for any entity and they will ask for entity disclose the fact. So that disclosure will be given or not. I will do that question. That is good question, but very simple if you understood the information given in the question. Now this point is always common. This is actually common for what? PP, intangible asset and investment property. So I'll just inform you, if suppose they have given, so normally this type of question they ask to disclose the class of asset in notes to account. So how to disclose? Suppose asset 1, asset 2, asset 3. First you write down gross book value. Gross book value means what? Gross book value means what? Either cost model or revaluation model. So gross book value means what? Either cost price or fair value. Either cost price or fair value, depending upon which model you have opted. Which model you have opted. So first write down opening balance, then plus purchase, then minus sale, then plus minus revaluation gain or loss, revaluation gain or loss. Understood? During the year, revaluation gain or loss during the year. Okay, this become the closing balance. This become closing balance of gross book value. Understood this point? Correct. Then write down accumulated depreciation. Accumulated depreciation. In this you write down opening balance plus depreciation during the year minus depreciation adjustment for sale or for revaluation. Understood this point? Any depreciation adjustment for sale or for revaluation. If you remember, for revaluation we have eliminated all the past accumulated depreciation. Remember? So that depreciation adjustment it require also to be done. So that is minus. And then it become closing balance of accumulated depreciation. So if you give this as A, this as B, this is C and this is D. Then we write down net book value. I don't have place. Then net book value write down. Net book value will be what? Opening balance will be what? A minus C. And closing balance will be what? B minus D. In this you will present. So I have given in one format all. This is important from exam point of view, and normally students are not able to present in exam. This type of question, normally they are not able to present it. They know everything, but they are not able to present it. Understood? Correct? Understood? Be careful for investment property. There is only cost model. For investment property only is cost model. So I have just given for all asset in one format. Understood? Chalega. What is your doubt? The land is not a depreciable asset. So investment property land will not be depreciable. I said land or building. Now the building portion will depreciate. I said depreciation will be as per IND As 16. As per IND As 16, land is what? Not a depreciable asset. Same thing will apply here. So depreciation we are not discussing in this chapter. Apply all the concept of IND As 16. Understood? SLM, RBM, PUM, whatever you have done, everything will be applied. Everything will be applied. Correct? Any more doubt? Any doubt? Chalega? Yes, sir. So I think disclosure, with this we have understood how to disclose. How to disclose. Let me take one question which have been given in ICAI study material, and that is not yet asked, and from my point of view that is a question which is expected. Question 11 is expected in exam. This is super easy question, but with one point a student will do mistake. Let's see whether you are doing that mistake or not. Let's see you are doing that mistake or not. In this only one point, we need to identify only that point where we can do mistake. Chalo. Soria Limited own building A, which is specifically used for the purpose of earning rental. The company has not been using the building A or any of its facility for its own use for a long time. The company is also exploring the opportunity to sell the building if it get a reasonable amount in consideration. But it is PP or investment property. So we are doing which chapter? So it will be investment property, na sir. In exam, all chapters are revolving. Not only one not only all chapters. Paper 1, why you know it is difficult? It is not difficult because it is paper 1. It is difficult because it is first paper. And you have 8 or now the 6 subject. You have 6 subject in your mind. Means 6 subject and nothing has been deleted till now. Once exam done, delete. Correct now. But now 6 subject now. Now suppose they ask this question, you need to process now where it is. You process it. So 6 subject, go to FR, that chapter, that concept, and then take out. So it will take more time. And therefore in paper 1 become what? Lengthy question paper. Lengthy question paper. Normally everyone will say about paper 1. I have never heard about other papers much. Paper 1, everyone says lengthy paper, lengthy paper. It was easy, but lengthy paper. It was easy, but array, if it is easy, how it can be lengthy? Understand why it become lengthy? Because process time will be more. Got it? That you need to work on. Following information is relevant for building A for the year ending 31st March 2020. Anyone who have done this question before? Not done? Those who have done, keep silent. Building A was purchased 5 years ago at a cost of rupees 10 crore and building life is estimated to be 20 years. The company follows straight line method for depreciation. During the year, the company has invested in another building with purpose to hold it for capital appreciation. The building B is also what? The property was purchased on 1st April 2019 at a cost of rupees 2 crore. Expected life of building is what? 40 years. So this building was how much? 20 years. As usual, the company follows straight line method of depreciation. Further, during the year 1920, the company earned or incurred following direct operating expenditure related to building A and building B. Rental income from A and B. This is rental income. Then they have given some direct operating expenses. The company does not have any restriction and contractual obligation against building A and building B. But this is what? Disclosure requirement. They have given a write down this point. Write down this point. No contractual obligation. Simple now. For complying with the requirement of IND As, the management sought an independent report from the specialist so as to ascertain the fair value of building A and B. Disclosure requirement or not? Independent party. The independent valuer has valued a fair value property as per the valuation model method recommended by International Valuation Standard Committee. The fair value has been computed by the method by streamlining the present value of future cash flow, namely discounted cash flow method. This is also required. Method need to be disclosed. The other key input for the valuation are as follow. The estimated rent per month. However, this is the disclosure requirement as per IND As 113. You need to also disclose what assumption you have taken for the measurement of fair value. Can you see whatever is given, write down? Assumption they have given now. If you forget, then also write down as a disclosure. Yes or no? So they have given some assumption. Estimated rent per month. This is the assumption taken. Assume that fair value of property based on discounted cash flow method is measured at 10.5 crore. This is the disclosure requirement of fair value of property. What will be the treatment of building A and building B in the balance sheet of Soria Limited? They ask this question in the balance sheet because since you know that you are not good in presentation. You are not good in presentation. You are good in working. You can calculate depreciation. But once come to presentation point, now you will either take more time or you will not be able to present as per the requirement of ICAI. You will not follow the format. You will do some small mistake, and they are there to deduct marks. They are there to deduct marks. One thing, just try to understand. One thing I just want to say: there is no standard for paper checking. There is no standard rules for paper checking, and we are living in one particular means there is one process, and everyone is giving exam in that process. Everyone is giving exam in that process now. And whenever there is some process, there will be some standard rules, and they are following their standard rules. And if we are not following that rules, the marks will be deducted. I will say, I am always from a student point of view. I am not saying against student point of view, but I will say, forget everything, prepare for exam. Forget everything, prepare for exam. Don't discuss anything. Only prepare for exam. I will say target for 90, because if you target for 50, you will never achieve 50. Students who are targeting 50 or 60, they will not be able to achieve what that marks. Target 90. Target 90, so somehow you will come to 50 marks. When I was student, in every subject I was targeting 90. Only in FRI I got 90. I got 90 now. But in other subject, ask me. I was targeting law 90, I got 45. Bach gaya na. I was targeting how much? 90, I got what? 45. Correct? In audit, I got 54. In costing, I got 48. Pass ho gaya na. So I was targeting in costing also 90 only. It does not mean I was not targeting that. My target was high. I prepared for that target, and then I got what? 48. So then I got 48. But if you target for 50 or 60, will you get 48? Not possible. Not possible. So you fix your target at high level. You fix your target at high level. Normally when I ask the student, they will say, I am preparing for exemption. Why only exemption? Prepare for 90 marks now. So target be high. So your target should be what? I have said 70%, but your target should be 90 marks. Your target should be 90 marks. Why I have not said in this revision batch 90%? You know, because otherwise saying, array, how it is possible 90 marks? How it is possible 90 marks? Therefore, because in this revision batch it is open for everyone. I am saying 70 plus. But if you come to my regular class, I will say 90 marks. I will never say 70 marks. Target high, you will achieve somehow 50. So your target should be what? 90 marks in all subjects. Prepare for that target. Prepare for that target. Then only you can achieve marks. So this is ICAI know that students are weak in this because they don't practice that much, and let us exploit them. Understood? Now let's see. Provide detailed disclosure and computation in line with the relevant Indian accounting standard. Treat it if you are preparing a separate note or schedule of the given asset in the balance sheet. Dekho, just why they have given this requirement now? In exam you'll see requirement, or Bob, disclosure, computation, preparing separate note. Leave this question. Mind game in exam hall. This is only mind game. They are troubling you in exam hall. This much question. Let us go to some other question. Normally student will skip. Understood? So have patience, have trust on yourself, have faith on yourself, and write whatever you know. Correct? 90% time you'll do correct. Now I hope you have understood. Now what happened now? The second mistake, what a student do? You have read the question with me? You have read the question? How many of you have understood? Achha, if you have done this question before, then you will say understood. How many are doing for the first time this question? Chalo. Those who are doing for the first time, how many of you have understood? Not understood? I have read. You have also read. You have not understood now. In exam also this will happen. You read, you will not be able to understand only. You read again, then again, then again. Time over. So what you should do? One more time I am saying. Now once I read, you also start reading. And you will understand when you start writing in your answer paper. Means you should do start like this. So I am reading now. Surya Limited own a building A, which is specifically used for the purpose of earning rental. The company has not been used the building A or this first para is of no expression. Following information is relevant for the year ended 31st March. This date is relevant. So what you should do? 31st March 2020. You have the answer paper. Write down here. Start writing with me. You write down this is the year ended 31st March 2020. Okay? Start writing like this. Understood? Abhi I am reading for the first time for you. You got one date. Whatever date and amount are relevant. Date and amount are relevant. So that date and amount you should focus. You should focus on date and amount. Understood? Then what? Building A was purchased 5 years ago. Okay, sir. 5 years ago. So 5 years ago. So मान लो this is 5 years. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. For cost of rupees 10 crore. So what is the cost price? Write down cost price is equal to 10 crore. Yes, sir. Then the useful life is estimated how much? 20 years. Write down useful life how much? 20 years. Okay, sir. The company follows straight line method. Okay, sir. SLM. Okay, sir. Correct. Then what? During the year, the company has invested in another building. Achha, this was another building with the purpose to hold it capital appreciation, investment property. The property was purchased on 1st April 2019. So 1st April 2019, one building B was purchased. So this was A. What is the cost price? Cost price how much? How much? 2 crore. This was 10 crore, na? 2 crore. Then what is given? Useful life is 40 years. Because I know everything, huh? I know useful life is 40 years because I am doing, I think 1000 times. So I am just reading for your purpose. You are not drawing. Draw, Ray. Draw. Draw. This is only bad habit. You know bad habit? This is the bad habit. A teacher is drawing and you are not drawing. You think I am so. Be student. Be student. Remain student. Remain, behave like a student. CA Inter used to write everything. Therefore, you pass CA Inter exam. CA final, you are not writing everything because you become auditor. Kata, 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 kata. They will also give marks kata, 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 kata like this. Behave, behave, behave. Understood what I am saying? Correct? These all are important. These all points are important. This actually we forgotten in CA final. We forgotten. Write everything. Make a writing habit. Most of the students fail because they don't write. Because they don't write. Understood? Correct? I am writing now. You also write. You also write. Don't feel bad. I am like this only. Huh? Okay. Further, during 1920, acha, they have used straight line method. Write down straight line method. Straight line method. Only one question I will do like this. Huh? Next question I will not draw timeline. During the year 1920, the company earned. So during the year 1920 means this year, they have earned some rental income. You can write rental income. This is not required to write down because you will understand direct information is given here. So don't write everything because that will be wastage of time. The company, these are disclosure requirement to just highlight all the disclosure requirement 1, 2 like this and you have understood disclosure requirement done. So all the relevant information written. This is relevant for the solution. Just try to understand. If you are not writing this, so again and again you need to go and check the information. And normally what happens, this question will be in 3 pages in ICAI question paper. Same question will be in 3 pages. So this, some wrong information you will take. One wrong information you have taken, game is over. So that mistake is what I will say the worst mistake in exam. You know everything, but you are taking wrong information. Who will save you? No one will save you now. So that you need to work on. How to write correct information exam, and this can be done only by reading the question carefully and writing all the information in paper. So can we write down this? Yes, you can write down this. Start with this, like this question number 1 written. Suppose whatever question number 1, and then you do like this and write down this is only analysis of question, and then start main solution after this. No one will give extra mark for this. No one will deduct marks for this. Understood? Chalega? But this will help you. Now only one point you can do mistake. I will ask one question because that point I have not explained you. Once again I am reading. If you have understood that point, this question is very easy. What they have given? Following is the information relevant for building A for the year ended 31st March 2020. Then they have given building A was purchased 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Understood? Apply your common sense. Don't answer as per this timeline. Now this 5 year will be calculated from 31st March ki from 1/4. 31st March ki 1/4. 31st March. Because I have drawn from 31st March, because of that reason you are saying. Because you have already drawn 5 years. Because of that reason you are saying. You have applied your common sense. So how many are saying from 1st April? You have done this question before? He is saying, well, this is my student, regular class student. Correct now. I stress this point bar. Everyone is wrong. Everyone is wrong. Game is over. Means, but this is conceptual mistake or information mistake? But this is information mistake, English mistake, or what? Means you need to be good in English, and I am not teaching you English. Am I right or not? Am I right or not? Means this will start from 1/4/2019, not from 31st March 2020. Even though you have done this question before, then also you have done this mistake in the class. Same thing will happen in exam hall. If you will not identify, so if this type of mistake happen, what you should do? Everyone will do this mistake before exam. Even I am a student now, I will say from 31st March 2020. I will also say that if I am a student, but I am a good student. I want to become CA in this last attempt. What I will do? Samajhna. I am a good student and I want to become CA in this attempt because I don't have any other attempt. I don't have time. I don't have option. I want to earn money. I want to earn more money. Yes or no? So I want to become CA in this attempt. So what I will do? I will write down like this. What I will do? I will also do mistake. I will say star mark, and before exam I will revise this. The entire question is not relevant. Only this point is relevant. And if you will not revise this point in exam, before exam, same question will come and you will do same mistake. Because in exam, every question is new question. But can you say immediately before exam, just last 2 hours, 4 hours, if you have revised all this point and the same question is coming, can you say there is a high chances you will not do mistake? Then also you can do mistake, but high chances you will not do mistake. Highly probable you will not do mistake. That you need to find out. This is your job. So when you are doing questions, just find out which question require revision, which para require revision, which sentence require revision, which concept require revision. Because the question which you have understood by your own, that does not require multiple time revision. Understood? So in this I think so, everything is clear. Only this point a student will do mistake, and if you can highlight these and revise just before exam, so in exam you will be saved. Understood? Now this question is easy. You want me to do or you can do it? You can do it, na? Dekho confidence aa raha, you can do it. So this is 5 years from here. 5 years. Means can I say you need to find out opening balance of this? So 10 crore divide by 20 into 5. Batao, what is the accumulated depreciation? 2.5. Can you say next year what will be depreciation for this? 0.5. And for building B, the depreciation will be what? 2 crore divided by 40 is equal to how much? 0.05. This is the depreciation. Correct? If you have worked out this, the question become very easy. What they have given, I am come to solution. The gross amount. Opening balance was what? 12 crore, means 10 crore. Opening balance, purchase how much? 2 crore. It become 12 crore. Presentation which I have given. If you are not giving this presentation, so whether they will give mark? Even though your answer is correct. So your answer is correct, but not as per ICAI. So don't fight, don't cry. You need to write down in this format only, because this is the actual format. Correct? Then closing balance is this. Then depreciation opening balance was how much? 2.5. But depreciation of current year, A is 0.5, B is 0.05. That becomes 0.55. This becomes total depreciation. This becomes net balance. This net balance will come in the balance sheet. They have not drawn extract of balance sheet. However, we should draw extract of balance sheet also. Correct? Understood? Then they have given SOPL extract, rental income they have given. They have given less direct all operating expenses, whatever is given. Then depreciation also deducted. This become profit from earning from investment property. This is required as per what? Disclosure requirement. Correct. Then they have given disclosure note. You can give point wise, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. Write down the question only. All the disclosure. So can you see this question will come for 12 marks. Simple or not? But if you write properly, I have taken my time in this. I just want to inform you how to write, that you need to understand. For that, thoda sa practice required. Thoda sa practice required. Chalo. Now I will not take much time in other question. This is also one beautiful question. 10 which is not in arc. X Limited is engaged in the construction. You will start drawing timeline. Huh? Timeline. I will not draw. Construction industry and prepay his financial statement up to 31st March every year. On 1st April 2013, X Limited purchased a large property consisting of land for 2 crore and immediately began to lease the property to Y Limited on an operating lease. This became what? Investment property. Annual rental was 20 lakh per annum. On 31st March 2017, the fair value of property was 2 crore 60 lakh. Under terms of lease, Y Limited was able to cancel the lease by giving 6-month notice in writing to X Limited. Y Limited gave the notice on 31st March 2017 and vacated the property on 30th September 2017. Understood? Correct? On 30th September 2017, the fair value of property is 2 crore 90 lakh. On 1st October, means next day. 1st October means next day. X Limited began to convert the property into 10 separate flats of equal size, which X Limited intend to sell in the ordinary course of business. Means reclassification from investment property to investment inventory. X Limited spent a total of 60 lakh on the conversion project between 30th September to 31st March. Okay, this is conversion cost of conversion as per IND As 2. Cost of conversion as per IND As 2. The project was incomplete on 31st March 2018. So, this is what? This inventory is raw material, WIP, or finished goods. WIP. It is WIP. But how to calculate NRV of WIP? Estimated selling price of finished goods less estimated selling expense of finished goods less estimated cost to complete. Estimated cost to complete. And the directors of X Limited estimate that they need to spend further 40 lakh to complete the project. This is estimated cost to complete. After which each floor could be sold for 50 lakh. This is estimated selling price of one floor. How many floor? Sorry. How many flat? 10 flat. So 50 lakh into 10 means how much? 5 crore. Examine and show how this event would be reported in the financial statement of X Limited for the year ended 31st March 2018 as per IND As. So guys, whatever fair value information given, that is not relevant. Because investment property fair value is not relevant. We should also write down one note that in the financial statement for the particular year we should disclose the fair value. But as on 31st March 2018, this is no more investment property. That disclosure is also not required. Correct? Understood? Can I say on the date of classification? The carrying amount of investment property was 2 crore only. because it was land, and land is not a depreciable asset. Land is not a depreciable asset. 2 crore. So it will become inventory at 2 crore only. So it will become inventory at 2 crore. Then how much conversion cost? 60 lakh. So 2 crore 60 lakh. The cost price of WIP is how much? 2 crore 60 lakh. We need to find out what? NRV of WIP. So NRV will be 5 crore. Selling expense is not given, but cost to complete is given. How much given cost to complete? 40 lakh. So 5 crore minus 40 lakh. How much? 4 crore 60 lakh. What was the cost price? 2 crore 60 lakh. What is the NRV? What is NRV? 4 crore 60 lakh. Whichever is lower. So we'll take 2 crore 60 lakh. That will be inventory disclosed in the financial statement of that year. Understood? Under current asset. And can rental income of 6 months will come? Because after 6 months it was vacated. The rental income of entire year was how much? 20 lakh. So for half year it become 10 lakh. That will be part of what? SOPL. In SOPL it will be shown as other income, or any other income. Means if it is revenue, so it can be shown as revenue also. Understood? Revenue means if it is the ordinary business, it will become a revenue. But normally if question is silent, you can disclose in other income. Chalega. That is only given. You can read it. You can read it. Correct? Okay, sir. So with this, I have done IND As 40. IND As 40 is this much only. This question were a good question I have taken because of that reason. Other question, whatever is given, you can do all questions by your own once you have understood what? Once you have understood this chapter. So IND As 40 is completed from my point of view. Any doubt you have? No doubt. Chalo. Now we'll come to IND As 41. IND As 41. Biological asset means agriculture. IND As 41 means agriculture. The title is agriculture. Okay. Now, IND As 41. First we need to understand the scope of IND As 41. Scope of this chapter. So this chapter is applicable to biological asset. Biological asset means what? Living animal and living plant, but other than bearer plant, but related to agricultural activity. Related to agricultural activity means, can I say any biological asset which are not related to agricultural activity? IND As 41 is not applicable. For example, you purchase one dog for security purpose, which will be used in your business only. Quite possible. Quite possible now. You purchase one dog for security reason. So that dog will be covered in which chapter? Expense. Batao. Chalo, let us come to IND As 16 definition. IND As 16 says what? It is a PP held for production, not applicable. Held for supply, not applicable. Held for rental, not applicable. Held for admin purpose. Admin purpose is a wider term. Correct? But one doubt will come, sir, how IND As 16 is applicable? Biological asset is outside the scope of this chapter. One doubt will come. So we have an IND As 8 also. IND As 8 says that whenever you have a doubt about the application of an IND As, then you need to form your own accounting policy. You need to develop your own accounting policy. So first find out, is there any similar IND As related to that transaction? Second is IND As 16 is similar only. It is held for admin purpose. Therefore, IND As 16 is applicable as per the requirement of IND As 8. As per the requirement of IND As. But IND As 41 is not applicable. Why? Because it is not related to agriculture activity. But now you'll ask me, sir, what do you mean by agriculture activity, sir? First, sir, define what? Agricultural activity. So we'll come to that point. Then it is also applicable to agriculture produce at the point of. Now you'll ask me, sir, what do you mean by harvesting? At the point of harvesting. So at the point of harvesting, only this IND As 41 is applicable. Means after harvesting, IND As 41 is not applicable to any agricultural produce. It is also applicable to government grant related to living animal and living plant other than bearer plant. So any government grant related to living animal and living plant other than bearer plant will be covered under IND As 41. Otherwise go to what? IND As 20. IND As 20. Understood? Correct. Now, can I say in this way, IND As 41 is not applicable to bearer plant? It is not applicable government grant related to beer plant. It is not applicable to any land related to agriculture activities because IND As 16 will be applicable for that land, agriculture land. Correct. Can I say intangible asset which are related to agriculture activities? Suppose you acquire some intangible asset which will be used for your agriculture business. That is also IND As 41 is not applicable. IND As 38 will be applicable. This is only a clarification given so that in exam we don't do mistake. Correct. Now to come into this chapter, can is the first we need to understand what is the meaning of agriculture. Without that meaning we cannot come into this chapter. Correct. So what do you mean by agriculture? Very good definition has been given. It refers to a management by entity. It refers to a management by entity. Means can I say any unmanaged source of activity is not what? Agriculture activity. Means if you are doing some activity but that is not managed, so that is not agriculture activity. That is not agriculture activity. Some management, but what to manage? What to manage? So they are saying management of biological transformation and harvesting. Means you are performing management of what? Biological transformation and harvesting. Both. It is and, not or. So it means if you are managing biological transformation or harvesting of biological asset, means to understand this definition we need to go to the meaning of what? Biological transformation and harvesting. So what do you mean by biological transformation? Biological transformation means it consists of some process. It consists of process, and that process may be of growth or degeneration or procreation or production. Means it is a process of growth. Growth means what? Increase or decrease in quality. Increase or decreasing quality. Either increase or decrease. Or degeneration. Degeneration means increase or decreasing my mistake. Growth means what? Increase in quality as well as quantity. Increasing quality as well as quantity. When I say degeneration means decrease in quality as well as quantity. Understood this to mind? Correct. Second, procreation. Procreation means creation of additional biological acid. Creation of additional biological acid. For example, a cow will give what? Calf. So calf is what? Additional biological acid from cow. So that process is also known as agricultural activity. Correct. Or production of any agricultural produce. For example, if you slaughtered any animal to generate some what? Meat, etc. Correct now. I am a pure vegetarian, but I will give this example to explain this point. So that meat, whatever you have produced, or whatever is the carcasses we say normally, that is what produce. That is what agriculture produce. Understood now? So that is production of agricultural produce. That process will be also known as what? Biological transformation. Understood? Growth, degeneration, procreation, production. That causes either qualitative changes or quantitative changes of any biological acid. So that process is known as what? Biological transformation. Now let us come to the meaning of harvesting. Harvesting is simple. Harvesting is detachment of agriculture produce from biological acid. For example, mango tree, if you detach mango from mango tree, that is known as harvesting. If you detach mango from mango tree, so that point is known as point of harvesting. Or cessation of biological acid life. When you cease the life of any biological acid, that process is known as what? Harvesting. That process is known as harvesting. Understood? Correct. Now let us come to this point. One second. If you have understood biological transformation and harvesting, it refers to management of what? Biological transformation and harvesting of biological acid for three purpose. Either for sale, or for conversion into agriculture produce, or for sale of or conversion into additional biological acid. So there is three objectives: either for sale, or for conversion into agriculture produce, or conversion into additional biological acid. This become agriculture activity. Means suppose you manage some animal for recreational activity, for example circus. You are doing management, but whether it is an agriculture activity. You are managing some animal for recreational activity. You are managing there also, na? That is the super management. Correct? So they are also managing, but for recreational purpose. No, it is not an agriculture activity, because only these three purpose: for sale, of a conversion understood? Have you understood that that is not a agriculture activity? For example, you are doing fishing in a river. Have you done something, seen this thing? Correct. So whether, because that is also what you are catching and then selling in what, in the market, not for consumption, for selling it in the market. Quite possible now we are catching and then going to the market and sale, whether that is an agriculture activity. Why no? Now manage what? Manage, why? I am doing management. I am standing like this doing management, giving food also. That is manage. But can you see, it is only managed source of harvesting, but not biological transformation. We are not engaged in what? Biological transformation. We are not engaged in biological transformation. So both should be there, biological transformation and harvesting. For example, we have created some artificial pond. You know about aquaculture? Artificial pond, and there we are growing sea animal. There we are growing sea animal. So that is what harvest, biological transformation as well as what? Harvesting. Therefore that will become what? Agriculture activity. That will become agriculture activity. I hope Tura you have understood. Now let us come to what? Let us come to what? Examples. These examples are important for MCQs, etc. So manage breeding program animal. Manage breeding program. Batao. IND As 41 applicable, not applicable? Manage breeding program of animal. Breeding means what? Procreation. Breeding means procreation. Correct. Batao. Applicable, not applicable? Don't see this, huh? I can't hide. 41 na? Growing plant for producing drugs. Growing drugs means what? Not that drugs. Drugs means medicine, huh? Okay. Growing plant for producing drugs. Bolo. Applicable. Managing livestock. Applicable. Forestation. Forestation. Forestation does not mean natural forest. We do artificial forestation. We grow artificial forest. Correct now. That is managed source of biological transformation. We are engaged in biological transformation of all the plant and harvesting also for what? Sale, etc. only. So this is what agricultural activity. 41 is applicable. Deforestation. Can I say there is no biological transformation? So if you have received a contract for deforestation, so there is no biological transformation and therefore it is not applicable. Annual cropping or perennial cropping means seasonal cropping. Yes, it is applicable. 41 is applicable. Cultivating orchids. Orchid means flower. 41 applicable. Floriculture. Yes. Aquaculture. Fishing in the ocean. Managing animal related recreational activity. Nature breeding of animal in zoo. No, na. Managing animal shelter. Animal shelter means you are managing animal shelter with for animal only. Correct na. Animal will come, you will engage in biological transformation, etc. Correct na. So that will be also what? 41 will be applicable. Animal held for security purpose, not applicable. Correct. So this type of question can be now asked in MCQ format. MCQ format. Correct. Then recognition measurement. Recognition measurement is very simple for this chapter. Very, very simple. Correct. Now what they are saying, it will be recognized when 3 conditions satisfied. Till now how many conditions? 2, 2, 2. For the first time we are receiving 3. You'll forget. In exam they'll forget not. 2, 2, 2. So which is superior? In every IND As you are doing 2 conditions now. In this 3 conditions. And therefore they will ask this type of MCQ. Are you getting what I am saying? So similar condition, but they have given 3 conditions. You need to memorize these 3 conditions. Here there are 3 conditions. The entity control the asset as a result of past event. This is added. This is intentionally added for biological assets. Now can I say for PP control can be identified easily? Correct now. For intangible asset also control can be identified. But for biological asset, how to identify control? How to identify the control? Therefore a special point is added. A special point has been added. You need to also sure about control. If there is no control, it is not your biological asset. Normally what happens, what they are saying, whenever any animal you have purchased for agriculture activities, or any new animal has been born, so normally that type of entity will do some branding, yes, will do some marking on that animal. This belongs to this person, 001, 002, 003, and the company name or the individual name is written. If you are in remote area, you are from remote area, any village. For example, I am also from a small area, I know these things. You are from some small area? So you have seen that there are some cattle will come with some branding, with some marking 001, 002. It means that person has a control over that word, that biological asset. So they are saying that control over biological asset or agriculture produce may be evidenced by legal ownership or right to control. For example, legal ownership of the cattle and the branding or otherwise marking of cattle on acquisition, birth or winning. Means some marking will be done. So that will give indication, yeah, evidence of what? Control. Evidence of control. Understood? Now legal ownership as well right to control. Now any PP in which we have a right to control, IND As 116 will be applicable. Correct. Any intangible asset in which we have right to control, IND As 116 will be applicable. Any investment property in which we have right to control, IND As 116 will be applicable. But any biological asset in which we have right to control, IND As 41 is applicable. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Yes, sir. Now these 2 points are similar. It is probable that future economic benefit associated will flow and the fair value or cost of the asset can be measured reliably. What has been added? Fair value, because in this chapter the initial recognition can be done at fair value. Therefore there is a fair value or cost can be measured reliably. Or cost can be measured reliably. So be focused about these 2 points, control and fair value. Understood? Now measurement criteria. Very simple. What they said, initial and subsequent recognition. Initial recognition will be at fair value less cost to sale. Subsequent will be also fair value less cost to sale. Understood? Initial recognition will be done at what? Fair value less cost to sale. Subsequent recognition will be done at what? Fair value less cost to sale. Super easy. You will never forget. Correct? Now, what do you mean by fair value? In this chapter, I need to go to IND As 113. I need to explain some point of IND As 113 because in exam they are asking that type of question. Now, fair value means what? Market price minus what? Transportation cost. Very good. You remember? Very good. I love this type of student. Transportation cost. Understood? So market price minus transportation cost is what? Fair value. So this becomes fair value. And from this, when you deduct transaction cost, that become what? Fair value less cost to sale. Now fair value means what? From the point of view of sale. Means actually fair value can be calculated in 2 ways. This will do in IND As 113. Correct now. So fair value can be actually calculated in 2 ways, either from purchase point of view or from sale point of view. For example, I want to find out a fair value of this mobile. So I will say at what price it can be purchased in the market. Means similar mobile can be purchased at what price, or similar asset can be sold at what price. So fair value is from sale point of view, not from purchase point of view. तो बताओ यहाँ transaction cost is cost of purchase या cost to sell? Cost to sell, not cost to purchase. Understood? In exam they may give you both cost to purchase as well as cost to sell. What we are deducting? Cost to sell, and therefore the name is what? Fair value less cost to sell. Understood? Have you understood? So here transportation cost, it become fair value. When you deduct cost to sell, it become fair value less cost to sell. Correct? Suppose you acquired cost price at ₹100, fair value is equal to 100, and cost to sell is equal to 10 initially. Correct? This is the information given. Normally, can I say when you acquire? So normally we acquire fair value only. So on acquisition date, in normal circumstances, cost price and fair value will be same. In normal circumstances, are you getting? So normally these 2 information will be same. Means if the fair value is not given on the date of acquisition, so what assumption you will take? It is equal to cost price. Whenever fair value information is not given in the question, always assume it is equal to what? Cost price. Whatever consideration you have paid. Whatever consideration you have paid. Understood this point? Yes, sir. So in this case, batao, initial recognition biological asset will be initially recognized at what amount? 90. But how much payment you have done? 100. So difference will be known as what? Loss on initial measurement, and it will be transferred to PL 10 rupees. Understood? It will be transferred to PL, not to OCI, not to revaluation surplus. Nothing where. It will be transferred to PL. Any gain or loss in this chapter will be always transferred to PL. The subsequent recognition, suppose again the fair value is now 150 and the cost to sale is now 10. So this become 140. So how much increase? 50. So once again will pass one journal entry, biological asset increased by 50, and that will become gain on subsequent measurement transfer to PL 50. Super easy. Super easy. Now sometime what happened? Sometime what happened? A new calf will be born. Means new baby, new animal baby is born. So cost price 0. Cost price cannot be measured reliably, and because of this reason they have said that initial recognition will be done at fair value less cost of sale. Understood what I am saying? Because of this reason, because there are many biological assets for which cost cannot be measured reliably. Understood? But we know the fair value. Let us assume fair value is equal to 100 and cost to sale is equal to 10. So this become 90. So what journal entry will do? Biological asset how much? 90, and entire gain will be transferred to PL immediately. Entire gain will be transferred to PL immediately. Correct? Understood? Now, suppose this is mango tree. This is mango tree. Understood? This is IND As 16 applicable. Bolo yes or no? Because BRF plant, it is a BRF plant. But agriculture produce, the agriculture produce na. Mango is an agriculture produce. Now, suppose this is the point of time when you detach what? Mango from mango tree. It is harvesting. So this become agriculture produce at the point of harvesting. Agriculture produce at the point of harvesting. So at this point of time 41 is applicable. IND As 41 is applicable. So once the point of harvesting comes, then IND As 41 is applicable. If it is not harvested, it is a part of what? BRF plant. It is a part of BRF plant. I hope you are understanding my emotions. Correct? Yes? Yes or no? So once you harvested, what they say, this initial recognition of this agriculture produce at the point of harvesting will be done at what? Fair value less cost to sale. Suppose fair value is equal to 10 rupees, cost to sale is equal to, let us, 1. So this become fair value less cost to sale 1. What journal entry will do? What journal entry? Can you see this will become inventory? Inventory account debit to gain. Gain will be transferred to PL. Understood this point? Correct? Suppose this date was, let us assume this date was 1/2/2023. Harvesting was done on 1st Feb. Now 31st March came. 31st March came. But this inventory, which IND As will be applicable? IND As 2 will be applicable. IND As 2 will be applicable. I hope you have understood this point. So can you say on once it is harvested, after harvesting IND As 2 will be applicable because it will be held for sale or held for consumption. Either it will be held for sale or held for consumption. Am I right or not? So this will become your inventory. This will become your inventory. IND As 2 will be applicable. Now IND As 2 will say the cost price or NRB, whichever is lower. So cost price is what? 9. So what IND As 41 says that this fair value less cost to sale will become 9 for, sorry, this fair value less cost to sale become cost price for application of what? IND As 2, for application of IND As 2, for application of IND As 2, and then determine what? NRB as per which IND As? IND As 2. Whether fair value less cost to sale and NRB are same? Both are different. Both are different. So NRB will be given in the question. Suppose given what? 10. So what is the value? 9. As per IND As 2. Understood? Have you understood this point? Correct. Now, just try to understand what they want to say. What they want to say is, suppose you purchase any biological asset, but initially the fair value was not determinable. Quite possible. Fair value was not determinable. Normally, because I am not expert in agriculture, means I have done agriculture for the first time when IND As 40 were introduced in my life. Correct na? But can I say I have never done audit for agriculture? Frankly speaking. So whatever I have understood from books and asking my all the friends who are in other EY etc. Correct na? So I have gathered many information. What is this chapter? Because I teach na. So I have thoda sa, I will say, less understanding about agriculture. So you may be better because if you are from agriculture background, so you know better than me. You know better than me. So can I say any biological asset, the fair value will be determined only when it will have an active market. An active market will come when that animal become matured, which is when it can be used for that particular purpose. For example, cow. So calf, it might happen fair value is not understood. It might happen. Correct? Because can I say calf may be used after some time, either for agriculture or for milk purpose, etc., etc., etc. Are you getting what I am saying? So fair value can be determined only when it becomes matured. Quite possible or not? Means it's quite possible initially you are not able to determine the fair value, and at this point of time you are able to determine the fair value. Quite possible or not? Now the question is that at what value it will be measured. So what IND As 41 says that there is a rebutable presumption that fair value of such asset can be measured reliably. But if suppose fair value cannot be measured reliably initially, then such biological asset will be measured as per cost model, as per IND As 16. Means if the fair value cannot be measured reliably, the first you apply what? Cost model, and यहाँ पर what? Fair value model, not revaluation model. It is what? Fair value model. Understood this point? Correct. Means cost model means as per IND As 16. As per IND As 16 means cost price less what? Less what? Everything will apply till fair value can be measured reliably. Understood? Till now this point has not been asked in exam. Till now. But I am sure that sometime they will ask to kill you. No question has been given of this nature also, but important point. Understood this point? This point you have understood? Now one doubt will come. Sir, suppose initially you were knowing fair value, but after some time, quite possible now you are not able to measure fair value reliably. This situation may arise. So IND As 41 says no. Once you have adopted fair value, now you can't go to cost model. Means cost model can be only applied initially, not after application of fair value. So if you can't determine fair value, it means fair value becomes 0. It means fair value becomes 0 because there is no active market. Suppose if you are not able to determine fair value, means there is no active market. If there is no active market, means cannot be sold. If it cannot be sold, then fair value become what? 0. Then you write down, but you can't shift from fair value to cost model. Have you understood this point? I think you have understood. So what they have said, now let us read. Initial recognition at fair value less cost to sale, subsequent recognition at fair value less cost to sale. There is a presumption that fair value can be measured reliably for a biological asset. Exception. If the fair value biological asset cannot be measured reliably, it will be measured as per cost model, as per IND As 16 only. Cost less depreciation less impairment loss. So depreciation as per 16, impairment loss as per IND As 36. Means can I say biological asset are of not two types? Measured at cost model and measured at fair value model. The cost model, then depreciation will come, impairment loss will come. Fair value model means depreciation will not come, impairment loss will not come. Understood? Be careful. Are you able to understand? Yes, sir. My question. Batao. Whether IND As 23 is applicable to biological asset. Borrowing cost. Huh? Yes or no? IND As 23 is applicable. Now I will give you option like this. IND As 23 is applicable to following item. 1. Biological asset measured at fair value. 2nd. Biological asset measured at cost. Batao. Applicable, not applicable? Understood the question? IND As 23. They will give 2 more points. Correct now? But they will confuse you in these 2 points. But the IND As 23 is applicable, not applicable to these 2. Not applicable to these 2. बोलना है सुनो. अरे बोल दे. Applicable, not applicable. Go to IND As 23. Go to IND As to read. Read करो. Why MCQs are dangerous? I will inform you right now. IND As 23 exception is given, specifically excluded biological asset which are measured at fair value. Oh, अच्छा, ये बात. It means it is cost ना. Cost means what? IND As 16. IND As 16 means cost means borrowing cost will be capitalized or not. Apply common sense. I have already said cost model as per what? IND As 16. देखो, when you don't apply common sense, now this type of mistake will happen. Already in that chapter I said biological asset measured at what? Fair value. But if you have opted cost model, then to IND As 23 borrowing cost will be capitalized or not? Yes or no? Cost means what? Borrowing cost will be capitalized. Till now this type of question has not been asked, but it is my it is my presumption, and my presumption always meet in exam. One attempt they will pakka ask this type of question. Till now they have not created also, but once they start creating this question, it means then they want to kill you. So till now they have not started killing you, because they are giving only question from ICAI study material. So good only na, ICAI is with us. Only we need to follow the standard rules of what ICAI. If wrong solution given, follow wrong solution. That much we can do. From bachpan se we are doing that only. Are bolna rahe? From bachpan se we are following that or not? We follow books only na. We are following that. Am I right or not? Correct. So they till now they have not given, but from my point of view with MCQ, so this type of question can be asked. Therefore, I have informed you because I know you will do mistake. Chalega aage chale. Now these all point I have done. You can read it. This you can read it. Once the fair value of such biological asset become measurable, then it will be measured at fair value less cost to sell. Just read it this point. For agriculture produce, measurement at fair value less cost to sell at the point of harvesting. This fair value less cost to sell will become cost price of for applying IND As 2. Gain or loss, all the gain or loss in this chapter will be transferred toward PL. But for fair value model, cost model apply IND As 16. Understood? Yes, sir. Then coming to government grant for this chapter is very easy. Correct? 1 second. Let me ask you one question. Now, can you say government grant? Now there will be two categories. Bearer plant means this is bearer plant, and biological asset other than bearer plant. But for this, what is applicable? Government grant related to bearer plant. Which IND As is applicable? IND As 20. Now I am just giving one question. Suppose you receive grant to purchase bearer plant. So batao, what is the accounting treatment given under IND As 20? If you receive some grant to purchase bearer plant, either deduct from cost price of asset or treat it as deferred income, whichever you want to apply. But give both the option. Give both the options. Correct. Not happy because it become a depreciable asset. Now here apply common sense once again. But either fair value or cost. Yes or no? But if other than bearer plant, if you have applied cost model, IND As 20 ki IND As 41, IND As 20 ki IND As 41, IND As 20 IND As 41, now correct. Now correct. Applied common sense. This point is also not yet asked in exam. And this will be similar to this now, because it will become depreciable asset. It will become depreciable asset. Till now this point has not been asked. Fair value model, then what IND As 41 says that if it is conditional grant, then transfer to PL once the condition is satisfied. But if it is unconditional grant, transfer to PL immediately once received or receivable. Understood? Very simple point. I think this point does not require any explanation. This chart has been given, which I have explained. Just read this chart by your own. So if conditional, credited to PL only when conditions are satisfied. If unconditional, credited to PL when grant is received or receivable. But measure at cost, recognized as per IND As 20. Related to bearer plant, covered under IND As 20. Understood? Disclosure you can read. Disclosure is maybe important. If I am not reading, it does not mean they can't ask question from disclosure. But disclosure is depend upon the information given in the question. Correct? So you can read and you can write now. If I am not reading. Chalega? Okay, sir. So disclosure, this only point I said, do by your own. So IND As 41 is also covered. Have you done all the MCQs of last all chapters? Sorry, it's not MCQs. MCQs do okay. Because MCQ is totally new now. So you will understand confidence after my class. So do MCQs. All chapters. If any doubt is there, then we can discuss now. Correct? Okay. So MCQs do it. Okay. Chalega. So MCQs I am not reading because I have already said do it by your own. Just feel the confidence. If you are getting answers means you have understood the chapter. Okay, sir? Okay, sir. Now Come to some question of IND As 41. MCQs are given. Now one MCQs was given. I'll just inform you about question number 1. I was only confused. Correct. Why I was confused, I will say. Which of the following can be classified as biological asset as per applicable IND As? Now height. I was not knowing the meaning of heights. You know the meaning of height? You may be knowing, but I believe me, I was not knowing the meaning of height. So I went to what? Dictionary, Google Baba. I searched the meaning. So they said the skin of the animal that will be used for making leather. Then I said, oh, acha, ye baat. So sometimes you need to identify this type of terms. If you have not understood that term, write down that meaning somewhere in separate notebook, because that same question will come and in exam will be confused. Correct? Now do you have understood heights? Harvested grapes, harvested. Processed cotton beans, coffee beans, lamb to you know na? Lamb everyone know na? Huh? Go to dictionary and search. Okay, lamb is a animal. Okay sir? Correct. So batao, for which will be classified as biological asset? Batao. A not, B not, C not, D. So this type of question they can ask. But dangerous or not? Dangerous, super dangerous, because if there are two options where you are confused, because I was confused with A and B, D, because I was not knowing the meaning of hides. Lamb to I have understood, but hide is what? Then I am doubt about lamb also. Lamb kya hota bhai? Because doubt will come in exam, to pakka doubt will come. Then I have given some more questions for practice. Just do it. If doubt is there, of course we'll discuss that point. Come to two questions. Basically I will take 3 questions which I feel will cover all the points. This question 9 is very good question to understand the basic concept of this chapter. On 1st November 2001, C Agro Limited purchased 100 goat of a specified breed from a market for rupees 10 lakh. So 10 lakh is what? 10 lakh is what? They purchase from market for rupees 10 lakh. 10 lakh is what? Fair value. It is cost price, na? Cost price. They purchase by payment of this. This become cost price. With a transaction cost of 2%. Now the question arises. This is transaction cost paid by whom? Buyer or seller? Correct? Buyer or seller? Doubt will come because question is silent. With a transaction cost of 2%. Correct na? Doubt will come na? Whether it is a paid for purchase or paid for sale. Are you getting what I am saying? Goat fair value decreased from 10 lakh to 9 lakh as on 31st March 2002. Determine the fair value on the date of purchase as well as on the financial year ended 31st March under both cases. Don't read this. When initially the question was asked in ICAI study material, so these two cases were not given. Then everyone was confused with this transaction cost. This transaction cost is what? You only think the transaction cost, any transaction cost, buyer or seller. So this transaction cost should be paid by, think reasonably, should be paid by buyer or seller. Who is doing this transaction? Who is entering into this transaction? Just write out. Who will write invoice? Seller. Just try to understand. So if nothing is given, best assumption is what? It is incurred by seller. What ICAI has given, they have given two assumptions. Either incurred only by seller or incurred by both party. ICAI has taken these two assumptions. Means if in your exam you assume it is incurred by buyer, but it will be correct or wrong? Wrong. Understood? So either you can assume, if question is silent, you can assume what? Either incurred by seller or incurred by both the party. If question is silent. Now if you assume it is incurred by what? Buyer, your answer is not correct because you are not following what? Examination rules. No sir, I have taken assumption na. No sir, my assumption is something different. I have written as per my assumption. Fight. How much you want, you can fight. marks will not be given, because there is some examination rule that you need to follow. So we see that we need to follow only the assumption taken by ICAI, and this assumption is only rational. So what is the rule? That take rational assumption, don't take bakwas assumption. Don't take bakwas assumption. So from my point of view, this assumption is more preferable. So if you want to take one assumption, take this one, first assumption. Correct? कि transaction costs are borne only by seller. Then take me one more assumption. Transaction costs are incurred by seller and purchaser both, also pass journal entry in both the situation. Understood this point? So intensely I have taken this question because I know student may do mistake yahin par. Correct. Now incurred by seller. So batao, if incurred by seller. So on 1st November we are doing. But what is our journal entry? Biological asset account debit to bank. Bank means payment. Bank means payment. How much payment done? 10 lakh. And biological asset will come at which price? Fair value less cost to sale. What is the fair value? 10 lakh. If nothing is given, I have already said cost price will become what? Fair value. Minus what? 2%. 2% is how much? 20,000. This become 9 lakh 80,000. How much loss? Loss will be transferred to what? PL. And this 20,000 will come. Then second, on which date? 31st March. Now, biological asset will be again measured. So we need to find out what? Fair value less cost to sale. So what is the fair value given? 9 lakh. And what is the cost to sale? Transaction cost? 2% only. So we'll assume that 2% will be incurred every time. Every time. Whenever you are selling, that 2% will be incurred. That is a general assumption. Even though the question is silent about that point. So 2% is what? 18,000. So this become how much? 8 lakh 82,000. Now you'll compare with what? Initial value 9 lakh. So there is a decrease now. How much decrease? How much decrease? 9 lakh 80 minus 8 lakh 82. It is 98,000. So it is decreased. So what journal entry will do? Loss. Again loss to what? Biological asset. How much? 98,000. Understood this point? First assumption. Second assumption, only one changes will be done. They are saying now transaction costs are incurred by both parties. So this will increase. This will be 10 lakh plus ki minus. Plus ki minus. Plus 20,000. And here we are doing minus ki plus. Minus. Because from seller point of view, consideration received and transaction cost is paid. But from buyer point of view, both are paid. Both are paid. Understood this point? Correct? Yes, sir. So now the difference will come 40,000 and 40,000 will become loss. This will remain same because initial fair value and subsequent fair value was same. Understood? Correct? Yes, sir. So normally student, if you don't read the question carefully, or if you don't take the correct assumption, there can be a mistake from examination point of view. So already I said if question is silent, either of this assumption will prevail. Don't take that it is incurred by buyer. But suppose there is a transaction cost incurred by buyer only. Then what will do? Then assumption will not prevail. Then the question information na. Then do as per the question. Do as per the question. Then one more question. This question also I found interesting. XY Limited is a farming entity where cows are milked on a daily basis. Milk is kept in a cold storage immediately after milking and sold to retail distributor on a weekly basis. On 1st April 2001, XY Limited had a herd of 500 cows which were all 3-year-old. Okay, sir. During the year, some of the cows become sick and on 30th September 2001, 20 cows died. 20 cows died. Means de-recognition of 20 cows. On 1st October 2001, XY Limited purchased 20 replacement cows at a market price of at the market for rupees 21,000. These 20 cows were all 1 year old when they were purchased. On 31st March 2002, XY Limited had 1,000 liters of milk in cold storage which has not been sold to retail distributor. The market price of milk on 31st March is 20 per liter. When selling the milk to distributor, XY Limited incur a selling cost of 1 rupees per liter. This amount did not change during the March 2002. Now they have given information relating to fair value less cost to sell is given below. Now 1st April 2001, batao, what is the age of the cow? 3 years. So this information is relevant and this information is relevant. Can these all informations are not relevant? So this become 26,000. Chalega? Bolo yes or no? Now on 1st October you purchased additional 20 cow. What was the age? So again, these all information are not relevant. Only 21,000 is relevant. 21,000 minus 1,000, how much? 20,000. On 31st March, can you see you have 480 cow of what age? 4 year. So this is relevant. So for 480 cow, it become 26,500 minus 1100. How much? 25,400. And you have 20 new cow, which now age is what? 1.5. So 1.5 is this minus this is how much? 22,400. Now in exam, this all information are dangerous. You have a lot of concentration required. And if you are not able to concentrate, which normally happens, your first question will be what? Very lengthy question. You will take more time in that and then you start panic and you lose control over yourself. And then similar question will become dangerous if you are not concentrating. It is quite possible. What is required? Concentration is required. In any situation, concentrate. Understood? Correct? Yes, sir. Now it become easy. You can assume that fair value of 3.5-year-old cow on 1st October 2001 is 27,000. 27,000. Okay. It was purchased at rupees what? 3.5 years. But that information is not relevant because can you say we do subsequent recognition on which date? On 31st March. We don't do on 1st October. So this information is totally not relevant. Past necessary journal entry. Understood the question? Correct? Question you have understood? Now you will give me the journal entry. First journal entry, because this is the opening balance. For opening balance, no journal entry. For opening balance, no journal entry. Then what happened on 30th September? 20 cow died. 20 cow died. So whenever you are doing derecognition, but the derecognition will be done at fair value or carrying amount? Carrying amount. So what journal entry will do? Loss on derecognition to biological asset carrying amount. What was the carrying amount of this 20 cow? Means initial valuation will be done at 26,000 now. So 20 into 26,000 how much? 20 into 26,000 how much? 5,20,000. So you can see this journal entry has been done at 5,20,000. Correct. Then you purchase what? New cow. So new cow you purchase on the 1st October. The journal entry is biological asset to bank. But the payment how much you have done? 21,000. 21,000 20 how much? So 4,20,000. But what is the fair value less cost to sell on that date? It is given 20,000. 20,000 into 20 how much? 4 lakh. The difference will be loss and loss will be transferred to PL. Then you will come to what? 31st March. 31st March you will do subsequent recognition. For that one working note is required. One working note is required. So you will go to working note. You will see this working note. So you will do it. Do this. You will do this working note. Okay, by your own. Whenever you are doing practicing. So can you say first you have how many cow? Of what fair value? Less cost to sell 26,000. This becomes this amount. Then you minus 20 into what? 26,000. This will be minus. Then again you purchase 20 into what? 20,000. 4 lakh. So this becomes total amount. Total carrying amount. Then you will compare this with what? Fair value less cost to sell on 31st March. So you have 480 cow of how much? To 25,500. 25,500 na. So this amount will come and 20 of 22,500 this amount will come. So this amount will come. So what is the difference between these two? $2,40,000. It means there is a loss or gain? Loss. So what journal entry will do? Loss on subsequent measurement to biological asset. That loss will be transferred to PL. But in ICAI solution now, they have done separate calculation for this, separate calculation for this. You can also do separate calculation, but even though you are doing compound calculation, there is nothing wrong journal entry, because what IND As 41 says that the aggregate amount of gain or loss should be disclosed in SOPS. So separate calculation not required, but they have done separate journal entry for 480 cow and separate journal entry for 20 cow. Understood? That also we can do. Understood? Yes, sir. Actually, I was supposed to do this question. I have wrongly taken that question. This is more interesting. Hmm? You'll do it by your own. Huh? What? हाँ. You, but what I want, I will give you. बीच में मत बोला करो यार, भूल जाता हूँ. पूरा रट के आया हूँ. What I need to say, what I need to do. I have just all done memorization last night and I came. I'll forget. Now, what I will do, first I'll give you how many, अच्छा, how many you have done this question before? चलो ठीक है. Then also do it right now by reading again on the assumption that you are in exam hall. Create that pressure. I am giving you how many minutes? 2 minutes. Only how many minutes? 2 minutes. So you have time limit to understand this question again. First to understand, 2 minutes only read and you need to explain me. Suppose this question came in exam hall. So you have 2 minutes to read and understand. Start reading and understand. You have only 2 minutes, okay? Your time start now. Live online student, are you also doing? You need to also do, huh? Online student, you need to also do. I have given 2 minutes for everyone to understand the question by your own, even though you have done this question before. Done everyone? Done? Done everyone? Still doing? 30-second extra. Done? One minute extra. Want some more minute extra? Chalo, take 1 minute extra more. I have not said do any calculation. I said only understand. Understanding, but calculation so I have not said only. So why you are calculating? Only try to understand. Calculation so you will do after understanding, na? First only understand. Calculation will do both together. Now done, don't do calculation. Everyone done now? Chalo. Now what I just want to inform you what happened in exam. In exam, what happened? First we'll read question. Correct? Then understand and then start. There are 3 points. First read the question. Understood? While reading only understand. You don't have any extra time. And because I have said draw timeline. So when you draw timeline, it will help you to understand more effectively. Understood? So let's see what you have understood, whether you have understood correctly or not. Because once you have understood correctly, then only you can do correctly. Am I right or not? If you do not understand any information correctly, then whatever you are doing, that will be wrong. Got this point? Correct. Let's see. Company X purchased 100 beef cattle at an auction of rupees 1 lakh on 30th September 2001. So it started from 30th September 2001. So I think you have also started with 30th September 2001. How many beef cattle? 100. At what price? 1 lakh. Correct. Yes, sir. Subsequent transportation costs were 1000, that is similar to the cost X would have to incur to sell the cattle at the auction. So it means subsequent transportation costs were incurred. Now the question is, this 1000 cost is incurred by buyer or seller? Buyer or seller? Huh? Understood what I am saying? Subsequent transportation cost were 1000, that is similar to the cost that X would have to incur to sell the cattle at the auction. Means it will be incurred by buyer or seller or both? Both. You have done both only? So both is correct. Understood? Means transportation cost is how much? 1000. It is incurred both by buyer and seller. Understood? Additionally, there were 2% selling fee on the market price, the cattle to be incurred by the what? Seller. So this become transaction cost, means cost to sell. So I am writing cost to sell is how much? 2% incurred by buyer or seller? Only by seller. Understood? This much you have understood by your own? Okay, then to okay. Chalega. On 31st March 2002, the market value of cattle in the most relevant market increases to 1,10,000. So 31st March 2002. 31st March 2002. Market price is how much? 1,10,000. This to no explanation required. Transportation cost 1,000 would have to incur by the seller to get the cattle to the relevant market, and auctioneer fee of 2% again incurred by the seller. So they have given clearly transportation cost 1,000 and the cost to sale is 2% again is there. Okay sir, okay. On 1st June 2002, X Limited sold 18 cattle for rupees 20,000 and incurred transportation charges of rupees 150. In addition, there were a 2% auctioneer fee. Okay, sir. So now they have actually sold it on which date? On 1st June. How much sold? 18 sold now. 18 sold. But at what price? 20,000. What is the transportation cost? 150. And what is the cost to sell? 2%. That you can do. Calculation we can do. We have calculator. On 15 September 2002, the fair value of remaining cattle was 82,820. So on 15 September, but how much remaining? 82. What is the fair value? Fair value given na? Fair value given 80, 82, 82,820. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. 42 cattle were slaughtered on that day. Slaughter means seize the life of that animal with a total slaughtering cost of 4,200. The total market price of carcasses. So carcasses now become what? Inventory, but this become point of harvesting. So this become agriculture produce at the point of harvesting. So on which date? On 15 September. On the same date, how many cattle slaughtered? 42. 42 slaughtered. And what is the market price on this date of carcasses? 48,300. Understood? Yes, sir. Now what they have given, the expected transportation cost to sell the carcasses is 420. Expected transportation cost. So this become transportation cost again how much? 420. And I think they have not given any cost to sell. Cost to sell has not been given. But they have given slaughtering cost. Slaughtering cost given how much? 4,200. Correct. Then on 30th September 2002, the market price of remaining 40 cattle. So on 30th September 2002, once again they have given market price of 40 cattle. How much given? 44,800. Once again they have given transportation cost how much? 400. And cost to sale they have given how much? 2%. This is the entire question. Correct. Now pass journal entry so as to provide initial and subsequent measurement for all the above transactions. Interim reporting period is 30th September and 31st March. I think you know about interim finance report. Whenever we prepare interim finance report, so each interim date will become recognition, subsequent recognition date. Means there are two dates, 30th September and 31st March, and the company determine the fair value on this date for reporting purpose. It means subsequent recognition will do two time. Understood? Chalo. Can I say this become the entire question? Can I say, I hope when I have asked you to do in 2 minutes, then most of you have done in 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. And you have written all these things. Have you written all these things? This is only reading, understanding. Abhi calculation is left. Don't start, don't think any much. Read, understand, write. Don't start any calculation, because you'll think much, you'll be stuck. What to do, what not to do. Don't think right now. How to start, what to do. Don't think. Read, write down. Now let us take judgment. What is the judgment? Can we do this question? Always yes. Always yes. Yes, we can do. Correct? Yes or no? Yes. We can proceed now. Proceed. How to proceed? They have asked journal entries. Start journal entries. Correct now. Now you will help me. I will not do this question. I am doing with you. Chalega? Correct. So whatever you will say, I will write down. They said journal entries. Start journal entries. You write down. अच्छे से बचपन में लिखते थे ना. Books of which company? X Limited. Journal entries. You don't have time to draw line. Don't draw line. But it should be in presentable format. Presentable format. But will you write down date? The date you write down or you will not write down? Now if you will not write, they will deduct marks na. बोलना है सुनो. So write. Don't give any chance to deduct your marks. So 30th September. 30th September 2001. But what you do? You purchase. So biological asset, account debit to bank. But how much payment fast? 1 lakh. You have calculated also na? Very good, excellent. You are super. बताओ what is biological asset, fair value less cost to sale. बताओ क्या बात है, मतलब गजब. So fast. You know, you were knowing this answer. You have done calculation right now. Huh? You have done right now na? Very good. So fast. So loss how much? ये भी बता दो. 4,000. I was writing wrong. PL, transfer to PL. First entry. Will you write narration? Yes, you know. And if you are not writing, they will deduct marks. Na re. बोलना रे. You are saying yes, and if in exam you are not writing, they will deduct marks. Na re. बोलना. The paper is checked by whom? Who has taken multiple attempts. Then write. Right, but short में being biological asset purchase. Bas only this much. Don't waste your time. They will not deduct marks for handwriting because their handwriting is also not good. They will not deduct marks for grammatical mistake because they also don't know English. Understood? They will not deduct marks for spelling mistake because they also don't know spelling. All we are saying. No marks deducted for handwriting. No marks deducted for grammatical mistake. Spelling mistake चलता है थोड़ा. They should understand your emotions. But amount correct. Debit correct. Credit correct. Books of account correct. Journal entry correct. 30th September correct. This should be correct. Understood? So there is no need to think about handwriting. Time is important. Handwriting is important. Time. Understood? I am just giving you lesson. As per exam. Exam is a place to score marks. Exam is a place to score marks. Understood? Now let us come to next point. 31st March. 31st March, what you will do? Remeasure. So you will do one working note for this. Working note. Now how much place you need to leave? Working note to should be after journal entries ना. बड़ा मुश्किल है. Correct ना. Now I will always suggest that if you can do working note before main solution, चलता है. So there is no that when to do working note after main solution ki before main solution. You can do working note at any point of time. But now because you have started, leave sufficient space. Now it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, मतलब 5. It will be 10 journal entry maximum. So leave sufficient space. In exam 10 journal entry space छोड़ दो. Correct ना. Start working note from second page या third page. चलेगा. बता working note. तो बता what is the fair value as on 31st March 2002. What is the fair value बताओ. It is 1 lakh 10. Market price is given, not fair value. So better write down market price. Market price is 1 lakh 10,000. From this what you will deduct? Transportation cost. How much? 1,000. This become fair value. Huh? This is 1 lakh 9,000. From this what you will deduct? Your cost to sell 2%. 2% of what? So 2,200 na. It become how much? 106,800. Now compare with carrying amount. Carrying amount was how much? 97,000. 97,000. Increase or decrease? So it become gain. Gain is how much? 9,800. Look, done. So working note have marks. Huh? Working note have marks. You can't do directly. In calculation you can't do. Each marks is important. Chalega? So now you can do this journal entry. Bata what journal entry? Biological asset account debit to gain on subsequent measurement transfer to PL 9,800. Done. Understood. Now next point. On 1/6 what happened? 18 was sold. 18 was sold at rupees what? 20,000. So bata what is journal entry for sale? Biological asset account debit to bank account debit to biological asset. Now the question is that you will recognize revenue or you will not recognize revenue. Means if it is revenue, then you should pass journal entry bank account debit to sale. If it is not revenue, then bank account debit to asset. Correct now. Can I say agriculture activity is ordinary activity for them? So any income from ordinary activity is revenue. So can you, for this entity, it become revenue only. So you can't say bank account debit to biological asset. It should be bank account debit to revenue. Bank account debit to revenue. This one mistake you have done, chalega, but in exam don't do this mistake. Okay, correct. So on which date? Date batao. Date is given now on 1/6. On 1/6. On 1/6/2001. Batao. Bank account debit to revenue. Batao at what price? बोलो बोलो now when you recognize revenue, whether you do net of selling expense, so apply your common sense. Now what you have done, you bachpan, that only you do. Why you are giving 19,000? I don't know. Now you are referring IC solution. No na, chalo theek hai. So I am saying sale was done at what price? This is to selling expense na. So when you recognize say revenue, net of selling expense you do. बचपन में क्या किया? तो बचपन याद करो ना. Bank account debit to what? Revenue with what amount? 20,000. Why you are changing your bachpan? 20,000 na? 20,000. Now once the revenue recognized, then the carrying amount of biological asset will become expense. That will become cost of sales. That will become cost of sales. This is what journal entry will do. Cost of sales, account debit to biological asset. At which amount? At proportionate carrying amount. So what was the carrying amount? Initial. What was carrying amount? 1,06,800. For how much? 100. We want for how much? 18. Calculate proportionately. 19,000. So 19,224. 19,224. Understood? Correct. Then you recognize selling expense. So selling expense, how much? There are two selling expense. One is transportation cost, one is cost to sell. 150 plus 400. It is how much? 550. So 550 to bank. To bank na 550. This will be also transferred to PL. Chalega. Done. Understood? Next point. Next point, what happened on 15/9? But on 15/9, whether we do subsequent measurement. On 15/9, whether you do subsequent measurement fair value? No. So this information is bakwas information. This information is bakwas information. Now what happened? 42 was slaughtered and biological asset become inventory. So what journal entry do? You'll increase, you'll decrease biological asset. But the inventory will measure at what amount? Inventory at the date of harvesting, point of harvesting, at fair value less cost to sell. IND As 41 is applicable on the point of harvesting. IND As 41. So what journal entry? On which the date is what? 59. But the inventory account debit to biological asset. But the inventory will come at fair value less cost to sell. So let us calculate. It is 48,300 minus 420 and no cost to sell is given. How much? 47,000. 47,880. Understood this point? And biological asset will de-recognize at which amount? Carrying amount, proportionate carrying amount. So can you say 1,06,800 was for 100, for 42 how much? 44,000. 44,856. It is correct na? Correct. Now the difference will be what? Gain or loss? Gain or loss. It is gain or loss? Gain on initial measurement of inventory transferred to PL. How much? 3,024. Understood this point? Have you understood this point? Now there was some expenses of slaughtering. There is some expense of slaughtering. That expense will be also transferred to PL. What journal entry will do? Slaughtering expense account debit to bank, and that slaughtering expense will be also transferred to PL. How much? 4,200. 4,200. Done. Then we'll come to last date, 31st September. Last date. How much left? 40. That will be also now subsequently measured fair value less cost to sell. You can do one working note. Can you give me what is this amount? 44,800 minus 400 minus 2% of 44,800. 43,000. And what is the proportionate carrying amount of 40? Proportionate carrying amount. 1,06,800 divided by 100 into 40. How much? 6, 7, 720. So gain or loss? 7, 8, 4. Gain is there now. So what journal entry will do for the last journal entry? On 30th September, last journal entry is what? Biological asset will increase to what? Gain. Gain is how much? 784. All journal entry done. All journal entry has been done. Understood? Correct. Correct. This is the journal entry. But in this journal entry, I will just try to explain this journal entry from ICAI point of view. I will say this is actually correct journal entry. This is only correct. But ICAI has given some other journal entry. The net effect remains same. Net effect remains same. But when you know correct, then only you can follow ICAI. Otherwise, rectification you will forget. Now, have you understood this? I think very easy to understand. This is very easy to understand now. But then also I will say follow what? ICAI. Now, when you know correct, then you can memorize what? What ICAI has done. When you don't know correct, then memorization of ICAI become difficult. Now, this too you can pass in exam. So, if you have forgotten then pass this. You will be given marks. But why to take risk? Exam hai na? Don't take risk. Now, let us understand what ICAI has given. This is same. This is same. Here thoda sa change kar diya. Now, what they have done? First, they have done fair value adjustment, which is not at all correct. Because subsequent recognition is done only on what? Reporting date. Here the de-recognition is there. De-recognition means what? Sale price minus carrying amount. Yes or no? So I don't know why they have done this journal entry, but the net effect remain same. So what they have done? First they have find out fair value, compare with carrying amount. This is the gain. So they have passed one journal entry, biological asset account debit to gain. Then they have one cost to sell to biological asset. This journal entry is same. Our journal entry is also same. Then they have given one net effect of amount received. Bank account net of what? Selling expense. Means 20,000 minus 550, 19,450. Selling expense separately and to revenue was 20,000. Means ultimately what happened? Check karo. Their gain is what? 226. Their gain is 226. Means if you prepare one SOPL, so 20,000 is coming revenue. Cost is coming 19,450 and selling expense coming how much? 550. This is to kata kata. Check karo. And then gain is coming what? 226. They have done this. Mine is what? Mine is more perfect. Check karo. Revenue is how much? Cost of sale is what? And selling expense is what? And can this should be the balancing figure. But will you pass any separate journal entry for net profit? So why that journal entry? That is nothing but 226 na. So that will be automatically calculated. That is to automatically calculated na. So I will say that is automatically calculated. Why they are doing that journal entry? I have not understood. But now I think you can follow this, follow this, follow this, follow this, follow this in exam. Understood is fine? Correct. So follow this only. Then this journal entry is more or less same, only they have done one compound journal entry. I have done two journal entry, they have done what? Compound journal entry. But once again my journal entry is correct because IND As 41 says calculate gain on initial recognition inventory separately and disclose it separately. You can't net off with slaughtering expense. They have done what? Loss. They have done net off with what? Slaughtering expense. That is not correct. From disclosure point of view. So you can follow my also here also because they have done one compound journal entry. I have given separate journal entry. Chalega. So I think now this solution you have understood. But first to understanding what? Question. Question once you have understood, solution become easy. If you do not understand question, you can't write. So give more importance to what? Question. Once you have understood question, solution will be easy. I think most of the things you have understood by your own. Only this journal entry, my help was required. My help was required. Done. IND As 41 is completed from my point of view. Okay, sir. So we'll take now break. Break. Lunch break started. So we'll meet after what? 30 minutes. Okay, okay, means I may have some work, so I will inform you if that work is there, so then I will meet after 1 hour. Okay, there's someone is calling me bar bar, ठीक है ना? So if there is some work, then I will meet you after 1 hour. Okay, otherwise 30 minutes. See, if I am not coming, do MCQs, do MCQs, चलेगा? All MCQ, last day and current day, चलेगा? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am coming back. Chalo. Can we start once again, everyone? Taken lunch? Acha. How was the lunch? Good. Outside or home food? Hostel is also home only now. For student, hostel is also home only. Correct? Chalo. But not outside, na? Don't take outside food. But this examination time period is very important. One food, wrong food you have taken, food poisoning happened, 1 month gone. Correct? Then you can't recover. And normally, of course, in fever, etc., we will not be able to study. So be careful and drink lot of water. Drink lot of water. You know, summer has came. So drink lot of water. Lot of water means what? You should have water bottle with you only and drink whenever you have time. That is the best way to become relaxed. Okay, and you can also drink juices also, and you can eat fruits also. Fruits are very good things. You should keep fruits also. Fruits, huh? You don't like fruits, huh? So keep fruits whenever you are hungry. Means whenever you're studying now, whenever you're studying. So you should keep something almonds, yeah, fruits, etc. So that when you are hungry, you are not supposed to go to the kitchen. Correct now. Eat something, start studying. Every time counts. Correct. I used to keep biscuits, etc. Whenever food maja aa raha hai, khao, padho. Correct that. In class also you can eat. I will not say anything. This is your class, you enjoy. But concentrate. While eating also concentrate. That is the important thing. You can eat. Correct na? Sometime give to me also. Correct? Okay, chala. Now can we start? Yes, sir. Okay, okay. You can eat, nothing, no issue. Impairment of asset, will start a new chapter, new IND As, impairment of asset, IND As 36. Impairment of asset. Now when I say IND As 36, we have started, okay? We have started. Start concentrating now. Sorry. So IND As 36, impairment of asset. Now when I say impairment of asset, so in this which asset? Not all asset. In this only property, plant and equipment will be covered. Intangible asset will be covered. Investment property will be covered. ROU asset will be covered. Then investment in subsidiaries, associate or joint venture will be covered. And can I say biological asset which are measured under cost model will be covered. Biological asset which are initially measured under cost, that will be also covered. But any biological asset which are initially measured at fair value less cost to sell will not be covered. So this is the scope of this chapter. This is the scope of this chapter, means any asset which are not these are outside the scope of this chapter. So there is no need to memorize this. You can memorize this, and any other asset is now outside the scope of chapter. So in exam they may ask inventory is not covered. Financial asset will not be covered. Financial asset, this is also financial asset. But there is one exception, keep for investment in subsidiaries, associate or joint venture, IND As 32, IND As means IND As 109 is not applicable. So because IND As 109 is not applicable for the impairment, IND As 36 will be applicable. Understood? So can I say in simple word, we need to just memorize these. These are under the scope of this chapter. Understood? Now can I conclude that for this PP we have cost model as well as revaluation model. Intangible assets we have cost model as well as revaluation model. Investment property we have only cost model. Investment in associate abhi we have not done, we'll do under IND As 27. So they have cost model as well as fair value model. We'll come to this point. ROU asset held by lessee, can I say we have, means if it is property, plant and equipment. If it is property, plant and equipment, then the cost model and revaluation model. But if it is investment property, then only we have cost model. Biological asset measured cost, so it has only cost model, it does not have any revaluation model. Now one doubt will come, sir, if they are already revalued, means if you have already done revaluation either downward or upward, correct, whether impairment testing is required? Yes, very good. So can you see this chapter is applicable to both asset carried at cost as well as revalued amount So one clarification has been given. Chalega? Yes sir. Now what is the objective of this chapter? What IND As 36 says that whenever at balance sheet date there is some indicator of impairment, means we need to do assessment on balance sheet date, and if there is some indicator for impairment, then we need to estimate the recoverable amount of the asset. We need to estimate the recoverable amount of the asset. Means this chapter will start only when there is an indicator for impairment. Means if there is no indicator for impairment, no impairment testing means no need to estimate recoverable amount. So what is the meaning of recoverable amount that we need to understand? So what IND As 36 says, recoverable amount is higher of what? Higher of value in use or fair value less cost of disposal. Can you say once we have estimated, then we can compare carrying amount with what? Recoverable amount. And if recoverable amount is less than carrying amount, the difference will be known as what? Impairment loss. This difference will be known as impairment loss. Understood? Now this impairment loss will be charged to PL. But if the impairment loss is for revalued asset, means they can be non-revalued asset and they may be revalued asset. So for non-revalued asset, it will be always charged to PL. But for revalued asset, there can be some revaluation surplus. So to the extent of revaluation surplus, it will be first debited to OCI to the extent of revaluation surplus available, and balance will be debited to what? PL. Are you able to understand what I am saying? Have you understood? Accounting treatment also you have understood. Now only we need to understand what is this to amount. We need to understand. Can I say carrying amount will be as per respective IND As based on cost model or revaluation model as per respective IND As. That we have understood in respective chapter. So we are not going to discuss how to calculate carrying amount, but our discussion will be for what? Recoverable amount. So it will be based on the information given the question. Normally I have seen they will give direct information, and from direct information we can directly calculate what recoverable amount. So fair value is what? Nothing but fair value less cost of disposal. So this will be given the question. This will be also given the question. You can find out fair value less cost to sell. However, fair value is measured as per what? IND As 113. So normally apart from IND As 113 chapter, they will never ask you to measure fair value. So fair value will be always given the question. So till now they have not asked the measurement of fair value, but if suppose they ask measurement of fair value, that measurement is based on what? IND As 113. Correct? So that measurement principle will discuss under IND As 113. In this type of chapter they will always give fair value. But this value in use, this estimation is done as per IND As 36 only. Means how to calculate value in use, that is given where? In IND As 36. So what they said, that value in use is nothing but the present value of cash flow which will be generated during the remaining useful life of the asset plus present value of disposal value at the end of useful life. It means, can I say, they will give you useful life of the asset. Suppose they have given 1 year, 2 year, 4 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years. Suppose 5 years the remaining useful life. They will give you estimated cash flow. They will give you cash flow, and they will also give you disposal value at the end of useful life. They will also give you discount rate. You can find out present value factor, and then you can find out present value. This present value is what? Value in use. Okay, super easy. If the direct information is given, you can find out present value of all the cash flow given. That will become value in use. Then compare value in use and fair value less cost of disposal, whichever is higher, that become recoverable amount. Then compare recoverable amount with carrying amount. Any reduction will be what? Impairment loss. Can you say from calculation point of this chapter is very easy? Means understood now, from calculation point of view this chapter is very easy. Correct? So there is nothing much. Any question you can do if this much you have understood. There is one more concept coming. I will take, that is CGU, that I will take. But can I say for individual asset you have understood? Individual asset you have understood. Chalega? Correct. That is only given. General principle you have understood. Impairment loss is equal to carrying amount minus recoverable amount. Then recoverable amount is higher of fair value less cost of disposal and value in use. I will give some highlight about value in use because this may be important for MCQs. Correct? How to estimate value in use, highlight I will give. You have understood that value in use is the present value of future cash flow expected to be derived from the asset or cash generating unit. This concept I will take after some time. ठीक है ना? Now the point is that how to estimate that future cash flow. This cash flow estimation will be given the question, but suppose they ask you to estimate cash flow, so that estimation will be based on the information given in the question, because we are not good in estimation. Estimation will be done by management. Will only calculate what? Value in use. Means management means expert. Estimation, we are not expert in estimating any amount. Estimation will be done by expert. So this is not our job. So normally in accounts exam or FR exam, they will not ask you to estimate cash flow. So always estimation will be given. But sometimes with MCQ questions, these points all become important. So what IND As 36 says that key estimation will be based on some reasonable and supportable assumption of economic condition of the industry in which it belongs. It is based on reasonable and supportable assumption. Correct. Now estimation should be based on, the entire estimation should be based on most recent financial budget which have been approved by the management. Most recent financial budget of forecasting which have been approved by the management, means we rely on the management forecasting. We need to rely on management forecasting. If it is approved by management, okay only. Correct. But what they say that projection should cover a maximum period of 5 years, maximum period of 5 years, unless longer period is justified. Unless longer period is justified. Now suppose some projection has been done by the management. They have done for 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years they have done. And the useful life is what? Suppose 10 years. So you want cash flow for how many years? 10 years. You want cash flow for how many years? 10 years. But they have done projection only for how many years? 7 years. Quite possible, because they will do projection as per their requirement. Now they will not apply IND As 36. I hope you are understanding. So they have done projection for how many years? 7 years. But useful life is how much? 10 years. So can you say for this 5 years, so they say take whatever information has been given by management without any justification. So first year, second year, third year, fourth year, fifth year, take whatever information given by the management without any justification. However, longer period can be also taken if it is justified. But इसमें doubt आएगा. Means whether you need to take or whether you are not supposed to take, that depends upon the information given the question. So 6 and 7 you can take if it is justified. If it is justified, understood? Correct. Now what about 8, 9 and 10? Or what about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 if it is not justified? Are you able to understand what I am saying? Have you noticed this point? If 6, 7 is justified, then to what about 8, 9 and 10? And if 6, 7 is not justified, then what about 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Because we want cash flow for that remaining period also, na? Bola yes or no? So for that, what IND As 36 says that cash flow beyond the period covered by most recent forecast should be estimated by using the growth rate which should not exceed the long-term average growth rate of industry. We should not exceed the long-term average growth rate of the industry in which entity belongs, unless higher rate can be justified. Means, can I say these all are important for MCQs? Correct. So they will ask you if cash flow beyond the period covered by the forecast should be estimated by using which rate. They will give you 4 rate, but you need to choose what? Long-term average growth rate of the industry. Long-term average growth rate of the industry. Understood? So can I say, just try to understand, suppose long-term average growth rate of the industry is 10%. Correct. And they have done based on 20%. They have done based on 20%. So for the first 5 years, we will take 20% without justification. But for the next 5 years, will increase by what? 10% only, because that should not exceed long-term average growth rate of the industry unless longer rate is justified. Means you can take 12%, 15% if that is justified. If that is justified. If question is silent, always we'll assume that it is not justified. Understood this point? So this become important from exam point of view, from MCQ's point of view. Now coming to composition of estimated future cash flow, this will include any cash inflow from the continuing use of the asset. It will also include cash outflow that are incurred to generate that cash inflow. It will also include net cash flow to be received for the disposal of the asset at the end of useful life. When I'm saying including does not mean add. Of course, cash flow will do minus cash outflow. So include means we'll consider it for calculation of what? Value in use. But this point is important. Estimate of future cash flow shall not include. Important once again for MCQs. It will not include any future cash flow or any future cash inflow or outflow that are expected to arise from any future restructuring to which entity is not yet committed. Means can I say any cash flow that will be arising future from future restructuring to which entity is not committed. Means can I say if entity is committed, then we can consider that. If entity is committed to restructuring, then we'll consider that cash flow which will be arising from future restructuring. Understood this point? We'll also not include any cash flow arising from improving or enhancing the asset performance. Means we can say simple word, will not include any cash flow which is arising from future capital expenditure. Understood this point? Why? Because can I say whatever recoverable amount we are estimating, that will be based on current condition of the asset. That will be based on current condition, not based on future condition. So whatever current condition is prevailing, we should take that condition to estimate what cash flow. In future, if you do capital expenditure, then the performance of the asset will increase. Then there will be no impairment loss. Then why you are performing impairment testing? I hope you are understanding. So these two are key points. Will not consider what? Future restructuring to which entity is not committed, and will also not consider future capital expenditure, whether entity is committed or not committed. Understood? This will also not include any cash inflow or outflow arising from financing activities. Of course, can I say financing activities has nothing to do with the asset? So it will not include any cash inflow or outflow arising from financing activities, and it should also not include any income tax receipt or payment. It means, can I say, because impairment loss is charged before tax, therefore we want cash flow before tax. Understood this point? Correct. Only one question of estimation has been given in the ICAI study matter. That is very easy, you can do it by rote. But in that question they have given 30% tax rate. So if you forget this point, you will minus what? 30% tax rate. So 30% taxes should be ignored, even though they have given, because we want cash flow before tax. Understood this point? So these 2 points are important for MCQs also, and if they want you to estimate cash flow, which is chances are rare, then you should remember this point. Correct? Then this point is also thoda sa important. They have till now not asked in exam, but given one question in ICAI study material, कि whenever there is net cash flow in foreign currency, then how to convert foreign currency into functional currency, because we want cash flow in which currency? Functional currency. I'll give you two situations. You'll say me which one is correct. Suppose they have given year 1, year 2, year 3. Suppose they have given foreign currency cash flow, correct? So what we can do, first we'll convert these by using exchange rate at the end of each year, and this will be estimated exchange rate. Estimated na? This will become what? This will become cash flow in INR. Bolo yes or no? This will become cash flow in INR. Then we'll multiply with present value factor. Then multiply with present value factor. Then this will become what? Present value amount, and this will become what? Value in use. This is one way. Understood this point? Second way is what? Year 1, year 2, year 3. First they have given foreign currency cash flow, foreign currency cash flow. Now what we'll do, first we'll calculate present value in which currency? We'll calculate present value in which currency? Foreign currency. So we'll calculate present value in foreign currency. Are you able to understand? So this becomes value in use in foreign currency, and then multiplied by spot exchange rate on the date of impairment testing. spot exchange rate on the date of impairment testing, and this will become value in use in INR. I hope you have understood this point. Which one is more correct? First one ki second one? How many are saying second one? How many are saying first one? Chalo, doubt to hai. So second one is correct. Second one is correct. This is not correct. Why it is not correct? Can you estimate exchange rate? Can you estimate exchange rate? It is impossible. However, given the question to confuse you. Correct now. So we can't estimate exchange rate. Therefore, this is not correct. Always this only one way. Correct. So that is only given under IND As 36. So what they have said. Let us see. Future cash flow are estimated in currency in which they will be generated and then discounted using discount rate appropriate for the currency. Appropriate for that currency. An entity translate the present value using the spot exchange rate at the date when the value in use is calculated. Understood? Correct. Now one more question. This is the present value factor. But this is present value factor based on foreign currency or Indian currency? Batao. Foreign currency. So can the present value factor will be based on rate of interest? So rate of interest should be based on what? Foreign currency, not based on Indian currency. That also I hope you have understood. And this type of knowledge you have from AFM. This type of knowledge you have from AFM. So even though I am not saying you have done AFM, so you should know about this point. Correct? Yes, sir. Chalo, done. Now discount rate from examination practical question point, discount rate will be given the question. Discount rate will be given the question. So whatever discount rate is given, we'll take that only. But from MCQ's point of view, we should know which discount rate. Therefore, now these all questions become important. These all points become important because of MCQ question. So what they said, ki discount rate should be pre-tax rate. It should not be post-tax rate. It should be pre-tax rate. Understood? And it should be either calculated by using weighted average cost of capital or by taking incremental borrowing rate. So first preference will be what? Weighted average cost of capital. Second preference will be what? Incremental borrowing rate. Understood? Isko to you need to memorize. Then fair value less cost of disposal is understood. Fair value means what? Measured as per IND As 113. Cost of disposal means what? Any incremental cost directly attributable to disposal of asset. Now, examples of such costs are legal cost, stamp duty cost, similar transaction taxes, cost of removing the asset, direct any incremental cost to bring the asset in condition of sale. But it will not include two type of cost. One is known as finance cost and one is income tax expenses. So any income tax expenses and finance cost will not be part of cost of disposal. And in one of the question of ICAI MCQ, they have asked this. And this is what they are asking. This is not at all relevant for practical question. Correct now, because they will give cost of disposal. Till now, they have not given that type of question, but now they are asking this type of question MCQs, ki whether included or not included. So these are not included in what? Cost of disposal, finance cost and income tax expenses. Chalega? Yes, sir. Correct. Now, indicator impairment. Now there are what they have given. What can be the types of indicator? Once again, these all points now become important for MCQ. So they have given 3 internal indicator and 4 external indicator. Internal indicator means information within the entity. External indicator means information we are getting from outside the entity. Correct now. So internal indicator means obsolescence or physical damage of the asset, fire occurred. So that become an indicator that asset might be impaired. Then significant changes with the adverse effect that entity on the entity have taken place during the period and are expected to take place in the near future. Means some changes have taken place which have adverse effect on the entity, For example, asset becoming idle, COVID-19 lockdown. Understood what I am saying? Asset become idle. Plan to discontinue. We have decided to discontinue some business. Correct now. Plan to dispose of an asset. We have decided to dispose of an asset. So that become an indication that this might be impaired. Correct now. Reassessing the useful life of the asset. When you are doing reassessment of the useful life, so this might be indication that now we are not able to use the asset for the previously estimated life. So it might be indication that asset might be impaired. Understood? Then economic performance of the asset is now worse than expected. Economic performance of the asset is what? Worse than expected. Means you are expecting 90 marks in FR, but you got 60 marks. You will smile or you become unhappy. Now you are expecting 90 marks, but you got 60 marks. You will smile or you will cry. Cry now. Cry. Why cry? Because your expectation was how much? 90. 60 is also good mark, but can it, from your point of view, your performance was not good in exam hall. So you will not be happy with your marks. Am I right or not? Even though you pass the examination, but you are not happy with the marks. So therefore, economic performance of the asset is worse than expected. Then impairment is required. Impairment is required. Impairment testing is required. External indicator means what? The asset value has declined significantly. The market value of asset has been declined significantly, or some significant changes with the adverse effect has taken place on the entity. For example, due to technology changes, due to market changes, due to economic changes, due to what? Some legal changes, legal environment. For example, government have put some restriction on plastic industry. So that industry become what? Industry is now going to be terminated. So all the assets become useless. So it is an indication that there might be some impairment. Market rate of interest has increased. Can you say when market rate of interest will increase, your present value will decrease, so automatically the value in use will be now lesser amount. So it is an indication that asset might be impaired. Correct? Then carrying amount of the net asset is more than the market capitalization. What do you mean by market capitalization? Number of shares multiplied by market price. So if market price of the shares, market value of entire equity is less than what? Carrying amount of the net asset, it means assets are overvalued. It means assets are overvalued. So it is an indication that it requires impairment testing. So these are the indicators. Thoda sa you need to memorize this internal and external indicator, but memorize in this way 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Understood? Correct? Now, whenever there is an indicator, we need to perform impairment testing, which may or may not result in impairment loss. So, when there is an indication, it does not mean there will be impairment loss. There may or may not be impairment loss. That will be only understood after performing impairment testing. And for that impairment testing, we need to estimate what? Recoverable amount. Means when there is no indicator, there is no need to estimate a recoverable amount. Understood this point? Yes, sir. Correct? Yes, sir. Now, they have given some clarification that sometime what happened. Now, we are not able to determine the fair value less cost of disposal of any asset because we are not going to sell it. Now, what is the fair value of this camera? I don't know, because I have no intention to sell this camera. So, in that case, what IND As 36 says that value in use will be the recoverable amount. Value in use will be the recoverable amount. Now, sometimes this asset is now held for sale. Means we have decided to sell it. Means I will not use it. If I will not use it, so we can't estimate value in use. In that case, recoverable amount will be what? Fair value less cost of disposal. Correct? Understood? And can you say sometime what happened? You have calculated fair value less cost of disposal, but that is higher than carrying amount. So if fair value less cost of disposal is higher than carrying amount, then there is no impairment loss. Then there is no need to estimate the other point now. Means you are wasting your time by estimating value in use. But that is only from practical point of view. In exam, so if they have given information, you need to estimate both. Are you getting? In exam, if they have given information, you need to estimate both. So there are some clarification given. You can read this clarification from your knowledge point of view. Correct? This much you understood. Now, this when I started this chapter, so I said this chapter is applicable for what? This chapter is applicable for PP, intangible asset, investment property, ROA asset, and biological asset. Can you see for these 5 assets to indicator okay? But can you see for investment in equity shares in subsidiaries, associate, joint venture, what is the physical damage of the asset? Means that indicator will not apply in this. Correct now? So for this investment in subsidiaries, associate, and joint venture, they have given some other indicator. They have given some other indicator. Correct now? So what they have said, whenever you have some investment in associate, joint venture, subsidiary, and any one of the following indicator exists, you need to perform impairment testing. So what is the indicator for that? They have said the carrying amount of the investment, in separate financial statement exceed the carrying amount of net asset including goodwill in consolidated financial statement. Have you understood this point? Have you understood this point? Understood or not understood? This is this is separate financial statement. So in this investment will come, and this is CFS, correct. In this asset, liability and goodwill of subsidiary will come. Now this is 100 and this is 90, correct. It means this carrying amount of investment is more than what? Carrying amount of net asset including goodwill in CFS. So it is an indication of impairment. It is quite possible, and this will happen only because of subsequent losses in subsidiary company. Because of subsequent losses in subsidiary company, the net asset of subsidiary company will decrease. So that will affect this now. So can you see this become an indicator that subsidiary is incurring losses, and because of that reason this happen. So this become one indication of what? Impairment. Second indicator, what they are saying, dividend exceed, the dividend whatever declared exceed the total comprehensive income of subsidiary, joint venture, associate in the period in which dividend has been declared. Means suppose dividend declared 10,000, which is more than the total comprehensive income. Total comprehensive income is only 5,000. It means we have earned insufficient profit, and we will declare dividend from our past profit. So it is indication that subsidiary company is not performing good. So it is also impairment for, it is also indication for impairment testing. So these two indicators, why I am just giving stress on this point, because if you will not revise, you will forget, and in exam MCQ question can be from this point. So all these theoretical point now become important. Understood? Okay, level of revision now extended. Means if you see my revision classes of previous scheme, so I don't used to focus this much in that point, because I know that they will never ask theoretical question. In regular class we'll discuss everything, but in revision class why to discuss? Why to discuss? Therefore now I am just giving it. Now all these points become important. All these points become important. So whether we should memorize it, देखो memorization of entire FR syllabus is impossible. Now if you read, now you can retain. So just read it. Try to retain and try to understand. If you read, understand, it will be retained in your mind. But if you read, do not understand, you will forget. Understood? So once again, can you repeat with me? Repeat because the carrying amount of investment in separate financial statement is more than the carrying amount of net asset including goodwill in CFS. Then dividend declared is more than total comprehensive income of that period. Understood? Write down in your own words. There is no need to write down the exact whatever is given in IND As. Correct? You can write down in simple words. Chalega? Yes, sir. Now, this much if you have understood, this already I have explained. The accounting treatment, ki impairment loss for an asset which is not revalued will be recognized in PL. For an asset which is revalued, for that will first debit to OCI to the extent of revaluation surplus available. Balance loss will be debited to PL. Understood? This point? This point have you understood? Yes, sir. Correct. Now, this point number 6 is once again important. Already we discussed under IND As 38 ki there are three intangible assets for which annual impairment testing is required irrespective of indicators. What are the three intangible assets? Goodwill arising from business combination, intangible asset having indefinite life, and intangible asset not yet available for use. So for these three intangible asset, we have annual impairment testing irrespective of indicator. Correct? Understood? Now one doubt will come. When we do impairment testing, with indicator, so we perform impairment testing on 31st March. So whenever we are doing impairment testing for indicator, so we are doing impairment testing on which date? On 31st March. But what IND As 36 says that when you are doing annual impairment testing, then what will be the date of impairment testing? Doubt will come, because that is not because of indicator. Are you getting what I am saying? Suppose here indicator was yahan par, you got indicator yahan par, then also impairment testing will perform on which date? On 31st March. Are you getting what I am saying? You got indicator, fire occurred yahan par, you will perform impairment testing on which date? On 31st March. Correct? But when I am saying annual impairment testing without indicator, then we will perform impairment testing on which date? So one clarification has been given by IND As 36. It can be at any point of time. Means either you can do at the beginning of the year, or you can do at the end of the year, or you can do what? Any point. anytime, need whatever your date of birth, whatever, correct, you can perform impairment testing. But whatever date you have taken, that should be consistently used from 1 year to another year. Now one doubt will come, suppose we have intangible asset 1, intangible asset 2 of this nature. So for one asset we can take at the beginning of the year, and for second intangible asset we can take what? At the end of the year. But whatever you are taking, that should be applied consistently from 1 year to another year. Understood this point? Now one more doubt will come. He says, suppose there was one intangible asset for which we are performing impairment testing, annual impairment testing at the beginning of the year. Now indicator came यहाँ पर. There was a indicator. Understood what I am saying? Now there is an indicator. Now if there is an indicator, so should we perform impairment testing again for this asset? Understood the point? 1 second. What I said, there is one intangible asset, either goodwill arising from business combination, or intangible asset having indefinite life, or intangible asset not yet available for use. And you have selected annual impairment testing at the beginning of the year. Correct? So already you have performed impairment testing. Already you have performed impairment testing ना? अरे बोलना yes or no? Now indicator arises यहाँ पर. Whatever indicator was there, the indicator came in your life. So will you perform again impairment testing for such intangible asset? Yes, but at the end of the year. So can I say for this intangible asset, we'll do annual impairment testing, impairment testing irrespective of indicator, as well as impairment testing whenever there is indicator, whenever there is a indicator. Understood? Have you understood? So this point I just want to say, I hope you have understood. Now you can understand each and every point. What they are saying, the impairment test for such intangible asset may be performed at any time during the annual period, provided it is performed at same time every year. Different intangible asset may be tested for impairment at different time. However, if there is an indicator that asset may be impaired, impairment testing should be performed at the end of reporting period. Now suppose some intangible asset acquired just before 31st March, 2 days before 31st March. This type of intangible asset, quite possible. Whether impairment testing is required? Yes, then also impairment testing is required. So if such intangible asset has been acquired in current period, then also impairment testing is required before the end of current annual period. Understood? So these all points may be important for MCQs. Okay, sir. Now once you have understood this one, now we can come to CGU, cash generating unit. Now we have understood that we need to estimate what value in use, means we want cash flow which will be generated from the use of asset. But just try to understand, if you see this classroom, in this classroom we have one camera, and suppose this camera is now not working. So it means we need to perform impairment testing for camera or class? Camera. But can you estimate the value in use per camera? What cash flow it will be generated? Can you say this camera, only camera cannot generate any cash flow by their own? This camera requires support of all other assets of this classroom, and therefore can you say this camera cannot generate any cash flow independently, and therefore we cannot perform impairment testing of this camera. Therefore IND As 36 has given the concept of cash generating unit. So what IND As 36 says that if any asset, for any asset you are not able to estimate the recoverable amount, then find out the CGU to which that asset belongs, and you need to find out the recoverable amount of that CGU. So what do you mean by CGU? CGU means smallest group of asset, or a single asset. CGU is the smallest group of asset or a single asset which is capable of generating cash flow independently from other group of asset. Don't worry about this definition in exam, so they will always give CGU. They will inform you about which one is CGU, which one is not CGU. So from examination point of view, they will give the CGU, but what is the meaning of CGU? CGU means smallest group of asset or single asset which is capable of generating cash flow independently from other assets. Can you give me some example of single asset which can generate cash flow? How machinery? Machinery does not require other asset. Building given on rent. Building used for admin purpose not. building given on rent means investment property, you can say it is capable of generating cash flow independently. Any other example? Aeroplane is the best example now. Aeroplane single asset capable of generating cash flow or not. So aeroplane is the best example. Correct. Now we can also take one example of bus. Bus can also generate cash flow. So there are some assets which can generate cash flow independently, but not all assets. Means CGU can be a single asset or it can be group of asset. One more example, if I say coal mines can also generate cash flow independently. Correct? Yes, sir. Now, for this, what they are saying, there are some. First, you need to identify CGU. Of any company. Correct? That information will be given in the question. Suppose there are 3 CGU A, B, C. Correct? Then you need to identify corporate asset. Now, corporate assets are those assets which do not generate cash flow by their own, but which support CGU to generate what? Cash flow. For example, can I say any office building? Correct now? Or any research and development department, HR department, accounting department, that will not generate what? Cash flow, but that will be capable, that will support other CGU to generate cash flow. Means this classroom is CGU, because I am providing services here, and from here we are generating cash flow, but we have an admin office also. There are also many assets, but they does not generate any cash flow by their own. They support this classroom to generate what? Cash flow. This become corporate asset. Then you need to also identify goodwill. There is goodwill only arising because of business combination. So goodwill will come only because of what? Business combination. So there may be some goodwill also in the balance sheet. Goodwill also cannot be sold separately and will never generate cash flow independently. So they will always, in combination of other assets, will what? Generate cash flow. So first you need to identify what? CGU. Then you need to identify what? All will be given in the question. Correct. Now these two are of two types. Either it can be allocated or it may be not allocated. Cannot be allocated. I should say cannot. Either it can be allocated or cannot be allocated to CGU on some reasonable and consistent basis. Understood? Means there can be two type of corporate asset, two type of goodwill. Either it can be allocated to CGU on some reasonable and consistent basis, or it cannot be allocated to what? CGU on some reasonable and consistent basis. That will depend upon the information given in the question. Now, if they are allocated, so what they want to say? First identify what? CGU carrying amount. So that carrying amount will be given in the question. Write down the carrying amount of CGU. Then in this allocate what? Corporate asset as per the ratio given in the question. Then allocate what? Goodwill as per the ratio given in the question. This become carrying amount after allocation. This you can find out. Then compare with the recoverable amount of CGU. Recoverable amount will be given the question, or they will give you value in use, or pay very less cost of disposal, will take higher one. Or if suppose they have given cash flow, we can estimate by using discounting method. Correct now? But normally they give recoverable amount in the question only. So you will compare with the recoverable amount. And now if recoverable amount is less than what? So the difference will be known as what? Impairment loss. This impairment loss will be calculated. This impairment loss, what IND As 36 says that will be first allocated to what? Will be first allocate to goodwill to the extent of this amount. Means to the extent of their allocated carrying amount. First allocate to what? Goodwill. Then any balance impairment loss. impairment loss. I hope you are understanding. This will be allocated to CGU and corporate asset in the ratio of their carrying amount. Means in this ratio now. In this ratio it will be allocated. In this ratio it will be allocated. This is the statement to calculate impairment loss. Understood? Have you understood this point? Very simple. Normally in exam they give direct information, only calculation is required. So if you have calculator you can do it. Correct? Now second situation is what? When corporate asset and goodwill cannot be allocated on reasonable basis. So it means the ratio has not been given. Ratio has not been given. In that case, what IND AS 36 says that we need to perform impairment testing in two stages. I mean, right now I am just explaining from exam point of view. Fully examination point of view, because I know what type of question they will give. Correct now? So fully from exam point of view. So what they are saying, corporate asset and goodwill cannot be allocated on reasonable basis. So then impairment testing will be done in two stages. First stage will be as what we have done like this. First stage. Understood? The first stage will only consider those corporate assets, those goodwill which can be allocated. We do not consider those corporate assets and those goodwill which cannot be allocated. Understood? And perform impairment testing as we have done in previous discussion. Then after this you can find out revise carrying amount of CGU etc. after first stage impairment testing. So you can find out CGU A, B, C, corporate asset, goodwill, the revised carrying amount now. Understood what I am saying? Revised carrying amount you can calculate. Then you can add those corporate assets which remain unallocated. Are you getting what I am saying? Normally they will give only one goodwill, means whether it is allocated or not allocated. Suppose this was not allocated, so goodwill is also not allocated. Are you getting what I am saying? So this will be as per their carrying amount included. So this become total carrying amount of larger CGU. So what they want to say now, second stage will perform impairment testing of larger CGU. Now what do you mean by larger CGU? Larger CGU means what? It can be either AB, it can be either BC, it can be either CA, or it can be either ABC. This is larger CGU. Are you getting what I am saying? So larger CGU means group of 2 or more than 2 CGU. Group of 2 or more than 2 CGU. Are you getting what I am saying? Smaller CGU means what? A is smaller CGU, B is smaller CGU, C is smaller CGU. This is smaller CGU. The first stage impairment testing we do for smaller CGU. Second stage impairment testing will do for larger CGU. So can you see, if goodwill and corporate asset can be allocated to this, then A and B become what? Larger CGU. But if goodwill and corporate asset can be allocated to this, then B and C become larger CGU. If goodwill and corporate asset can be allocated to this, then it become C and A become larger CGU. But if nothing is given, we'll assume entire entity as total is what? Larger CGU. And always question will be silent. So from exam point of view, the larger CGU means what? A, B and C. From exam point of view, practically it can be AB, it can be BC, it can be CA also, depending upon the allocation criteria. But from exam point of view, question is always silent. They will always assume that entire entity as a total is what? Larger CGU. Understood this point? It means, can I say, you need to add all asset. Then add those corporate asset and goodwill which remain unallocated. But you to add the revised carrying amount after first stage impairment testing. This become what? Carrying amount of larger CGU, means entity as a total. Now they will also give you recoverable amount of entity as a total. Compare these. And if any reduction, this is first allocated to what? Goodwill. Balance to what? Balance to what? Balance to unallocated corporate asset in the ratio of their carrying amount. This is what first stage and second stage impairment testing from exam point of view. I will directly take one question which have been asked 2 times in exam. You will understand the simplicity of exam. But why we don't score marks in exam, that also I will inform you. So we are doing IND As 36 now. IND As 36. Come to this question. This question have been asked how many times? How many times? 2 times. ABC Limited has 3 CGU ABC, the carrying amount of which as on 31st March 2001 is given below. Carrying amount, remaining useful life. Whenever remaining useful life is given in the question, it means you need to find out relative ratio. Relative ratio means what? The product of carrying amount and useful life. Product of carrying amount and useful life. So this become 5,000. This become 15, na? 15,000. This become, so ratio become 5:15:22. Understood? Are you able to understand? Correct. ABC also has 2 corporate assets having a remaining useful life of 20 years. Corporate asset XY carrying amount 600, 200. Remark. The carrying amount of X can be allocated on reasonable basis, but they are not given the ratio of allocation. So whenever ratio of allocation is not given, the best ratio will be what? The relative ratio. If not given, if they are given 2:2:1, apply that ratio. So whenever what is not given, ratio of allocation is not given, the best ratio will be what? Relative ratio. But if they have said 2:2:1, then apply 2:2:1 only. Got this point? Correct. Then the carrying amount of Y cannot be allocated. Means can I say in this we need to perform 2 testing, first stage and second stage. Recoverable amount they have given about A, B, C and total ABC Limited as a total means it become larger CGU. It become larger CGU. Calculate impairment loss. So first will perform which testing? First stage impairment testing. So you can see identify the carrying amount of A, B and C. Correct. Then you can see they have also calculated useful life multiplied by carrying amount. Multiplied by carrying amount. And they have calculated the priority allocation in percentage format. Okay, so when we do percentage format, so we are doing some rounding off. So approximation answer will come. But if you do this ratio, then it will give accurate answer. Right? Kahan gaya? It was which ratio? 5:15:22. Percentage nikalo kitna hua? 5 plus 15 plus 22. How much? 42. So 5 divided by 11.90. 15 by 35.71. 52.38%. So they have taken, they have done rounding off percentage of, we should not do rounding off in percentage. Have you any time done rounding off in percentage? Percentage rounding off, it will vary your answer with large amount. Because if you are doing 0.50 rounding off, but the 0.50 of crore, it is huge rounding off, na? So therefore we should not do rounding off in percentage. बचपन से यही सीखा है. But ICAI. So they have done rounding off with 12%, 36%, 52%. Therefore can I say, if you will use these, your answer will not match with ICAI. Now question, can we use that way? From my point of view, they should not deduct, and they don't deduct marks on this basis. For rounding off, they will never deduct marks on this basis. Correct now, they should not deduct. But what to do? Batao, kya karna? Bolo. What we should do? Correct now. Only for this question they have taken this way. Huh? Good point is that only for this question they have done in this way. Other question they have done in ratio only. So guys, this is the rectification. So I will say ignore this type of thing. Do in exam whatever you have understood, and of course from my point of view you will take what? 5:15:22. But if you can retain, that for this particular question take what? Percentage. Correct now. But can I say our answer will not match with what? IC answer. 100% will not match because of rounding off. But can I say after allocation it will be approximately this amount only? Then you will add 500 and 72. So this will become this. Then you will compare with recoverable amount. So compare with recoverable amount. This will become impairment loss. This impairment loss will be allocated to X and other means corporate asset, other asset in CGU and other asset. So that allocation has been done in the ratio of their carrying amount. This becomes first stage impairment testing. Now coming to second stage impairment testing. So first we need to find out revised carrying amount. So first we write on A, B, C original carrying amount with X and Y. Then we have written impairment loss. So impairment loss of X was how much? 0. Sorry, A was how much? 0. B was how much? 51. C was how much? 9. And X was 15 plus 3. That is 18. 15 plus 3 na? So that is 18 and Y is 0. This become revised carrying amount. This become total carrying amount. Compare with the recoverable amount of entity as a whole. And you can see there is no reduction. So there is no further impairment loss. It is very easy question. But if suppose they deduct marks on this basis, that is not correct. Because we are giving accurate answer. And from my point, they will not deduct marks for this basis. From my point of view. So don't worry about exam. Go and do as you want to do. Chalega. So this you have understood. So this is very simple from examination point of view. Correct? Yes, sir. Now before going to reversal of impairment loss, I will like to discuss some more important point which might be also important. Correct? Now coming to carrying amount of CGU. Now when I am saying carrying amount of CGU, everyone listen. So carrying amount of CGU will consist of asset. Now the question is that whether it will consist of asset which are covered in this chapter, if we can also include those assets which are not covered in this chapter. For example, whether carrying amount of CGU will include inventory. Are you able to understand my question? Very good, excellent. Means this chapter is applicable to what? Only few assets. This chapter is applicable only to what? Few assets. But a carrying amount of CGU will include all other assets even though they are outside the scope of this chapter. For example, this is a classroom. So can you see this classroom is suppose is a factory. So it may have inventory, it may have debtor, it may have creditor. Correct now. So debtor will be also taken into consideration and inventory will be also taken into consideration. Understood this point? So it will be sum total of what? So carrying amount of CGU will be sum total of what? Carrying amount of only those assets. So those assets means what? Even which are outside the scope of this chapter, that will be also included. Chalega? Now the next point is what? Carrying amount of CGU, whether it will include carrying amount of liability, means whether you deduct carrying amount of liability from there, means it will include asset, but whether it will include carrying amount of liability, means should we deduct carrying amount of liability? Understood the question? Means should we deduct carrying amount of creditor? Yes or no? Bola no, but yes if one condition is satisfied. Correct? So what they want to say? It will not include carrying amount of any recognized liability unless recoverable amount of CGU can't be determined without considering such liability. Means if the recoverable amount of such CGU can be determined without considering that liability, then do not include. But if it cannot be calculated without considering such a liability, then consider that, means deduct that liability also. For example, I will give you the best example. Suppose there is one property, plant and equipment, correct? And you have created one DRSL. DRSL means what? Decommissioning, restoration, similar liability. So you have a contractual legal obligation to dismantle it. Now, can you see, if you will dispose, means if you sell it, if you sell this PP, so this obligation will be also transferred. Means you will sell your PP, So the obligation of dismantle will be also transferred ना. He will say no, you enjoy, I will dismantle. ऐसा तो ना होता है. Correct. It means suppose the carrying amount is 1 lakh of PP and this is 20,000. So fair value is given. The fair value has been given. Suppose it is given 1,20,000. So this has been calculated only by taking this into consideration, because whatever consideration you receive on sale, that will be net of what liability. Whatever consideration you receive on sale, that will be what net of liability. It means recoverable amount has been calculated only after considering what liability. Therefore, the carrying amount of CGU will be what 80,000. Carrying amount of CGU will be 80,000. Understood? Correct. Means can I say in this way? Normally, if question is silent, do not deduct any carrying amount of liability. But if they have given this type point, ki recoverable amount cannot be estimated without considering that liability, then deduct liability to find out carrying amount of CGU also. Understood? Till now, once again, this type of question has not been asked in exam, but one question has been given in ICAI study material. Understood is fine? Correct. Allocation of goodwill I have explained. You can read it. You will be able to understand. ठीक है ना. Allocation of corporate asset also I have explained. You can read it. Whatever I have said in that only will be applicable. Allocation of impairment loss. So this already I have explained, but once again I will read. Impairment loss of smaller CGU is allocated in the following order. First, to goodwill allocated to CGU. Then balance loss will be allocated to other asset. Which asset? To which IND As 36 is applicable. Okay. Of CGU including corporate asset in the ratio of their carrying amount. Impairment loss of larger CGU will be allocated. First, goodwill allocated to larger CGU, if any. Balance loss will be allocated to corporate asset allocated to larger CGU in the ratio of their carrying amount. Chalega. Now, the last point of this CGU is suppose the carrying amount of the asset was 1 lakh. Correct. And the allocated impairment loss is 20,000. So the revised carrying amount become 80,000. Correct. This is after allocation of impairment loss. This you have allocated. This is allocation, okay. But the fair value less cost to sell of this asset was 90,000. Understand what I am saying? Fair value less cost to sell of individual asset was how much? 90,000. Now the question is that, can you allocate this much impairment loss? Because the mere objective of this chapter will be defeated. Because after impairment loss, it is reduced below is what? Recoverable amount. Means you are also allocating impairment loss even though asset was recoverable. Even though amount was recoverable. So okay, this is against the objective of this chapter. Therefore, what they want to say ki, what is the maximum allocation? What is this point? However, entities shall not reduce the carrying amount. However, entities shall not reduce the carrying amount of any asset below the highest of, below the higher of this thing. Fair value less cost of disposal if measurable. Value in use is determinable or zero. Means it cannot be negative also or zero. Correct. So below the highest of these two means the carrying amount should not reduce below the higher of this. So can I say in this case we can allocate only how much impairment loss? 10,000. We can allocate only 10,000. So this will become 90,000. Means what is the unallocated impairment loss? This 10,000 what they are saying will be allocated to other asset in the ratio of their carrying amount. So due to above restriction, if there is some impairment loss which remain unallocated, that unallocated impairment loss will be allocated to other asset of the CGU in the ratio of their carrying amount. Understood? That is only given the last para. Any excess amount of impairment loss that cannot be allocated to an asset due to above restrictions shall be allocated to other asset of CGU in the ratio of their carrying amount. Understood? Chalega? Yes, sir. Then last point, reversal of impairment loss. Reversal of impairment loss. Reversal of impairment loss is very simple. What they want to say? The reversal will be lower of two amount. Will be lower of two amount. Correct. First amount is what? Recoverable amount minus carrying amount. Can recoverable amount will be given the question? Carrying amount you can calculate if not given the question. So this becomes the first amount. Second amount, carrying amount, as if no impairment loss was ever charged. Means you need to find out carrying amount if no impairment loss was ever charged. You can find out that also. Ignoring impairment loss, you can find out carrying amount. Minus carrying amount. Carrying amount is present carrying amount. This difference. So the lower of this will be the amount of what? Reversal. So this become maximum reversal allowed. This become maximum reversal allowed. Understood? So can you say any question, just find out these two. Any question, find out these two. Then take the lower with the amount of reversal. This amount of reversal will be added to find out the revised carrying amount. So can you say in this way, revised carrying amount after reversal will be lower of what? Will be lower of point number A, carrying amount as if no impairment loss was ever charged, or what? Point number B, recoverable amount. Means can you say either the reversal will be this amount, then it will become this now, or the reversal of this amount, then it will become this. It means can I say the revised carrying amount after reversal will be lower of these two, will be lower of these two. So this become one shortcut from examination point of view. If this is given, so we can find out the revised carrying amount, and if you know the revised carrying amount, so original carrying amount, the difference is what? Impairment, reversal of impairment loss. So this become one shortcut to find out what? The reversal amount. However, in exam first you do this. If suppose there is some difficulty in doing this, then you can use this shortcut also. Now to explain this entire point, means whatever I have done right now, there is very one good question already asked in exam. I want to take that question. Means with that point all points will be covered. All points will be covered. Come to this question. Oh, I have taken or not taken? Not taken. I have not taken that question. Should I take that question? Yes, sir. You always say yes, no? Chalo. I want to take that question because that question will cover all the concepts. Anyone have 10th edition question bank? There is one question named ELIA Limited. ELIA. 20? 29? Yeah, this question. 29. Aja. So I to remember name also. Okay, I have done many times, na? Correct? So ELIA Limited. Now read 1 second. This question is beautiful question. So 1 second, concentrate in this question. Let's see whether you are able to understand or not. Okay, na? Already asked in exam. ELIA Limited is a manufacturing company which deals into manufacture of cold drink and beverages. Okay. It is having various plants across India. There is a machinery A in the Baroda plant which is used for the purpose of bottling. You are drawing timeline with me. Huh? You need to understand by your own. Then what is the use of this revision class? Try to understand by your own. Huh? I will explain at the end. Okay, na? I will just reading on your behalf. I am reading on your behalf. You draw timeline. You understand. I have read yahan tak. Okay. There is one machinery which is machinery B club with machinery A. Machinery A can individually have an output and also sold independently in the open market. Machinery B cannot be sold in isolation and without clubbing with machinery A. It cannot produce output as well. The company considers this group of assets as CGU and the inventory amounting to rupees 2 lakh and goodwill amounting to rupees 1.5 5 lakh included in such CGU. First para you understood? Come to second para. Machinery A was purchased on 1st April 2013 for rupees 10 lakh and and residual value is 50,000. Machinery B was purchased on 1st April 2015 for rupees 5 lakh. For rupees 5 lakh. You are writing all date and amount, huh? You are writing all date and amount. With no residual value. The useful life of both machinery A and B is 10 years. The company expects falling cash flow in the next 5 years. Pertaining to machinery A, the incremental borrowing rate of the company is 10%. They have given cash flow year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. Year 5 they have given 1 lakh excluding residual value. Correct. On 31st March 2018, the professional valuer have estimated the current market value of machinery A is 7 lakh. The valuation fee was 1 lakh. There is a need to dismantle the machinery before delivering it to the buyer. Dismantling cost is 1.5 lakh. Specialized packaging cost would be 25,000 and legal fees 75,000. Right now only you are understanding and writing. Don't think about solution. Huh? If you are thinking about solution, you are wasting your time. Solution think once the entire question is completed. Okay. The inventory has been valued in accordance with IND As 2. The recoverable value of CGU is 10 lakh as on 31st March 2018. So they have given recoverable amount of CGU. In the next year, the company has done the assessment of recoverability of CGU and found that the value of such CGU is 11 lakh. On 31st March 2019, the recoverable value of machinery A is 4,50,000 and combined machinery A and B is 7,60,000 on 31st March 2019. 19. First, compute the impairment loss on CGU and the carrying value of each asset after charging impairment loss for the year ended 31st March 2018 by providing all the relevant working notes. Then compute the prospective depreciation. Then compute the carrying value as on 31st March 2019. 8 marks question was asked in exam. Have you understood? Now let me ask you some question before I proceed. First question is that what is the cost of disposal? How much? Cost of disposal is how much? 1 lakh. 1,50,000. What is the cost of disposal? One answer I got 2.5 lakh. Everyone saying 2.5? Bolo. Means for cost of disposal, my god. Then dismantling cost will be cost of disposal. Packaging cost will be cost of disposal. Legal fee? Yes, it will be cost of disposal. Valuation fee? No. Very good. Means you know this point. So if you don't know this point and for the first time you're doing, just give star mark. This is the area where student will do mistake. Correct. Now the second point is what? Why they have given this information? But okay, this is the CGU. So why they have given cash flow for machinery A only? No. That I have understood. But you will impair CGU, you will impair masonry A. Acha. So just write down. This has been given to find out maximum impairment loss for what? Masonry A. Maximum. Write down. This has been given to find out what? Maximum impairment loss of masonry A. Masonry A. Correct. So whenever any CGU is performed for impairment testing, we need to also find out what is the maximum impairment loss allocated to individual asset. Correct? Understood? Now I think the 2 points were there. If you have understood these 2 points, so this question is very easy. Okay, first we will find out carrying amount. Carrying amount will be based on what date of purchase. So it is 1st April 2013. What is the impairment testing date? 31st March 2018. Means for how many year accumulated depreciation? 5 years. And for this 1st April 2015, so accumulated depreciation will be for how many years? 3 years. So carrying amount you can calculate. So carrying amount is given for 5 years and for this 3 year has been given. So carrying amount of masonry A is given 5,25,000 and for masonry B is given 3,50,000. This you can do. Carrying amount you can calculate. Then they have calculated calculation of value in use of masonry A. So we will take all the cash flow, but we need to also take what? Residual value. This is dangerous in exam. Normally students forget this. So we need to also consider what? Residual value at the end of useful life. Residual value at the end of useful life. Correct. We can calculate the present value factor whatever given. This will become present value. This will become value in use. They have also given fair value less cost of disposal of masonry A. So you can see fair value is given 7 lakh and the cost of disposal already you have said 2 lakh 50,000. So this becomes 4 lakh 50,000. So we'll take higher one. Higher one is what? 4 lakh 89,650. This become what? Recoverable amount of masonry A. What was the carrying amount of masonry A? Carrying amount was 5 lakh 25,000. So 5 lakh 25,000 minus 4 lakh 89,650. What is the maximum impairment loss? So maximum impairment loss will be 33,350. Now we'll come to CGU. We'll perform impairment testing of CGU. So for impairment testing of CGU, first we'll find out carrying amount of all the assets. So masonry A is given 5 lakh 25. Masonry B is given 3 lakh 55. Inventory they have given 2 lakh. Goodwill they have given 1 lakh 50,000. Here this 12 lakh 25,000 will be compared with the recoverable amount of CGU. What is the recoverable amount of CGU given? Recoverable amount is given 10 lakh. So what is the impairment loss? 2 lakh 50,000. It will be first allocated to what? Goodwill to the extent of their carrying amount. Balance is how much? Balance is how much? 75,000. This 75,000 will be allocated to A and B. In which ratio? In the ratio of carrying amount. Calculate 75,000 into what? 525 divide by 875 is equal to, so this is coming 45,000 and this will come 30,000. Am I right or not? But they have done in this way. Why? Yeah, can I say allocated amount was this, but we can allocate only how much? 35,350. Therefore maximum impairment loss for masonry A was 35,350. So now whatever balance impairment loss, whatever left will be allocated to what? Masonry B. Okay, this was one special point. This was one special point and this become the revised carrying amount after impairment loss. Understood? Correct? Have you understood this? Now coming to what? The second part. Then they have asked the subsequent depreciation. So subsequent depreciation will be calculated on revised carrying amount. So for masonry A, it will be on 4,89,650. What was the residual value? 50,000. So it will be 4,89,650 minus 50,000. What is the remaining useful life? Divide 5. This will become depreciation. And after depreciation, this will be the carrying amount after depreciation for the next year. Correct. For masonry B, it will be 3,10,350 and residual value is nil. Divide by what? 7. So this will be what? The carrying amount of masonry B. Understood? Correct. This much you understood. So I will just explain the reversal wala point. Reversal. Now just try to understand. Reversal. So 31st March 2019. So guys, the first we'll find out the carrying amount of machinery A, B, inventory, and we have goodwill also. So, but what is the carrying amount of A? This amount, give me. Carrying amount of A, this amount. 4,01,720. 4,01,000, and B how much? 2,66,014. 2,66,014. Inventory how much? 2 lakh. You have said 2 lakh, but whether inventory as on 31st March 2019 given? This was so as on 18 now. This figure was of 18 or 19? 18. I don't know from where you have got this amount. 19 to no figure has been given. Check karo. Understood what I am saying? I asked what is the amount of inventory. You just said 2 lakh. But 2 lakh of which date? 2 lakh has been given on which date? 31st March 2018. That to become opening inventory. But now we are doing impairment testing on which date? Means can I say actually they have not given? They have not given. So it means there are two assumptions available. Either you will say no change or you will say nil, but which assumption is more important? No change, and that will prevail. And this assumption you are taking from CA Inter. Whenever inventory is not given, always we assume what? Opening balance and closing balance are same. In single entry chapter, falana chapter, we have done that only. So that assumption will prevail. But this is an assumption. There is no change in the inventory. Suppose in your exam they are given 2,50,000, take 2,50,000. Understood? Good will become nil. What is the total carrying amount? $867, 734. So this become carrying amount. Now can you give me the recoverable amount of machinery A? Machinery A. You don't have question? Recoverable amount of machinery A. बताओ अब तो लिखा होगा ना 4,50,000 given, so 4,50,000. What is the recoverable amount of machinery B? 7. They have given combined value of machinery A and machinery B. So 7,60,000 minus 4,50,000 how much? 3,50,000. Correct. Inventory how much? 3,10,000. So 3,10,000 ka dete. Recoverable amount of inventory will be same. Good will be 0. So this become total. This become total how much? 9,60,000. Now can you give me the carrying amount as if no impairment loss will be ever charged? So you need to recalculate these two amounts from the beginning. You need to recalculate this amount as if no impairment loss was ever charged. Can you calculate it? In exam do working note, but right now you can give me in calculator. Understand what I have said? Ignore impairment loss and calculate it from the beginning. Means charge 6-year depreciation. 6-year depreciation. How much? 11 lakh. 4 lakh. 4,30,000 na. And for machinery B. For machinery B. 3 lakh. Correct. 3 lakh. Okay, sir. This will remain 2 lakh only. So this become how much? 9,30,000. Okay. Now what IND As 36 says that once impairment loss has been allocated goodwill, that impairment loss cannot be reversed. Means goodwill once impaired, the impairment loss of goodwill cannot be reversed. Therefore do not consider goodwill only. once it is entirely impaired. So reversal is allowed only for other assets which are not goodwill. Understood this point? Okay. Now we have already understood that revised carrying amount after reversal should be equal to lower of these two. So can I say we can find out revised carrying amount? This shortcut I am using. This shortcut. Revised carrying amount will be lower of these two. This will be what? 4 lakh 30,000. This is 3 lakh and this is what? 2 lakh. So total become how much? 9 lakh 30,000. I hope you have understood. So reversal amount will be what? Reversal. Can reversal be difference of these two? So can you give me the reversal amount? 28280. Are you getting what I am saying? Reversal. This one how much? 996. 986. 86. This will be 0. The total reversal is how much? 6 62266. This becomes the amount of reversal. This shortcut I have used. So whenever you are finding any question lengthy, then always use the shortcut. Answer will remain same. I will say whenever they have given CGU now for reversal, use this technique only. This is more easy to understand. And in this you can avoid some more step. Otherwise what will happen? First you need to find a reversal, then allocation need to be done. In this calculation and allocation both are done together. So this is the shortcut method from examination point of view. Chalega. Have you understood the calculation part? So first calculate what? Present carrying amount. Then calculate a recoverable amount. Then calculate a carrying amount as if no impairment loss was charged. Then take the lower of these two. That become revised carrying amount. Then compare these and these. The difference will be what? Reversal amount. Understood? Correct. This much done. So means more or less we have done this chapter. Only one point. Means one point. Business combination. Now this chapter might be linked with business combination. Correct? Now I will take that question right now. If you know one point of business combination. Otherwise I will do that two questions when I will do consolidation chapter. Do you remember about full goodwill and partial goodwill? You remember? And how to calculate goodwill, that formula you remember? So can you give me the formula to calculate goodwill? Hello? Purchase consideration less plus NCI plus fair value of previously held equity interest, then minus fair value of INA. This NCI can be measured by two methods. What are the two methods? First is fair value method, second is proportionate share in INA method. Full fair value method will give which goodwill? Full goodwill. Pasina method will give which goodwill? Partial goodwill. If you know this much, then I can take that two questions. Can I take? Chalo. Because let me complete that two also point in this chapter only. Otherwise, it will be pending. Yeah, what I am saying. Where is that chapter? In there with this. This question. First, let us take 33. First, one question I am taking for full goodwill. One question I will take for partial goodwill. So the concept of this will be also over. Okay, sir. Now this chapter can be mixed with what? Business combination chapter. However, in one of the RTP, the last time business combination chapter, in business combination question, they have asked impairment testing also. Means in the they will ask you the consolidated balance sheet. In that they will ask to perform impairment testing. So that type of question can be asked. So if you know this concept, you can apply there also. Chalega? Yes, sir. So Sun Limited is an entity with various subsidiaries. The entity closed its books of account at every year, ended on 31st March. On 1st July 2001, Sun Limited acquired 80% interest in Pluto Limited. Details of acquisition were as follows. Sun Limited acquired 8 lakh shares in Pluto Limited by issuing 2 equity shares for every 5 acquired. Means what is the swap ratio? 2 by 5. The fair value of Sun Limited is rupees 4 per share and fair value of Pluto Limited share is 1.4 per share. The cost of issue was 5% per share. Sun Limited incurred further legal and professional cost of 1 lakh that are directly related to acquisition. Now there are 2 points. For this point, but as per business combination chapter means as per IND As 103, what is the accounting treatment for legal and professional cost? So very good. Those who have said P&L, very good. Can you say IND As 103 says that any directly related acquisition cost will not be added to PC, that will be charged to profit and loss account as an expense. So this point will do where? In IND As 103. Now they have given cost of issue where 5%. What will do about this? This is nothing but transaction cost of issuing equity shares. Transaction cost of issuing equity shares. So what will do about this? Normally what happens, just write this information is given. So if given, you will apply na. If you don't know, you will wrongly apply. This so you have understood, it will not be added to PC, so you will ignore it. Because for this chapter, for this question, you are not doing any accounting treatment. You are only calculating what impairment loss of CGU. I hope you are understanding. So this point is not at all relevant for this question. Now the question, what about the cost of issue of where 5% of the 5% per share? What you will do about this? Chalo, you have forgotten. Now you will do it. Apply common sense. Now apply. What I am saying, suppose you have forgotten. Now nahi aa raha hai na. You said correctly about this na. Arey bolna yes or no. Now you have a doubt about this na. Don't waste your time. Read, proceed, you will get your answer. 100%. Abhi dekho, you are not able to say. Anyone is not able to say. It is my firm belief. 100% I am confident when I will do solution, everyone will do correct. Let's see. Check karte. Now you will think much, you are wasting your time na. Or you will leave this only. Arey. Let's see what you are doing. Chalega? Okay, sir. So this point is question mark, but let's see what you will say. The fair value of INA is given how much? 1.3 million. Sun Limited initially measured NCI at fair value. They use the market value of Pluto Limited for this purpose. Okay, sir. No impairment of goodwill arising on acquisition as on this date and this date. Pluto Limited comprised of 3 CGU ABC. When Pluto Limited was acquired by directors of Sun Limited, estimate goodwill arising on acquisition could reasonably be estimated in 2:2:1 basis. Allocation ratio given. The carrying value of asset in this CGU, they have given carrying amount and recoverable amount. Carrying amount and recoverable amount has been given. Required. First do calculation of goodwill as per IND As 103 chapter and do also impairment testing. Then compute the total impairment loss arising as a result of impairment review, identifying how much loss would be allocated to NCI in Pluto Limited. So this is actually a point of business combination chapter ki business combination of consolidation chapter ki how much loss will be allocated to NCI. Understood? So first let us do calculation of goodwill. So we are doing first calculation of goodwill. For that we want PC. PC will be fair value of equity shares issued. Correct now. How many shares acquired? They have acquired 8 lakh. 8 lakh equity shares. 8 lakh. What is the swap ratio? 2:5. What is the fair value of equity shares? 4. But you will take fair value of equity shares of Pluto Limited or Sun Limited? Sun Limited or Pluto Limited? Sun Limited na. That is how much? 4. So 8 lakh into 2 divided by 5 into 4 is equal to coming how much? 1 lakh 12,80,000 na. So because all figures are given in 1000, so better we will take also in 1000. So we will do 1280. 1280. Correct. So this become what? PC. 1280 become PC. Understood? Any changes you want to make? Any changes you want to make? This might be wrong also. You want to make any changes? Chalo. Then we'll do calculation of goodwill. So that is what? PC. PC is how much? NCI by using which method? बताओ how many shares not acquired by parent company? 20%. 8 lakh represent 80%. So 20% is how much? 2 lakh. 2 lakh multiplied by what? 1.4. So 2 lakh into 1.4 is equal to 280. 280. Then so this was how much percentage? 80 20. So okay, previously held equity interest is 0. So this become total how much? 1280 plus 280. How much? 1560. What is the INA? 1300. So what is the goodwill? So this is full goodwill, partial goodwill. So 1560 minus 1300. How much? 260. Understood. Now we'll do impairment testing. We'll do impairment testing now. We have how many CGU? A, B and C. What is the carrying amount given? Carrying amount given how much? 600, 550, 450. 600, 550, 450. Whether you will allocate goodwill. In which ratio? Allocate 104, 104. What is the total? Then compare with what? Recoverable amount. What is the recoverable amount given? 740, 650, 400. What is the impairment loss? Nil, 452. But this will first allocated to what? Goodwill. Second, B how much? This is 102 now. This is 102. Why you have said 52? 102. But how much allocated for B? 4 na? To the extent of this amount na? So out of 4, all will be allocated to what? B. Goodwill of B na? But how much allocated to goodwill of C? 52. The balance will be allocated to what? Balance will be allocated CGU. How much? 50. Understood? Correct. Now, okay, this is the impairment loss of goodwill. This is the impairment loss of other asset. So because it is full goodwill, but this impairment loss will be allocated to parent and NCI, in which ratio? 80 and 20%. So because it is full goodwill, both will be allocated to parent and NCI as per consolidation chapter or business combination chapter that we have done. And this 50 will be also allocated to what? Parent and NCI. So they have asked how much impairment loss will be allocated to NCI. You can calculate these two. You can calculate this two. This is simple calculation. Understood? Full goodwill was easy. Actually, the concept will become difficult with partial goodwill. Okay? If you have done, so you know that point. But what you have done about this? Nothing, na? Nothing. So as per IND As 103, IND As 32 will be applicable for accounting treatment of this. IND As 32 says that it will be deducted from equity. Deducted from equity, but not in PC. But not in PC. Understood? Correct. So that we'll discuss this point again in business combination chapter. But can I say, if you would have done, so you have done in this way only. Because you know each and every formula na. Understood this point? Chalo. Now one question I will take for partial goodwill. Come to this 34. A Limited acquire 80% share of subsidiary B for rupees 3,200. At the date of acquisition, B Limited identifiable net asset was 3,000. A Limited elect to measure NCI at Pasina misproportionate share of net identifiable asset. It recognized. They have given goodwill recognition. They have given how to calculate, that is given. Thank you very much. This become partial goodwill. Partial goodwill. At the end of next financial year, B Limited carrying amount is reduced to 2,700,000 excluding goodwill. Recoverable amount of B, case 1 they have given 2,000, Case 2 they have given 2800, calculate impairment loss allocable to parent and NCI in both the cases. Correct. Now, how to do? So first we'll do case number 1. When the recoverable, I will do case number 1, you will do case number 2. So if you are doing case number 2 correctly, means you have understood. Correct. So case number 1 I will do. What is the recoverable amount? 2000. So we have goodwill and other asset and then add on total. But what is the carrying amount of goodwill? What is the carrying amount of other asset? 2000. Total. Understood? This is given the question. Now what they want to say for Pasina method means partial goodwill. When you compare with the recoverable amount, you can say when I say recoverable amount, so recoverable amount means what? How much you recover either from the use of that business or sale of that business or CGU. So when you are calculating recoverable amount, but you are considering full goodwill ki partial goodwill. When you are calculating recoverable amount, suppose this is one classroom. This is one classroom. So if you dispose this classroom, so you dispose with full goodwill ki partial goodwill? Full goodwill only. Means can you say for recoverable amount, full goodwill has been considered. But for this carrying amount, what has been considered? Partial goodwill. These are not comparable. These are not comparable. Therefore, we can't compare it. So what we'll do? Only for impairment testing, will increase the partial goodwill to what? Full goodwill. And we'll add unrecognized share of what? NCI. Unrecognized share of NCI. That is nothing but 200. Because this is 80%. So how much 20%? 80%, no? 80%. So how much 20%? Understood? So we'll add unrecognized share of NCI. Only for impairment testing, not for accounting. In accounting we'll do nothing. Only for performing impairment testing. So this will become 200. Now this will become what? 3700. Now compare with the recoverable amount. How much? 2000. So what is the total impairment loss? Total impairment loss is 700. First it will be allocated to what? Goodwill to the extent of 1000. Now 1000 balance will be allocated to other assets. Right. Now can you say out of this 80% is how much? 20% how much? So 20% was not recognized. The question of impairment loss charging to PL will not arise. Then from this once again deduct unrecognized share of NCI, that is 200, because that will not be accounted. That will not be accounted. What was unrecognized? Can you charge that to PL account? No. So what was unrecognized, that cannot be recognized as an impairment loss. So once again deduct this, and this will become what? Impairment loss 800, 700 and 1500. Have you understood? But this is the impairment loss of which goodwill? Partial goodwill attributable to parent company ki both? So this will be attributable only to parent company, but this will be attributable to both parent company and NCI. Understood is fine. Correct. If you have understood this much, because you are saying yes sir, so do the next 2000, and if you can do this correctly means you have understood. And if you are doing some mistake, then once again explanation required. I hope online students are also calculating. Calculate, okay, everyone. Done. Calculator. Okay, continue. Done? Bravo. What is the impairment loss of goodwill? Please give me final answer. 720. And other asset? 0. Everyone getting this answer? Then yes sir only. Everyone getting this answer? Good, means you have understood. Everyone getting 720? Okay. Pakka? Then it means you have understood. Means what you have done? Means 800. Then 2700. 3500. You increase by 200. 200. This become 3700. Compare with 2800. This become 900. Will first allocate it to what? Goodwill. Correct. And this is nothing. But out of this 900, once again you will reduce what? NCS here. But only to the extent of what? 20%. So 20% is what? 180. Means how much loss belong to parent company? 720. So this will be attributable only to parent company. Very good. Excellent. Understood. With this we completed all the points of impairment testing. Now in this chapter, if they ask practical question, MCQ, you need to do theoretical part. But practical question, believe me, it is only calculation based. There are only, I will say, 6 to 7 good questions which require thoda sa attention. Otherwise, so simple question given. Simple question given. I like to take one more question if you permit me. Correct? And that question I will create. Understood? That question I will create. Because this is the, I will say, one of the good question. Or I have that question, I think so. This I have created. Achha, I will take this question. Okay. You will do this question. You will do this question by your own. Okay. Let's see how many of you can do this question. Very simple. 37. Great Limited acquired a machinery on 1st April 2012 for 7 crore. That had an estimated useful life of 7 years. The machine is depreciated on SLM basis, does not carry any residual value. On 1st April 2016, the carrying value of machine was reassessed at 5.10 crore and the surplus arising out of revaluation being credited to revaluation reserve. For the year ended March 2018, the condition indicating impairment of the machine existed and the amount recoverable was 79 lakh. Calculate a loss on impairment of machine and show how this loss to be treated in the books of Great Limited. Great Limited has followed a policy of writing down the revaluation surplus by the increased charge of depreciation resulting from revaluation. Have you to the last para? Last para you understood? What do you have understood by what last para? Where? Very good. It means, can I say, we entity has opted second option as discussed under IND As 16. The amount equal to additional depreciation will be transferred from revaluation surplus to retained earning. Very good. Excellent. Now let's see whether you can do it by your own or not. Do it. If you have understood the question, now let's see whether you can do it or not. You only do it. Done. Done. Bata. How much impairment loss you calculated? 0.91. Very good. It is correct. Now, how much impairment loss will be debited to PL? Debited to OCI? 0.70. And balance will be debited to? Very good. Means you have understood. So, I think calculation of impairment loss was not difficult. Now, what was the amount of revaluation? 2.10. So, 2.10. What is the remaining useful life? 3 years. How much life expired? 2 years. So, how much will be transfer retained earning? 0. How much? 1.4 will be transferred to what? Retained earning. So, how much left? 0.70 left in revaluation surplus. So 0.91 to the extent of 0.70 will be transferred to OCI and balance 0.21 will be transferred to PL. So sometimes they ask this type of question, but if you can retain this point, then you can do it. Suppose in exam this point is not given. This point is not given. I will say my suggestion is that either do both the option or do this option. Do difficult thing, okay, if you know. Because can is the objective of asking this question is this only. They forget to mention you. Correct now. So either do both the option or do this one. If we are doing that also, that is correct. But marks will be given by them now. So sometimes they will say that array both the option was required. Why you have not given both the option? Understood? Correct. So when you do more, you are getting more now. When you are getting less, you are getting less only. Chalega? Okay. Done. So with this chapter completed. Before I will take break, but before break I forgotten one point in IND As 41. IND As 41 I have forgotten one point. Correct now. Now what IND As 41 says that, suppose you purchase one cow and it was of year 1, means age was 1 year and the fair value was 1000. Correct? And here the cow become age of 2 years and the fair value is 1200. But if the same cow of 1 year was here 1100, means of 1 year it was, what is the fair value? 1100. 2 year, what is the fair value? So what IND As 41 says that also disclose the price change and physical change. The differences arises because of price change how much, physical change how much. So this become what? Price change, and this become what? Physical change. You remember this type of question have been asked in one of the exam, can be asked in your exam, and with MCQs, so very important. So this become price change, this become physical change. So total change become 200, but out of 200, 100 is price change and the other 100 is physical change. So that also requires separate disclosure. So I forgot to inform you this point. Chalo, ho gaya. Correct. Now we'll take, I will say 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, we'll take the last chapter of today, that is IND As 105. That will not take much time. Now, can we start once again, everyone? Okay, the last chapter for today, IND As 105, non-current asset, held for sale, and discontinued operation. So there are actually three topics in this. Three topics. First is non-current asset or disposal group held for sale. Second is non-current asset or disposal group held for distribution to owner. Then last one is discontinued operation. Correct. In this also non-current asset means not all non-current asset. It will be as same to same what we have done for IND As 36. Therefore, after IND As 36, I am doing IND As 105. So only PP will be covered. Then batao. PP then intangible asset, investment property, ROE asset, investment in subsidiaries, associate and joint venture, and biological asset under cost model. Only this will be covered. Okay. So not all non-current asset, only this current asset, means other assets are not covered. You can see non-current assets which are measured fair value. So biological asset, if they are measured cost model, will be covered. Understood? Correct. Now point number B is similar to point number A. If you have understood point number A, so point number B and point number A are same. Means effectively there are two topics. One is non-current asset or disposal group held for sale and discontinued operation. Now for these two, we'll understand the classification, then measurement, then disclosure. So classification criteria, measurement criteria, and disclosure requirement. But for discontinued operation, only we need to understand disclosure requirement. For discontinued operation, there is no measurement principle in this chapter. Are you able to understand? So for DCO, only we need to understand the disclosure requirement and the meaning of DCO Chalega. So first we'll come to non-current asset or disposal group held for sale. So can you say we know the meaning of non-current asset? If you don't know the meaning of non-current asset, that meaning I will do in IND As 1. But I think those which are not current asset will become non-current asset. So of course you know the meaning of current asset. So I'm not discussing the meaning of non-current asset right now. However, I will say refer IND As 1. So we'll do that discussion in detail in IND As 1. Now what do you mean by disposal group? So what IND As 105 says, disposal group is a group of assets and liability. So any asset, any liability, even though that assets and liability are not within the scope of this chapter. So it will include any asset, any liability, whether it is current, non-current, to be disposed of means right now not yet disposed, to be disposed of means future tense, to be disposed of by means of sale, only by means of sale, together as a group in a single transaction, means to give you more clarification about disposal group, what they want to say is, suppose there are some group of assets and liability, correct? Now if it is to be disposed of and already disposed of, are you getting what I am saying? If it is already disposed of, then it is outside the scope of this chapter. So only we need to find out to be disposed of, correct? By means of, disposal can be by means of sale or by means of abandoned, means we can abandon it. Abandon means what? Discarded. We can discard it. Are you getting? So if it is to be disposed of by way of abandonment, then it is not a disposal group. Now sale, it can be by two ways, either group sale or it can be piecemeal sale. Piecemeal sale means what? Individual sale. For example, this classroom I have decided to dispose of by selling some furniture to one student, some camera to one student, some furniture to some student. So it is what? Piecemeal distribution. Then also it is not disposal group. So only by group it become what? A disposal group. Understood? So group of assets and liability to be disposed of by means of sale together as a group in a single transaction, it means it become disposal group. Understood? Now once it become disposal group, it may or may not be classified as held for sale. So when I am saying disposal group, it does not mean it is classified as held for sale. It may or may not be classified as held for sale. Means whether it is classified as held for sale, for that we need to meet classification criteria as per IND As 105. I hope you are understanding. So disposal group does not mean it become classified as held for sale, even though it is held for sale. Understood? Held for disposal, because it is given to be disposed of, means we have decided to dispose it, but then also it may or may not be classified as held for sale, means it may not be classified as held for sale. For that purpose we want the classification criteria. Understood? Now can you say in this piecemeal, when I am saying piecemeal, so there may be some non-current asset within the scope of IND As 105. For example, when I am saying classroom, we want to dispose of, but this classroom consists of furniture, camera, etc. These all are property, plant and equipment. Correct now. So it may have some non-current asset within the scope of IND As 105. Can I say that can be also what? May or may not be classified as held for sale or not? Because single asset may be also classified as held for sale. So when I am saying piecemeal distribution, so it might be containing some PP, intangible asset, investment property, which may or may not be classified as held for sale as per the classification criteria of IND As 105. So when I am saying it is cross, it does not mean it is outside the scope of this chapter. It is not meeting the definition of what? Disposal group, but it may meet the definition of non-current asset. So we have two items, non-current asset or disposal group. Non-current asset or disposal group to be classified as held for sale. Now what is the classification criteria that we are going to understand? So what they want to say? Acha, one more point. This disposal group can be either one CGU, it can be group of CGU, or it can be part of CGU. It can be part of CGU. Means this disposal group can be one CGU, group of CGU, or it can be part of CGU. And in case CGU, goodwill can be also allocated. So in disposal group, goodwill can be allocated as per the requirement of which IND As? One second. This disposal group can be a part of CGU or one CGU or group of CGU. The goodwill can be allocated as per which IND As? IND As 36. Therefore, after IND As 36, I am doing this, correct? So, what same thing is given. The group include goodwill acquired in business combination if the group is a CGU to which goodwill has been allocated in accordance with IND As 36. Understood? Correct? Yes, sir. Now, classification. What IND As 105 says that whenever the carrying amount is principally recovered through a sale transaction rather than from continued use, then it may be classified as held for sale. So what they are saying, entities say classify non-current asset or disposal group as held for sale if the carrying amount will be recovered principally through a sale transaction and not through its continuing use. Means, can I say, whenever there is an indicator impairment, suppose this mobile, not this mobile, correct, some mobile, imagine there is some mobile which has been now destroyed, correct now. So destroyed means it can be used now, it can be repaired, it can be used. I mean, means right now we have not decided whether I will use, I will not use, correct now. Means the carrying amount can be principally recovered through use or sale. Therefore we find recoverable amount value in use is based on use and pay less cost of disposal is based on sale. Therefore we take higher amount. But once we decide that it will not be used, means will not use, and principally it will be recovered through sale transaction, then it means it become held for sale. Understood what I am saying? Correct. So when the carrying amount is principally recovered through sale transaction, but sir, how will understand the carrying amount is principally recovered sale transaction? I have decided to sell it, but I am using it right now because I am not finding any customer. Bola yes or no? Means I want to sell it. I have given announcement also. You want to purchase, you can purchase, but I am using it because I am not getting any customer. So sir, how will understand the? In that case, they have given two more conditions to to demonstrate that. So what they are saying, NC or disposal group is classified as held for sale if the following conditions are satisfied. So with these two conditions, we'll be able to understand whether the carrying amount is principally recovered through sale transaction or not recovered through sale transaction. First condition is what? The non-current asset or disposal group must be available for immediate sale in its current condition. Immediate sale means, can I say, if I am saying immediate sale, so if any customer come, I will immediately sell it without any waiting period. Understood? Means it is available for sale in current conditions. Suppose I have a building and I have given one announcement, if once that building is renovated, I will sell it. So whether it is available for immediate sale in current condition? No, because we need to wait for what? Renovation. Once renovation completed, then only it is available for immediate sale. So it must be available for immediate sale in its current condition. So what? There are two keywords. One is what? Immediate sale in its present condition. Present condition. First condition you understood. Second condition, the sale must be highly probable. Highly probable. Highly probable means what? More than 50%? Ki less than 50%? Then what is probable? So doubt aaya. So it means highly probable is more than probable but less than virtual certainty. What do you mean by virtual certainty? More than 95%. So highly probable means not it does not mean it is equal to probable. Probable means more than 50%. Highly probable means more than probable but less than virtual certainty. So it must be highly probable. Now sir, how can we understand it is highly probable? So they have given sub 5 conditions. How many conditions? 5 conditions to understand whether it is probable or not probable or highly probable. Means if all the conditions satisfied, become what? Highly probable. So highly probable means significantly more likely than probable. Let us understand 5 conditions because this condition may be important from examination point of view as well as MCQ point of view. Means normally in exam they will give first find out the date of classification based on this assessment. We write down these all 5 points. Correct. The first condition, management must be committed for sale. There must be intention as well as commitment for sale. Can I say once the resolution is passed in board of directors meeting, there is a commitment. So it means there should be some meeting in which resolution has been passed. So this will give an indication of commitment. Indication of commitment. Then management has initiated an active program to find out potential buyer. Means they have done some program. Means they have given some promotional activity to find out what? Potential buyer. So it is an indication that it is highly probable. The sale price is reasonable in relation to current fair value. Sale price means must be reasonable. It must be reasonable, fair enough as per current market price. The sale transaction is expected to be completed within 12 months from the date of classification. Means within 1 year from the date of classification, the sale must be completed. Expected to be completed. Expected to be completed. And management is not expected to change or withdraw the plan. Means as on today, there is no expectation of management to change the plan or withdraw the plan. If all these 5 conditions has been satisfied on a particular date, that date will become the date of classification, and on that date measurement principle of IND As 105 will be applicable. Understood this point? I think you have understood. No more clarification required. Come to measurement principle. So measurement principle very simple. It will be measured at lower of carrying amount and fair value less cost of disposal. Understood? Why not recoverable amount? Because there is no use. There is no use. So carrying amount of fair value less cost of disposal, whichever is lower, this fair value less cost of disposal will be given in the question. Now recognition of impairment loss and reversal. Now impairment loss in this case means impairment loss. Just try to understand. I just want to explain something. See, there are 3 types of actually loss. One is revaluation loss. Revaluation loss. One is impairment loss as per IND As 36, and now one is impairment loss as per IND As 105. This is also known as impairment loss. Here we are comparing carrying amount with what? Fair value. We are comparing with what? Fair value, na? Fair value. Chalo, very good. Excellent. Here we are comparing with what? Recoverable amount. Very good. Excellent. Here we are comparing with what? So all are different, na? All are different. All are different. Batao. This loss will be adjusted with what? Whether it can be adjusted with OCI, revaluation surplus. First with OCI, to the extent of revaluation surplus, balance will be debited to what? PL. This loss can be adjusted with OCI. Yes. OCI to the extent of revaluation surplus, balance will be debited to what? PL. Where this loss can be adjusted with OCI. That sir, you have not said now. How can we say? Huh? This cannot be adjusted. Means suppose there is a revalued asset. We have an OCI revaluation surplus. It can be adjusted. It cannot be adjusted. Cannot be adjusted. Can be, but no, it cannot be adjusted. Therefore, I am asking this question. Understood? Highly, means high chances student will do mistake, but till now no question of this nature have been asked in exam. Till now not asked. Means they don't want to kill you. But believe me, this question will come. Everyone will do mistake. So be careful. Be careful. With MCQs, all questions now become important. Have you understood this point? Correct. Have you understood this point? So this loss, all are as per different standard, different accounting treatment is there. Chalega? Yes, sir. So this you have understood. So one thing you have understood that entities should recognize impairment loss in PL. Correct. This should not be adjusted with revaluation surplus. Understood? We all know that from IND As 16, IND As 38 that once the asset is classified as held for sale, depreciation will be ceased. Means no further depreciation will be charged. So depreciation and amortization shall immediately stop from the moment the asset has been classified as held for sale. Correct? Understood? Now just try to understand. Suppose initially on 31st March 2023, carrying amount was 1 lakh and fair value less cost of disposal was 90,000. How much impairment loss? 10,000. Correct. Then on 31st March 2024, carrying amount is 1 lakh and fair value less cost of disposal is 1,10,000. Quite possible. Quite possible. Correct. Batao, what you will do about this 10,000? Whether it can be reversed? Well, yes, it can be reversed. To the extent of previous impairment loss. To the extent of previous impairment loss. And it can be reversed. One more example. Suppose carrying amount is 1 lakh on the same date. Fair value less cost of disposal is 1,20,000. How much you can reverse? Only to the extent of 10,000. Understood? One more example. Carrying amount is 1 lakh. Value in use is 80,000 and fair value less cost of disposal is 70,000. Quite possible. Understood? Now suppose there was some indicator. So the question is that on this date there was some indicator for impairment and IND As 105 is also applicable because it has been classified as held for sale because the classification criteria match. Understood? Correct. Now the question is that will you apply IND As 36? Will you apply IND As 36? Yes or no? Why? Correct. Yes is correct. Why? 100% correct. Why? Because carrying amount will be first calculated by applying impairment loss. Now when I am saying this carrying amount is as per IND As 16. IND As 16 means after impairment loss. Now the first depreciation, then impairment loss, then IND As 105. So yes, it means, can I say what you will do? Carrying amount is how much? 1 lakh. Impairment loss as per IND As 36 how much? 20,000. Very good. You will take higher one, na? So what is the revised carrying amount? And what is the impairment loss as per IND AS 105? 10,000. So what is the carrying amount? 70,000. This you have understood. This you have understood. Have you understood this? This question can be asked in exam. Huh? Now, after 1 year, what happened? Key fair value less means carrying amount is 70,000 and fair value less cost of disposal is now 1,20,000. But how much reversal? How much reversal? Huh? Well, no. Reversal will be the sum total of these two. Understood? Because in IND AS 36 also you have done reversal, not a. In that also you have done reversal or not? So reversal will to the extent of sum total of these. Sum total of these. Understood this point? Correct. That is given in this para. Now you'll understand. Any subsequent increase in fair value less cost to sale of an asset can be recognized in PL to the extent that it is not in excess of cumulative impairment loss that will be recognized in accordance with IND AS 105 or previously in accordance with IND AS 36. Understood? Important. Correct. Now, coming to disposal group. So suppose there is a disposal group. So first you will find out carrying amount. You will compare with fair value less cost of disposal. This will be impairment loss. So but this impairment loss will first allocated to what? Goodwill if any. Other impairment loss, balance impairment loss will be allocated to what? The non-current asset to which IND AS 105 applies in the ratio of their carrying amount. Same to same principle as what? IND AS 36. The difference is what? This is what? IND AS 105. That is what? IND AS 36. That impairment loss can be adjusted with that revaluation surplus, but this impairment loss cannot be adjusted with revaluation surplus. This is the difference. Calculation remains same. One question. This is one of the popular question of exam. So let me take that question. One question they asked of this nature. Already asked. I will say 2-3 times in exam. This question. On June 1, 2001, entity X planned to sell a group of assets and liability which is classified as disposal group. Classified as disposal group, huh? Not held for sale. It is disposal group which may or may not be held for sale. So sometimes students think as a classified disposal group, this become date of classification. On 1st June, it become disposal group. Are you getting what I am saying? On July 31, the board of directors approved and become committed the plan to sell the manufacturing unit by entering into firm purchase commitment with an entity Y. However, since the manufacturing unit is regulated, the approval of regulator is needed for sale. The approval from regulator is customary and highly probable to be received by November 30, 2001, and the sale is expected to complete in entity X. But means they have given 2 dates. But what is the date of classification? So this information is not relevant. Only this information is relevant. Correct. However, this they have given a previous year and this information is not at all relevant. Understood? So this become a date of classification. They will ask you the reason for that you can explain with the condition given in the IND AS 105. That is condition you should mention. Understood? Now this become the total carrying amount of what? Disposal group. But for goodwill, whether IND AS 105 applicable? For goodwill, IND AS 105 applicable? Why not? I said PP intangible asset. Goodwill is an intangible asset, na? Yes. Yes. For plant machinery, building, debtor, inventory, creditor, loan. So whether disposal group will consist of this asset? Yes, very good. So 2600. 2600. Now they have given the fair value of manufacturing unit on December 31 is 2000. This is not relevant. As on 31 July it is 1850. They give fair value. The cost to sell is 100 on both the dates. So what is the fair value less cost to sell? 1750. What is the total impairment loss? How much? 850. But it will first allocated to what? To the extent of carrying amount. The balance 350 will be allocated to what? Plant and machinery and building in the ratio of their carrying amount. Super easy, na? Super easy. This question I think it was of 10 or I think I don't remember, but this question already asked few times. 8 marks to pakka. What do you want in exam? But normally what happens? We do that small mistake. means you know everything. In exam I will say 70% students know, but they can't write. Can knowledge become important when you can apply it? If you are not able to apply it, or you are not able to convince others, the knowledge is not a knowledge. Are you getting? If I know something but I can't explain you, so it is wastage na. One of the reasons why CA are not getting good job, all CA are knowledgeable. It is 100% because you pass CA final exam, you have done 3 articleship, means you are knowledgeable. But we don't have communication skills. We can't present ourselves. We fail in interview. They ask some question, we are not able to communicate them in proper way. So you know that fact, but you are not able to convince in a proper way na. अरे बोलना रे. So if you are not able to convince in a proper way, anyone will take you? No. You are also saying no. So you need to also work on what? Communication skills. That no teacher will explain. No, there is ICAI, so correspondence course. So ICAI will do GMCS, but I know what they do there and what you do there. Correct now? So it means that you need to improve by your own. Once you improve your communication skills, believe me, no company can reject any CA. Because already we have filtered Ray. Now how rejection? Means from my point of view, you should reject company. Am I right or not? CA name only is okay. I am chartered accountant. This much is enough. Respect will come, recognition will come. But then also, why company are rejecting you? Yeah, not you. The other chartered accountant, they are not getting good job because of communication skill. Okay, so start working on that also. Therefore, I say always participate in the class. Say answers. Say. Once you will participate, your fear will go. Understood? Chalo, आगे चलते हैं. Understood? This you understood. This is very simple na. Now they have asked 2 questions. First, assessment. Assessment you can do. Which date you can identify? The measurement of that date you have done. They have asked one more question. The measurement of manufacturing unit at the end of the year. At the end of the year means what they have given. One more point. The disposal group is not sold at the period end 31st December 2001. The fair value as on 31st December 2001 is lower than the carrying value of disposal group as on that date. Can I say as on year end means 31st December 2001? We need to once again find out the revised carrying amount of all assets. Okay, goodwill will be 0. PP will be 900 minus what? Minus how much allocate na? 350 into 900 divided by total कितना है? How much? 2750. 2750. It is 115 na. And 350 minus 115 is equal to what? 235. Correct? So 900 minus 115 how much? So this becomes 785. And 1850 minus what? 235 how much? 1615. Understood? And no depreciation on this. So this will remain this amount only. My question to you, what will be the amount of debtor, inventory, creditor and loan? How much? Means of course this will change na. This will change or not? This will change. This will change. Correct? If nothing is given, we can assume it remain same. But this will change or not? So what they have asked, because we don't know this, so we don't know the carrying amount. But they have given one point. What they have given? The fair value is lower than what? Carrying value. So fair value, they have not given fair value also. But this is lower than what? This means there will be some impairment loss. Impairment loss will be allocated again to what? This and this in the ratio of their carrying amount. So one theoretical answer is given because they have not given fair value etc. So one theoretical answer has been given. You can read that loss will be also allocated to PP and building in the ratio of their carrying amount. Chalega? Yes sir. Chalo. Okay, done. So this much you have understood, this much you understood, this you have done. Now next point is what? Suppose One of the conditions was that it is expected to be completed within 12 months from the date of classification, but suppose after 12 months it is not yet sold. The question arises whether it will be reclassified again to PP. Just try to understand. When I am saying PP classified as held for sale, and when I say PP, both are different. PP means what? IND As. PP classified as held for sale means what? So when I say PP classified as held for sale will be reclassified to PP. Means from IND As 105 once again will go to what? IND As 16. I hope you are understanding. So suppose we have not sold it within 1 year, so whether it will require reclassification. So what IND As 105 says that no if two conditions satisfied. If two conditions are satisfied. First condition, the delay was because of genuine reason. Genuine reason. The delay was because of genuine reason. Correct? And second, the management is still committed to sell it. It is quite possible, suppose we have decided to sell it, but COVID-19 came. Now we are not finding back, we need to wait now. We need to wait. So we want to sell it, but we are not able to sell it. So it is genuine reason only. Therefore, it will be still classified as what? Held for sale. So delay is caused by the event or circumstances beyond the control of entity, and the entity is still committed to sell the asset. So it will be still classified as held for sale. Correct? Now presentation of non-current asset or disposal group in balance sheet. So what IND As 105 says, it will be shown separately from other asset. Means it will not be shown under non-current asset and current asset. So non-current asset, current asset, then we write down non-current asset or disposal group held for sale. Have you understood this point? Means now there will be three heading: non-current asset, current asset, then non-current asset held for sale. Okay. Similarly, equity, non-current liability, current liability. Can disposal group may consist of liability also? So liability directly associated with disposal group classified as held for sale. So now there will be four heading. Understood? In MCQ they ask this question. Have you understood this point? Chalega? Yes, sir. Now changes of plan. Changes of plan, this may be important for practical question also. Changes of plan. Suppose after 1 year, yeah, after 6 months only, now management withdraw the plan. Now they don't want to change it. Quite possible, even though they are commitment, the commitment does not mean we can't change now. Correct now? Are you getting? So commitment is there, but I don't want to continue that commitment. Quite possible, so I want to change the plan. In that case, we need to reclassify non-current asset held for sale as non-current asset. Means PP will be PP classified as held for sale will be reclassified to PP, but at which amount? At which amount? So they say it will be lower of two amount. Lower of two amount. First amount is what? Carrying amount, as if it was never classified as held for sale. Understood? Carrying amount had the asset or disposal group has never been classified as held for sale or is recoverable amount as per IND As 36. Recoverable amount as per IND As 36, you know. Means this is value in use or fair value less cost of disposal, whichever is higher. Because now you are using it, so you can find out value in use. Understood? This amount or this amount, whichever lower. So how to calculate this amount? Can I say first you will find out carrying amount immediately before classification, then charge depreciation up to the date of year end, current year end, that will become carrying amount as if no classification was done ever. Understood? So this you can easily calculate. Compare with this, lower will be what? The revised carrying amount. Then compare revised carrying amount with original carrying amount. Any difference will be adjusted with what? PL. Understood? For example, original carrying amount is 1 lakh, but revised carrying amount is coming 1,20,000. So this difference will go to what? PL. Either there will be increase or decrease. Both difference will go to what? PL. So any adjustment to the value should be shown in PL from continuing operation for that period. Understood? Done. Correct. Now there are 2 points till now they're not asked, but just try to understand. With IND As 10, IND As 10 is event occurring after balance sheet date. That too you know. Suppose this was 31st March and this is the date of approval. Date of approval. Correct now. Now, suppose the classification criteria was satisfied before approval of financial statement. There are 2 conditions, a condition 1 and condition 2 were satisfied before approval of financial statement. but after reporting that, whether it can be classified as held for sale on 31st March. Adjusting event, non-adjusting event. Adjusting or non-adjusting? Someone is saying adjusting, someone is non-adjusting. Whether the condition was there? No condition. Condition satisfied after balance sheet date. It is non-adjusting now. How you are saying adjusting the lag? Non-adjusting. There is no condition, non-adjusting. This was so easy. I was expecting correct answer only, but second one is more interesting. Second one is what? Try to think and say. Correct now. Second is what? This is 31st March. Already it is classified as held for sale before 31st March. Condition was satisfied. But management changed the plan after 31st March, but before approval of financial statement. Now, whether it will be classified as held for sale on 31st March or it will be reclassified. Means whether it will be PP or PP classified as held for sale. Means adjusting, non-adjusting. Yes, batao. Adjusting, non-adjusting. Everyone saying non-adjusting? It is non-adjusting. I will not say much. Once again, the change of plan happened what? After balance sheet date. So there was no condition of change of plan on 31st March. What IND As 105 says, on this date the condition prevail or not. So this will be classified as held for sale only. There is no need to reclassify. So both are what? Non-adjusting event. Ratlo. Both are what? Non-adjusting event. Correct? So both till now not asked in exam, but it is also important. I will say can be asked in exam with IND As 10. However, as per IND As 10, disclosure requirement is required. There are some disclosure requirement for non-adjusting event that is required as per IND As 10. Chalega? Yes, sir. Then non-current asset or disposal group classified as held for distribution, formula remains same. Whenever any non-current asset or disposal group is classified as held for distribution to owner, same formula, carrying amount compare with fair value less cost of distribution, whichever is lower. Same accounting treatment, everything remains same. However, in exam, from my point of view, they will not ask this. They will ask only what? Held for sale. But even though they ask, the entire concept remain same. Whatever you have done for that, same thing will be applied for this. Chalega? Yes, sir. Now coming to discontinued operation. Discontinued operation. But before that, there are some point. Now, suppose you have decided to purchase one PP in exchange of other PP. Means suppose I decided to exchange this mobile with new mobile. So this is to exchange na. So it means I am going to sell it. Exchange means sell it na. So whether this mobile can be classified as held for sale? Not understood. I have decided not yet purchase. I have decided to not yet sold. Sorry. I have decided to purchase a new mobile in exchange of this mobile. So whether this mobile can be classified as held for sale? Yes or no? Yes only. Why no? This is also what? Sale only na. So if classification criteria is satisfied, so it can be also classified as held for sale. So they have given one clarification. Sale include exchange transaction also. Sale include exchange transaction also. They have given one clarification. Understood? Next. Sometime what happened? Some assets are acquired exclusively with a view to subsequent disposal. Means I acquired this mobile with an intention to sell it within 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Understood? Means I have purchased this mobile with an intention to sell it in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. When I don't know, but I will sell it. Now the question is that whether today it will be classified as held for sale. Yes. Yes or no? Yes. If what is satisfied? Classification criteria is satisfied. Yes or no? So what they want to say, this is very good point. When an entity acquire non-current asset exclusively with a view to its subsequent disposal, the non-current asset or disposal group is classified as held for sale at acquisition date if both the following conditions are satisfied. The sale transaction is expected to be completed within 12 months, within 1 year from the date of classification. Means from the date of classification means from the date of acquisition. Correct? And other condition is expected to be satisfied within 3 months. Means all other conditions These all other conditions are this condition, this condition, this condition, this condition. Correct. Now all other condition management is expecting that it will be satisfied in a shorter period of time. So what they are saying, it is highly probable that any other criteria that is not made on acquisition date will be made within a short period of time following the acquisition, normally within 3 months. So if these two conditions satisfied, so that asset which has been purchased with a view to resale will be also classified as held for sale on the date of acquisition. So on the date of acquisition, we suppose you acquired one PP, now classified as held for sale on the date of acquisition only. IND As 16, IND As 105. IND As 16, IND As 105. 10, huh? Huh? No, but on the date of acquisition classified as held for sale. So IND As 105 directly come now. The carrying amount, it will be measured at cost price or fair value less cost of disposal, whichever is lower. Now there is no carrying amount, now only cost price. There is no depreciation only. There is only initial cost now. So it will measure at what? Cost price or fair value less cost of disposal, whichever is lower. Understood? That point is given here. If a newly acquired asset meet the criteria for held for sale, it will be measured on initial recognition at lower of cost or fair value less cost to sell. Have you understood? Correct. It is also good point. I think one MCQ question it was given like this. One question was given. One investment, investment if you have purchased 30% equity, so that become my investment associate. That we know. So in CFS we apply which IND As? In CFS investment associate. So in CFS we apply which IND As? IND As 28. IND As 28 is equity method. You remember? Equity method. I'll discuss. Now the question was that the investment was acquired by purchasing 30% with an view to resale, and the classification criteria is satisfied for held for sale. Which IND As will be applicable for measurement? IND As 28 equity method, IND As 105. IND As 105. It is classified as what? Held for sale. Then IND As 105 will be applicable. Means I have seen one question, I think so. I remember that. So this type of question now they are asking. Means when you have conceptually strong, you know all the point, then only you can answer. That 30 marks is very easy. Easy. It is not complicated because only you know right. And you can do that 30 marks question in less than 30 minutes. So it means now 75 marks you have lot of time. Normally if they will ask that 30 marks practical question now, you will take 1 hour in solving that. But now these 30 marks, I will say less than 30 minutes if you know. So you can save some time and then that can be done applied for 70 marks question. So it means now all depends upon MCQs. How much you are getting? Yes or no? इसलिए read content को पढ़ो. You need to read only content twice, thrice. Correct now. Twice, thrice read. There is no need to memorize. Once again, memorization not possible at this level. GT is there, IDT is there, audit is there, Tufan subjects are there. Correct now. All are Tufan na. So how much we can memorize? But you can read. The much you read, more you retain. Correct? Yes, sir. Correct. This point I will come back. The loss of control means I think this point you will automatically understand when I will do CFS. I mean loss of control I don't want to go. But this point you will automatically understand when I will do loss of control point in what? CFS chapter. Abhi I don't want to go into this point. Okay sir? Okay sir. Now come to discontinued operation. The last point of this chapter. Now DCO means what? Any operation which become DCO as per IND As 1 requires separate disclosure in SOPL. Now the doubt arises ki what is DCO? Means what is discontinued operation? Therefore meaning was required and therefore IND As 105 has given the meaning of discontinued operation. Means any operation which is not DCO is continuing operation. For that no meaning is required. Because if you have understood what is DCO, so any operation which is not DCO is what? Continuing operation. So what they have said? कि a DCO means discontinued operation is a component of an entity, is a part of entity, means it's not entire entity. Means if entire entity is disposed of, you are discontinued, then the going concern assumption affected now. It is a component of a entity that is either been classified, sorry, a mistake, that either has been disposed of, already disposed of, or is classified as held for sale, understood, and represent a separate major line of business or geographical areas of operation. Now if you know operating segment, so can you see it represents an operating segment. I mean, we are not an IND As 108, but I think you know about operating segment. Operating segment can be geographical segment or business segment. It's on the basis of product or on the basis of location. So it is nothing but represent a separate operating segment, which can be based on product or based on location, correct? Or is a subsidiary acquired exclusively with a view to resale? Is a subsidiary acquired exclusively with a view to resale? I mean, this point is actually given for CFS, for consolidated financial statement. Can you say in CFS subsidiary is a disposal group? In a CFS subsidiary is nothing but disposal group of assets and liability. Now let me explain this point. थोड़ा सा let me explain. Just try to understand. Means when I am saying group of assets and liability, correct? First I am explaining this part, okay? This part. Can I say it may meet the definition of operating segment, or it is not a operating segment? Understood? Any group of assets and liability which meet the definition of operating segment. Abhi, what is operating segment? Don't think much. We'll go to IND As 108, we'll understand when it will become operating segment. Are you getting what I'm saying? So if it meet the definition of operating segment, it is not an operating segment. So can you say this is not a DCO? This is not a DCO? Yes or no? Correct? Have you understood this point? Correct. Now this operating segment is either disposed of or to be disposed of. Bole yes or no? So if it is disposed of, so can you say it will be a DCO, and it can be disposed of either by means of sale or by means of abandoned. It can be abandoned also, disposed of. It can be disposed of by any way means, or sale. It can be either group sale, or it can be what? Piecemeal sale. Bole yes or no? Then also it will be what? DCO. Have you understood this point? Correct. Now can you say operating segment, because it is a group of assets and liabilities to be disposed of, if I am saying by sale or by way of abandoned, then so it is not a disposal group. It means cannot be classified as what? Held for sale, and therefore it is not a DCO. Am I right or not? Are you able to understand? Because they said it is classified as held for sale, so only disposal group can be classified as held for sale. So to be disposed of, if it is abandoned, it is not a disposal group. बोलना है सुनो. Sale. If it is a group sale or piecemeal sale, quite possible. So piecemeal sale, can I say it is not a disposal group? So cannot be classified as what? Cannot be classified as held for sale, and therefore it is not a DCO. But if it is sale by means of together as a group in a single transaction, then it becomes disposal group. And if it is classified as what? Classified as what? Held for sale, then it become what? DCO. It becomes DCO. I am just trying to elaborate the entire sentence. Understood? Means simple word, I will say. A DCO is a component has been disposed of by means of sale or by way of what? Abandoned, or to be is classified as held for sale. So only held for sale now. So only by means of group sale. Only by means of group sale now. Then only it can be classified as held for sale. Understood this fine? Then only it can be DCO. So in exam they may give you case study, you need to identify whether it is DCO or it is not a DCO. That type of question can come. So they will give you case study by giving this all points. Can I say if it is a subsidiary acquired exclusively with a view of resale? Means if there is a subsidiary acquired exclusively with a view of resale. Understood? So it may or may not be classified as held for sale. बोलना अभी we have done ना कि any subsidiary which is acquired exclusively with a view to resale, if these two conditions are satisfied, then only it will be classified as what? Held for sale. So what they are saying? If a subsidiary acquired exclusively with a view to resale, if it is to be disposed of or already disposed of, are you getting what I am saying? Then so it is what? Already disposed of, then it is what? DCO. But to be disposed of, if it is classified as held for sale, then this is what? DCO. But if it is not classified as held for sale, then it is not a DCO. Then it is not a DCO. Understood? Have you understood this point? Have you understood? I think Thora you have understood. Thora you understood? Got this point? Now let us read once again what do you mean by DCO, because in this only meaning is important. Only meaning, because there is no other criteria. Once again, can you repeat with the meaning? What do you mean by meaning is there? Yeah. A DCO is a component of entity that either has been disposed of or is classified as held for sale and represent either a separate major line of business or geographical areas of operation, or is a subsidiary acquired exclusively with a view to resale. If you have done this you can ignore. If you have done this much, you have understood the meaning. Means DCO, if it is a component of entity and it is an operating segment which is disposed of or classified as held for sale, or it is a subsidiary acquired with a view to resale, if it is disposed of or classified as held for sale, then it becomes what? DCO. Now disposed of means what? Either by sale or by abandoned. Either by sale or by abandoned, but it is classified to only by group sale. Only by group sale. This you need to keep in your mind. Chalega? Understood? Have you understood? Now once it becomes DCO, then what they say, the profit or loss from DCO should be presented separately in SOPL with a single amount. So we need to present a single amount in SOPL comprising a total of what? All the profit or loss from that DCO, which can be either profit or loss from the discontinued operation or any gain or loss recognized on the measurement to favor less cost to sale, or on disposal of asset or disposal group. Here is a measurement will come only when that DCO is a disposal group also classified as held for sale. Then we need to measure at what? Carrying amount of fair value less cost of disposal, whichever is lower, then there can be some measurement gain or loss. Means simple word, all the gain or loss relating to that what? DCO should be presented as a single amount in SOPL. Separately from continuing operations. Separately from continuing operations. How to find out that amount? Means when I am saying profit or loss from DCO, so first we'll find out revenue from DCO, less expense from DCO. This will become profit before tax from DCO, less income tax. This will become profit after tax from DCO. Any gain or loss on sale of asset. So first we'll find out gain or loss from that related tax expense, that will be gain or loss after tax. So these two amounts will be shown as total as a single amount in SOPL. So what IND AS 105? This analysis can be either given on the face of SOPL or as a notes to account. Means option has been given. Means this analysis, how you have calculated a single amount, either can be given as a notes to account or can be given on the face of SOPL also. So it can be presented either in the notes to account or in the face of SOPL. Correct. Now reclassification from DCO to CO. DCO to CO means whatever has been disposed of, that cannot be reclassified. But any disposal group which has been classified as held for sale and it is also become DCO. Correct now. Means any disposal group, once again. Suppose there is a disposal group. Disposal group are of two types. Are of two types. Means it is an operating segment or it is not a operating segment. Now it can be also classified as held for sale. Bole yes or no? It can be also classified as held for sale, but this is DCO, but this is not a DCO. So we are discussing about this. When disposal group classified as held for sale has been reclassified as not held for sale, so this DCO will become CO na? Not able to understand. If I am saying any DCO which will now become CO, means DCO has been reclassified to CO. When the disposal group which has been classified as held for sale is no longer classified as held for sale, then DCO will become CO. Then DCO will become CO na? Have you understood this point? So that only they are saying what they want to say. If an entity ceases to classify a component of entity as held for sale, the result of operation of the component previously presented in DCO in accordance shall be reclassified and included in income from continuing operations. So previous year figure will be also restated. The previous year it was DCO, correct now, but in the current year financial statement, previous year figure will be restated from DCO to CO. Chalega? Yes sir. Now gain or loss relating to continuing operation means, can I say any disposal group which has been classified as held for sale but which is not a DCO, their gain or loss on measurement will be mentioned in DCO or CO? In profit or loss from discontinuing operation or profit or loss from continuing operation? Continuing operation. This is all clarification given, I will say. This is understood. So any disposal group which is not classified as held for sale, their gain or loss will be included where? In the profit or loss from continuing operation. So any gain or loss on the remeasurement of non-current asset or disposal group classified as held for sale but that does not meet the definition of DCO shall be included in profit or loss from continuing operation. Now coming to the last point, non-current asset disposal group that are abandoned. Now first one doubt will come because I am using the word abandoned. So what do you mean by abandoned asset? So abandoned asset are those assets, means any asset which are going to be abandoned. Suppose this I am expecting that this asset will be abandoned. It means, can I say this will be used till the end of its economic life? Means I will use till the end of its economic life. After economic life, no sale only. Correct now? It means, can I say it will be always abandoned. So if suppose there is one factory and we have decided that we will use it till it is what? Till the end of economic life, means we are going to dispose it by way of what? Abandonment. So that become non-current asset which are expected to be abandoned. So can I say any non-current asset which are expected to be abandoned are not covered in this chapter? That is covered in respective IND AS. for PP which is expected to be abandoned, IND As 16 will be applicable and you will not cease depreciation. You will not cease depreciation. So PP expected to be abandoned and PP classified as held for sale. These are two different points. So PP classified as held for sale in this chapter. PP which are expected to be abandoned is covered under IND As 16 only. Understood? So what they are saying, non-current asset that need to be abandoned will not qualify as held for sale because their carrying amount will be principally recovered through continued use in the entity's operation rather than through sale. Then non-current asset disposal group to be abandoned include non-current assets that are to be used to the end of their economic life and non-current assets that are to be closed rather than sold. Correct? This you have understood. Now any asset which are temporarily taken out of use, any asset which are temporarily taken out of use, whether they are abandoned asset, any asset which are temporarily taken out of use, they are not abandoned assets. One clarification given, any asset that are temporarily taken out of use not to be accounted for as abandoned asset, means only one clarification. Suppose you have a non-current asset, suppose PP etc. abandoned, already abandoned, what you will do? Batao. Abandoned, what will do? Which IND As? 10? How 105? Abandoned assets are not covered in this chapter. Can I say it will be de-recognized? Abandoned na means no future economic benefit. So IND As 16 de-recognition principle will apply because no future economic benefit is expected because it is already used till the end of its economic life. So can you say it will be de-recognized? It will be de-recognized na? De-recognized as per the requirement of IND As 16, IND As 38, IND As 40 respectively. Correct? Correct. Now expected to be abandoned. Batao. Then which IND As? Which IND As? Respective IND As. IND As 16, IND As 38, IND As 40. Will you charge depreciation on this? Yes. Understood? Next point. Disposal group. Disposal group. Disposal group. Abandoned. Abandoned. Disposal group abandoned. IND As 105 applicable. Huh? How? How? Disposal group abandoned. IND As 105 applicable. Yes. If it is an operating segment abandoned, then it becomes DCO. Then it becomes DCO. Yes or no? Any component of entity which is an operating segment and abandoned. So that disposal group is also group of assets liability which can be an operating segment and abandoned. So IND As 105 applicable or not? So this become a DCO. This become a DCO. But the to be abandoned, whether IND As 105 applicable? To be abandoned? No, not applicable. IND As 105 not applicable. Understood? Then to various assets liability respective IND As will be applicable. Understood? Correct. I hope this point, actually I was explaining this point. So what they want to say? Next point. However, disposal group that are abandoned, understood, may meet the definition of what? DCO. Then IND As 105 is applicable. So be careful about this point. Understood? With this entire point of IND As 105 completed. Now I think there are some questions given. You can do it. My job done. I have explained all the point. MCQs do. MCQs you can do it. Today I think this much is more than enough. Once again I will say this 10 days make a target to complete at least. Today we have decided morning 60% to do, 60% at least do. Correct now. But first cover whatever I have done in what? First classes. If that will be pending now, then rhythm will not come. So if you have done 60% of first day, so complete first 40%. Then come to day 2 and then plan your test series by your own. Okay, you need to inform that when you are writing test 2, when you are writing test 3, when you are writing test 4, that planning you do by your own, because I can't plan that. Understood? So now if you have done 60% of day 1, so 40% is left. So today complete that 40%. So I will say 10 days will become 15 days, but in next 15 days you will be able to complete entire FR. But make sure that other subjects also you have proper planning, because you have 6 subjects. If you are writing both group, 3 subjects and तो sufficient time. आराम आराम से करो. Understood? Correct? I hope whatever I am doing, you are understanding, you are liking it, and you are getting benefit for this. Live student, I hope you are also enjoying the classes. If you are enjoying the classes, just comment in the YouTube comment box how you are liking the classes. If any point is there which you want to inform me, that also you can comment in the comment box. And if you have any special doubt you have, that also you can comment in the comment box. If it is necessary, I will take that doubt in the class. Okay, thank you very much for today. We'll meet again tomorrow at the same time. Bye bye. Achha, next class what I will do, I will inform you. Next class what I will do, you want that information? Let me 1 minute. So next class I will do with day 3, it is IND As 12, IND As 15. Only IND As 12, IND As 15. 2 IND As 12 and IND As 15. Okay. Thank you very much. We'll meet tomorrow. Till then, bye bye. Take care. Enjoy your remaining day.